slap my face there? Huh? Why on earth would you go and do that for anyway? Come on, we have to find out what's happening.
I'm standing now with Danny Gans, the commander of the ACF. Commander, what is the latest? We have not had any cooperation with the cult inside the house. They are refusing to come out, and apparently they still plan to commit mass suicide once the meteor shower starts, which should be any moment now.
Both men entered this match with tidal waves of momentum, which set them on a collision course for this very moment. It's all or nothing, and these two men wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, in these head-to-head matchups, you've got no one to rely on but yourself. And that's the way it should be. It's party time. But no matter what we say outside the ring, it doesn't matter as much as what happens inside that ring.
They'll just shoot at us again. They're gonna burn us up and act like nothing happened. Oh, please, Jesus.
His nose might end up where his ear is by the time this one's over.
Everyone, hold on. Come on, Angel. We've got a new mission. And this time, it's for real.
That's a first.
Jack makes Turkey presents working out with
Definitely
Sasquatch.
sets the tone for the evening.
I like it.
What's the secret to your muscle members? It's easy. Working out with Sasquatch. Working out with Sasquatch is a full body program. Full body of
He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring.
Off the charts natural ability. Working out with Sasquatch. And Jack
Inside the ring now.
Just do that. Jack makes just
Down on the back. You know his neck is feeling that one.
Insurance does auto insurance.
I think this man needs business.
It helps settle your claim quickly.
Perhaps looking to take the action to the outside here.
Perhaps it's happening, Cole, right before your very
For the
eyes.
modern world, Esurance, an Allstate company. Quicker call. Esurance does insurance the smarter way. Which reduces red tape, which saves money. Don't they save, you save. That's home and auto insurance for the modern world. Esurance, an Allstate company. Quicker call.
Critics are going wild over Bad Santa 2.
I'm all ears. How wild.
Calling it hilarious,
That's my boy.
hysterical,
That's Bono.
Hey, what's your language?
and the funniest movie of the year.
That sounds really nice.
Bad Santa 2 in our Wednesday.
Just press clean and let Roomba from iRobot help with your everyday messes. Roomba navigates your entire home, cleaning up pet hair and debris for up to 2 hours, which means your floors are always clean. You and Roomba from iRobot, better together.
What would you do for 3 pancakes for 89 cents?
What would you do for 3 pancakes for 89 cents?
Hug a shark. Get a stack of 3 large golden pancakes for 89 cents. 3 large pancakes, 89 cents. Only at Burger King.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Do I look like a closer? Come on. We were best friends. Acceptable. Hey, do you remember that band we had?
You stopped playing. For what?
I'm sure a musician.
Get back up. Musician is the best way to bring music back into your life. It's about time. Go to musician.com and download the free app.
Parting too hard to imitate the wrestler's breaking character, here are 10 shocking photos that WWE does not want you to see. Party too hardy.
Can you hear that?
WWE fans would love to see Jeff Hardy back in the company one day, but until he's able to prove that he can control his addiction to the party life, it may not happen. Jeff and his brother Matt have a well-known reputation for boozing too much and partying too hardy. Once, Jeff was kicked off a plane for being too drunk, and he freely admits there are plenty of comparable untold stories to go along with that one. An affair to forget. Chris Jericho already had a well-established reputation for tearing up the town, but when this picture emerged of him snuggling up to Kelly, it raised some eyebrows. Nothing wrong with two colleagues getting chummy, but the fact that Jericho was in a 16-year marriage with Jessica Lockhart had the fan-fueled rumor mill spinning about a possible affair. Thankfully for WWE PR, all the chatter died down pretty quickly. What a shame. The only other person who wouldn't want you to see this pic of Sheamus more than Vince McMahon is probably Sheamus himself. We have no clue what's really going on here, but we do know it's pretty embarrassing for a wrestler of Sheamus' caliber. Also featured in this weirdo fest is former WWE wrestler Drew McIntyre, who grew very close to Sheamus after they broke into the business together. This was, however, not their best moment.
And features as they become available. Until then, let me officially welcome you to Spectrum.
Top 10 WWE secrets caught on video. Number 10. Sin Cara and Kalisto's entrance. The two have enjoyed their success thanks to their characters, and one of the biggest parts is their entrance. Both men run down to the ring, jump over the top rope, and flip or roll into the usual position. But the WWE Universe was not supposed to find out that there was a trampoline involved in the entrance, but they did after this video leaked online. Number 9. Roman Reigns Blood Capsule. As part of WWE's main event on Raw following Fastlane in 2016, Roman Reigns was beaten down by Triple H. This beatdown saw him bounce off the announcement table a number of times before he was seen covered in blood. Many thought the WWE would punish Roman for bleeding on live TV because it no longer fits in with their PG brand. The truth was then seen in a video that later leaked online. It shows Byron Saxton actually handing Roman either a blood capsule or a blade so he can quick.
And there's the bell. And here we go. This is the type of battle that you can show someone who's new to our brand of entertainment and say, this is what WWE's all about.
Yeah, and social media has been on fire ahead of this one, but now it's time to get down to business. Both these superstars are primed and ready to roll. Well, you can forget all the rest of it. These fans in Tucson expect greatness, and this match is definitely going to give it to them.
Offense like this is exactly how a competitor takes control of a match.
It's the way I always used to do it.
Having a good time? Yeah, well, could I just have a few minutes alone? I'm not going to let you change on me, Ray. Just because we shared an instant.
All this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here.
Okay, that makes it sound gay.
Action outside.
Good night, everyone. Look out!
I remember the last time he executed that maneuver.
Okay. Here's the door. That's what they want. Go back inside and tell the others that they have.
Doesn't get any better than that. There's some serious power right there.
Oh, no, are you sure you can do that better? Oh, no, I'm
Man,
not.
there's no getting up from that. He's been through much, much worse before.
That sounds awful dangerous. Can you hit a target hit? Oh, no, that's fine. That's okay. Hit something nice and solid now.
A knockdown, drag-out brawl, complete with a big stomp.
Man, these guys are throwing bombs. They're pulling out all the stops.
You have to possess a different type of folk, and his heartless attack continues.
Oh, man, this is getting tough to watch. Knocked down. What a shot.
Thank you.
Well, I've never seen him do that before.
He was one step ahead on that one.
You know, most people just think about him as the guy with the cards.
Look out. Here's the belly-to-belly suplex.
Man, a belly-to-belly suplex performed to perfection.
Out here, King, you can use this whole ringside area as a weapon.
Oh, yeah. Everything from the floor to the barricades can and will be used to inflict pain.
When this guy's on, look out.
That thing. It's a door. Of course it's that. Sure. But the question is that.
Oh, my gosh. Lightning strikes twice. There's the finisher again. It might be time to say good night. Oh, gosh. He must find a way to collect himself after that.
He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in.
Love the outdoors. Love to save money. So do we.
Here we go. Here we go.
Incredible savings.
I think he's got it.
Slam. One power one. He may get the 3 count right there.
Gonna be close.
Hey, do you like the big boot? Do you like the big boot, motherfucker? I like that American ass whip I just gave you, nigga. NYC, baby. Vendetta. Tell your people about Vendetta. We out here. BC. BC.
Qualify for financial help to cover most find low premium plans for $50 to $100 a month. These are quality plans.
The blood that was later seen on live TV. Number 8. Edited SmackDown crowd. The show is presented live on a Tuesday night before it then goes out to the world on Thursday nights. The WWE crowd rarely reacts the way WWE wants them to, and decided to give heat to the superstars that WWE doesn't want them to dislike, as well as chanting for stars that are no longer there. To avoid showing any of this to the world, WWE actually edits the crowd to make them sound the way they would prefer. Number 7. Referees helping superstars to blade. Blading in WWE was said to have been a punishable offense after WWE introduced their PG era, and any stars who did it would be fined. This all changed at WrestleMania 31 when Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns collided in the main event. The duo had a very physical match that saw Brock bounce off the steel post before he began bleeding profusely. It was then shown in slow motion that Brock never actually came into contact with the post, but earlier in the match, it looked like the referee gave Reigns a big hand over to Lesnar. Number 6. That Raw script. Back in the summer of 2014, another scandal was brought to the WWE's attention when it seemed that a cameraman or one of the commentary team had left their Raw script unattended, and a fan took pictures of the Rampage script, causing it to go viral. The script showed the way the WWE puts their show together, as well as the fact that a lot of the promos many of the fans thought were delivered off the cuff or on the spot were actually written down on the script for superstars to learn, like lines in a performance. Number 5. Vince McMahon's F-bomb. It was reported a few months ago that Brad Maddox was released from the WWE for using language that was not considered appropriate for a family show. Occasionally, there's a time when stars like Paul Heyman, Stephanie McMahon drop a swear word. There's never anything that the WWE can't pass off as inflation of emotions. On the Raw following Fastlane in 2016, when Shane McMahon made his huge return, Vince McMahon's emotions were definitely inflated when he addressed his son and dropped the F-bomb in front of the live audience. The word was dubbed out for the TV crowd, but the video was released online to show that the rules obviously don't apply to Vince. Number 4. Real-life couples. WWE often puts superstars together as couples on their TV programs, and they expect the stars to play the role so well that the WWE Universe would question whether the couples are a real-life couple. It seems to be working well for Rusev and Lana until WWE broke them up in favor of Rusev and Summer Rae, along with Lana and Dolph Ziggler. WWE had plans for them going forward.
Take many more shots to the face like that.
Yeah, this guy's never going to look the same.
Honey? That move at this juncture of the match makes the intention unmistakable to belittle.
Trying to humiliate your opponent. There's no place for that here.
It didn't mean anything to me, Jerry. All we did was put each other next to
A move like that is completely unnecessary, unless you want to degrade your opposition, of course.
I agree, Cole. I mean, this is intentional humiliation.
Yeah, it's true. I thought it would be exciting, and maybe it was, but I can't deal with your accusing stare. We watched each other jack off.
Look at this man. He wants business.
And that's the way he has to be if he wants to win here tonight.
Well, my God. You're the only guy who's ever watched another guy basketball, huh? Yeah, I've done it a few times. Yeah?
He's simply reminding him that he's here. And once again, we see a return to this specific maneuver. Hey, whatever works.
Yeah, if it keeps working, keep working.
Well, maybe a little. But we're all a little game.
That stop might have only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow.
That may be felt for a lifetime.
We are, Jerry. I feel great. I feel like I can take on the world. Everything's going to be okay.
He's inflicting some serious pain here.
All right, everyone. Fire. Hold on just a minute.
He looks a bit off his game here.
But we all know that he isn't afraid of a good fight, which is what we're seeing here. But it's important to note this match has been so evenly contested so far. You really can't pick a winner.
Oh, man, but this guy has spent a lot of time outside the ring. If I were him, I'd just keep this one inside the ropes and finish this thing. And he reversed it. Good move there.
Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation.
Can he end it quickly?
If the referee counts.
Hey, that was a fine piece of journalism, boys.
Wow, you need it?
Sure, why with your tape, I'll
You know, when you take direct hits like that, it becomes hard to move. If you can't move, you can't win.
Alrighty then. Then, Angels, I must say I think we did a smashing job. We sure did. Well, we put the fear guns on JTF Stone to guns, I can tell you. But you know, I learned something today. I used to call you guys Melvins. But you're just kids like
He's
me.
delivering an
Separate your
old-fashioned
foolishness, talk different, and
kicking
set
right
you
here.
off.
He's certainly showing us something new from his repertoire.
That's cool. I like new stuff.
With this kind of attack, you have to wonder just how much longer they compete in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way things are going in there, I'd say not much longer. My gosh, this is a beating.
The repetition on that move is becoming deliberate at this point.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. And there's the reversal. He saw that one coming.
I have traveled far, come to know the purpose of our existence.
I have mated with a woman.
This guy can go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Futurama's fantastic beast. Starting today at 4.
If he keeps up this pace, this could turn real ugly real fast.
He gets out of trouble there. feeling that this is going to turn into a whooping.
Oh, and did you hear the impact?
Just look at this. I don't know.
There's another spat.
I don't know. Come on, Kyle. You're going to be late for Juice Scout.
How many more chair shots can they take?
Man, that's got to hurt. This is the kind of all-out battle that could end up anywhere, and the idea is to do whatever you need to win.
I can't watch a meteor shower, Kenny. I have to go to Jubilee. It's what we do in Juice Scouts. Usually we just sit around and make stuff. But tonight, because there's a meteor shower, we're going to do some big thing out in the woods. It's going to suck out.
Get him back into the ring now.
Hey,
A little showboating going on here.
Can Kenny go to Jubilee with me? Well, Kyle, Jubilee is sort of a special
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
It's just that, well, Jubilee is the Jewish kid.
I think I saw two fly out.
Well, the trick sometimes when you get outside the ring is survival. The match becomes almost secondary when you get near all these dangerous objects.
That'll have to be worrying about long-term injuries for sure.
By the looks of things, this match is all but over.
This is not where he wants to be at this point in this match.
From where I sit, they both appear to be competing with the same amount of energy. This one can really go either way. Yeah, and I'd hate to see this match end on the outside. Just keep the action in the ring already.
He's looking to put his opponent away right here. Kill switch.
I think he's got it. This is insane.
Hey, Cole, this could do it. I think so.
Man, this guy just refuses to quit.
Yeah, never say die attitude out of him. After the amount of punishment he suffered, it's simply amazing that he's still in this one.
He saw that one coming.
Oh, take a look at that. We haven't seen that one tonight.
Something new. I think he's got it. Wow, please tell me I'm the only one who felt
This should do it right there.
I think this thing's over.
Unbelievable. This singles match is over.
This retreat really is out of the way, isn't it?
Welcome to Jubilee. Find it okay?
Yeah, actually we saw a bear a few miles back. He was huge.
Yeah, we spotted him a few days ago. Nothing to worry about, though. Your boys are safe with us.
I'm sure they are. We'll be back to pick you up after the meteor shower party, boys. Goodbye, boys. Kyle and I, you'll be safe. And Kenny? Try and act Jewish. No.
Come on, Squirt, we're meeting over here.
Who are you?
I'm the squirt leader. I don't want to be the squirt leader, but I don't have a choice. It's the only way I can earn my chutzpah badge. So I gotta spend all night instructing squirts.
You have to go with him, Ike.
Until news of their real-life engagement was leaked to TMZ, the whole storyline then had to be canceled. Number 3, wrestlers rehearsing for matches. It is a well-known fact that the WWE is scripted, and superstars often rehearse their matches ahead of the live event in order to make sure they put on the show. WWE are strict about superstars only rehearsing when all the fans are out of the arena, and that any video footage should not be leaked to the public. But the following video has been leaked online, and it shows Undertaker rehearsing for a segment with Paul Bearer.
I want to welcome you all. Though we each come from a different sect of Judaism, on this night of Jubilee, we all pray to Moses as one. Hineni Koreh, Lerukashu. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Elder Karn, from the Orthodox Synagogue.
Elder Harris from the Hasidic sect.
Elder Garth, from the Synagogue of Anti-Semites.
It has
I
to be
don't
this way.
believe I've heard of the anti-Semitic
I have
sect
no
of
other
Judaism
choice.
before. We're new.
Rest.
Okay, Squirt, the elders have given us a very important task today. We're all going to make macaroni pictures like this one, using dry macaroni, paper, and glue. Because that's what Squirts do. Now shut your pie hole.
What's your name? No. How come your hair's looking so
Number 2, the Wyatt family's magic. Back when the Wyatt family were feuding with Roman Reigns, they decided to try to take out all of Roman's friends as a way of sending a message to the Samoan star. And on one episode of SmackDown, it seemed they managed to do so. Jimmy Uso managed to go from the top rope up to the top of the ramp where he was choked out by Braun Strowman in a matter of seconds. It was later revealed that Jimmy actually jumped down and hid under the ring while his brother Jay was actually brought out with the Wyatts, which is why his face was not shown during the segment. Number 1, the Click Break Kayfabe. The Click were one of the
That's okay.
with Roman Reigns, they decided to try to take out all of Roman's friends as a way of sending a message to the Samoan star. And on one episode of SmackDown, it seemed they managed to do so. Jimmy Uso managed to go from the top rope up to the top of the ramp where he was choked out by Braun Strowman in a matter of seconds. It was later revealed that Jimmy actually jumped down and hid under the ring while his brother Jay was actually brought out with the Wyatts, which is why his face was not shown during the segment. Number 1. The Click break kayfabe. The Click were one of the best-known factions in WWE history, and following Scott Hall and Kevin Nash's transfer over to WCW in 1996, WWE wanted the two stars to take their bow and leave inside the realm of kayfabe. It seems the faction had other ideas, as they decided following the match all 4 members would then embrace. The 4 stars were not supposed to be friends on the WWE TV, but they were in real life. Triple H is actually punished for the incident since Shawn Michaels was a champion at the time, and the WWE had no longer any influence over Hall of Fame.
In the ring and possesses a big fight main event feel.
Thank you for
It's
watching.
just another reason why Cena's known as the franchise.
Oh, you're right. And there's nothing like a little WWE mano-a-mano to get that blood flowing. 2 warriors, 2 superstars, 2 immense talents. I love it. And you know what? I would have it no other way. Oh, did you see the neck snap back?
Let's take a moment to talk about John Cena.
Well, we're going to find out who's the better competitor, that's for sure. No gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned one-on-one action.
This arena is absolutely electric for John Cena.
These superstars will do whatever it takes to win here tonight. He's not looking like himself here. This could be the start of an upward downward spiral. Here's a couple.
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
Oh my, get the medics down here. Good Lord, did you see that?
Oh man, Michael, that was some shot. Cena's got to be in bad shape now.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
We should use it to pray to Haman and enter into a new millennium phase.
Cena looks to be feeling pretty good about his chances.
All you have to do is push your nose.
If an opponent exhibits a weakness for a specific move, some will return to utilizing that move as long as possible.
Why not? If it's working, don't change it.
We accept all denominations of Judaism here at Scouts Elder, but your synagogue of anti-Semites is too
Cena
strange.
looking for something
Do
big.
not return. You are no longer welcome here.
Fine. Jubilee is the time of Haman. You will see how wrong you are very soon when Haman returns from the ninth
When
hour
this
of
guy's on,
disillusionment
look at him.
Good move there.
Life, but yet having recently returned to death. You will see this very
Oh, this
night.
isn't good.
Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on naming his opponent.
Art is all over the map. Finding
Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty. It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
Art of the City. New episode tomorrow. Watch there for the game at 11:30.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. The cornerstones of any serious
He needs to
fitness
dig
program
way
are
down deep if he
exercise,
wants. Oh, not
diet,
again. Not again.
pectoral,
Oh, right up the
and
skull.
all of which are part of Working Out with Sasquatch and Protein Pack Jack Link's Jerky.
Protein, amino acids, good for the hair muscles.
Bam.
I don't think that chair is going to be good for much after this match.
Man, what a brutal attack. I'm telling you, if you didn't suffer your internal abuse before, you are now. I can guarantee it.
The first rule of being a Viking is that
Well, when you look at the illustrious career of John Cena starting way back in 2002, and since then, 21 championships, an astounding accomplishment, and never a dull moment.
Oh, you're right about that. And don't forget the 15 World Championships. 11 reigns, of course, as the WWE Champion.
Vikings, war of clans. Play free now.
Yeah, I come inside Burger King, they say, you know, we have a 2 for $10. And I'm like, what? I could get my brother some too.
You want a Whopper? Yeah, he wants one.
Let's not forget there are no countouts in this matchup.
I love a match like this. They can stay out here as long as they want.
Only at Burger King.
Credit card, huh? Why are you checking your credit score?
You don't want to ride the 13L forever, do you?
Oh, what a clothesline.
Credit card, huh?
Yeah, it's free.
Credit card.
You got a metal chair in the ring.
Like
That's
working out,
dangerous.
love saving money, love great brands, so do we. At SierraTradingPost.com, you'll find the best brands in fitness, yoga, running, and more. All in
Man,
incredible
this is one of those matches
savings.
you just
Shop
like to
now
sit
at
back and enjoy
SierraTradingPost.com.
watching.
Yeah, one of those you never
I'm
want to see
Paul.
in.
I used to ask if you could hear me now. Horizon. Now
Not anymore. I'm with Sprint now.
He's focusing on the face now.
2016 and every network is Sprint.
And he rolls out, buying himself some breathing room.
20% difference. And Sprint saves you 50% unless Verizon 18.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything.
Can you hear that?
Look at
Don't
this.
let a 1%
He's just
difference
barely
cost you
moving.
twice as much.
I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
Today. Hey, ease up out there. You make me look bad. Oh, I'm just warming up.
Raw's been a
The steel chair shots continue. He needs to dig way down low. Did you hear the impact?
steel and flesh meat once more. There may be no stopping him. Out to the arena floor, which is just as legal as competing in the ring in this match.
I love a no-count-out match.
Roomba navigates your entire home, cleaning up pet hair and debris for up to 2 hours, which means your floors are always clean. You and Roomba from iRobot, better together.
Great one-on-one action here tonight. It doesn't get much better than this.
Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
Come on, Kenny, have to get in a circle. This is where we all stand in a circle and pray to Moses for guidance during Jubilee.
Oh, did you hear the impact?
He's delivering an old-fashioned kicking right here.
Oh, there's a lot to hit there. Now the question is this going to continue? And if so, for how long? If you're looking to make a statement, how many more chair shots can they take?
Our ears and our hearts respectively.
Here in the WWE Universe.
You're right about that. The crowd is buzzing. They're ready for this thing to get underway.
And the anti-Semitic Jews will once again rule the earth.
Wow! If he keeps this up, this could be over quick. Wow! Chair landing again.
There he is, Schwartz. Okay, Schwartz, remember the plan. Immobilize and attack. Now, you will mobilize the barrel of the net. Then echo
I assure you, you cannot miss a moment of Raw. You never know.
The steel chair shots continue.
Now!
Another amazing singles contest. These two never cease to entertain.
How many more chair shots can they take? Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back. Oh, man! Did you hear that?
Oh, my. Get the medics down here. Oh, watch out. Two major blows with that weapon did significant damage.
If this isn't enough to win the match, I don't want to know what's going to happen next. Oh, what devastation. You can't.
I don't think that chair is going to be good for much after this match.
Moses, we, your most loyal followers, want to thank you a lot for coming.
Rolling out of the ring, and it might be time for him to reassess the situation. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup.
All right,
That's the first time tonight we've seen that move.
I wouldn't mind seeing it a little more often. And out of nowhere. There it is.
His shoulders are down. He's out. He kicked out. I can't believe it.
Oh, my gosh, I'm in shock. He's showing the heart of a warrior here tonight.
That the spirit of Moses would finally rest when his spirit was imprisoned.
Keep your eye on this one.
Yeah, this should be good. The steel chair shots continue.
I don't think that chair is going to be good for much after this match.
He's showing no signs of letting up. Oh, man, repeated chair shots. How's that for an assault? Now you have to stay on top of your opponent so your weapons tactic doesn't backfire. We all know what they say about karma.
Just look at this man. He's all business.
And that's the way he has to be if he wants to win here tonight.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Okay, Gary's not.
It could be over here.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, his back crashing into the ground. It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Oh, they couldn't find a home for that one.
Well, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of trying, Michael. John Cena could be out cold.
Your children.
That'll get your opponent fired up. Just hope it doesn't backfire on you. And it could. That's his opponent's finishing maneuver.
Yes,
Can't believe he's rubbing that in his face.
Right away. Anything else you want from a
Watch this. And now, looking to put him away. Switch.
I think he's got it. I'll tell you this, his opponent's in major pain right now.
He scored the pin.
All you need is the popcorn and a music red.
The singles.
Hold. There is an impurity.
Yo.
No, he's on to me, Eamon.
So what's up with you, man?
Child there.
You know this. Nah. Oh, hold on. You said, do I want to tag or you said, am I on tag? Oh yeah, sure. We could tag. Right now, I'm in Force Count Anywhere, whooping the ass.
This is the one.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta try the Force Count Anywhere. That shit is fun.
The one she's been eyeing all year.
Right? Online?
Yeah,
that shit is fun.
Different things to different people.
The gift they're waiting for is waiting on the event.
That's what happiness
Yeah.
And everything in between. Find it, add it, get it fast.
Cena is the franchise. He's a set of
I wish they had it on tag.
He's superhumanly invincible, and he went to night school to get his economics. So that's nice. He's been the face of the WWE for the better part of a decade, but even Bulletproof John has had his moments of weakness. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 things WWE wanted to forget about John Cena. Number 10, his finishing moves old names. Today, John Cena is as corny a mainstream symbol of virtuous Americana as you can get. The only way he could be more American is if he starts fucking the national anthem. Made out.
What would you do for 3
You can hear the children of Ralph Lopez even before fans, but he used to be a naughty little boy. A very naughty little boy indeed, who gave Ash in a delightful form of white rap, hit people with metal chains, and named his finishing moves after swears. The AA, the attitude adjustment, was once known as the FU, and the STF used to be the STFU. If you don't know what either of those letters stand for, congratulations on maintaining your innocence. Now f*** off. Number 9, he spanked Stephanie McMahon on live TV, no less. On SmackDown in July 2003, naughty John Cena rapped at current GM Stephanie McMahon. Now, Steph is going through her sexy phase at the time, wearing low-cut tops, doing sexy faces, and being felt up by ladies at Eric Bischoff's behest. Time. Anyway, Cena rapped at Steph. Nobody's watching her, Steph. Why don't you let me smack past Stephanie McMahon? And he spanked her on global TV while she was working for her company. Considering Cena's current relationship with the Authority, I don't want Cena's high-speed gropery to be remembered. Number 8, Paul Buchanan. No, I don't remember either. Paul Buchanan has always been the other guy. He was the other guy when partnered with Bossman, the guy when part of Right to Censor, and he was the other guy when partnered with Albert, who himself was it's a vicious hierarchy and boys at the bottom. He teamed with then heel John Cena as B Squared, and it never really worked. He just didn't do very Number 7, Mickey James. Even 9, Mickey James and John Cena got it on, I guess. For a few weeks, WWE aired vignettes of James and Cena getting their nervous flirt on. It's all a bit awkward, but sort of endearing, kind of maybe cute, except when Cena would hand her panties live on air saying you left these last night. Prince Charming. So far, so typical WWE ham-fisted romance. What was weird about the segment was how they ended. You got the impression that WWE were building to something, but no. The vignettes just stopped. Rumours abound that they were dating in real life, and it ended, so it ended on screen too. Either way, it's a weird, tiny micro-relationship, and it's never been mentioned since. Number 6, ruining the Nexus. From Bray Wyatt to Dolph Ziggler, John Cena's been accused of hindering the star's momentum in much the same way that a brick wall hinders a car. No one felt this more keenly than Wade Barrett and the Nexus, the adorable ragamuffins who tried to murder everybody on the WWE roster. The Nexus were white hot in the WWE and were riding all the momentum in the world going into SummerSlam 2010. It was Team Nexus versus Team WWE. John Cena was the last man surviving for his team. He took a DDT on the concrete, then came back to pin Justin Gabriel and Wade Barrett for the win. It was a classic case of Super Cena
opponents look foolish. Chris Jericho, Edge, and even Cena himself have gone on record saying that the way the match ended was a boneheaded decision, damaging to the rookies' careers and something Cena wants to put behind him. Number 5, Ready to Rumble. Hey, remember when David Arquette won the WCW Championship? Of course you do, it helped kill the company. All of that absolute applesauce was to promote a movie called Ready to Rumble, about Arquette and his pal being a pair of clown shoe wrestling fans. It had DDP in it had Goldberg in it, and hey look, Booker T, Billy Kidman. And is that John Cena? In a scene featuring Oliver Platt and Goldberg in a wrestling gym, you can see, training in the background, a dyed blonde, 22-year-old little Johnny Cena. It was filmed in the gym where Cena was training to be a wrestler, so he took on a role as an extra. Turns out the face of the WWE first surfaced in a WCW joint. For shame. Number 4, he can't protect his dad. John Cena's dad, John Cena Sr., that's hard to say, has actually had experience in the wrestling biz, working as a manager for some independent shows in Boston. So while a lot of wrestlers' family members like to stay out of the spotlight, John Cena Sr., John Cena Sr., has been dragged into it by his hair. Edge went to the Cena family home in Boston and slapped the middle-aged man around. He was famously punted by Randy Orton, and John Cena's dad even had a match with Randy Orton on Raw. Spoilers, it didn't end well for Pops. Orton even attacked Cena Sr. last year. Now, I'm not saying that John is a bad son for putting his dad in harm's way. I'm just going to imply it, then move on. Number 3, he was a bad friend to Zack. Poor Zack Ryder. The guy got himself over without help from anyone via his popular YouTube show Z, True Long Island Story. Ryder got himself noticed by the fans based purely on his charm and never say die doofus optimism. The fans demanded a push for him and WWE crowned him the US champion. Then, a John Cena storyline happened to him. Zack got embroiled in the Embrace the Hate storyline, which saw him lose his championship due to a rib injury from Kane, be chokeslammed through the stage, tombstoned, confined to a wheelchair, and forced to watch Eve, a lady he was sweet on, kiss John Cena. That is bad form, John. He was utterly humiliated in the feud designed to put over Cena and no one else. His rising star was caught and crushed, and John Cena smiled all the way home. Do. Number 2, he got kayfabe stabbed. What? Carlito was a man who spat in the face of people who didn't want to be cool. Also, when he debuted in 2004, he had a bodyguard called Jesus. As part of the storyline, on Carlito's wishes, Jesus stabbed Cena in a nightclub, which is attempted murder. That's attempted murder. Did Cena call the cops? Nope. He challenged Carlito to a wrestling match, because that's nature's only true justice. Cena beat Carlito, and the whole literally trying to kill him thing was put behind them. John Cena is very forgiving. And number 1, 5-knuckle shuffle is slang for wanking. That's what the phrase means. 5-knuckle shuffle means masturbation. Hey kids! So that's our list. Did you agree? Did we miss any out? Tell us about it in the comments, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and you can even follow me on Twitter. Here, I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and I'll see you soon.
Facts. But it's good to know these things, though. It's good to know, right? 10 things that they want you. Oh, I want to hear about this. And this is 10 things they want you to forget about Brock Lesnar. Some good shit right here.
Brock Lesnar is what happens after Kurt Von Trapp grew up, ate the rest of the Von Trapp family, and started wrestling bears. He's a freak of genetics and the love child of a white rhinoceros and the concept of punching. He also founded his own city, Suplex City, which is a rough neighborhood. The national animal of Suplex City is an elephant being thrown through the side of a mountain, and its national anthem is a scream. To survive Brock Lesnar, it's best to know what not to mention to his face. Here's a couple of those. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 things WWE want you to forget about Brock Lesnar. Number 10, he kissed Kurt Angle. Well, there's nothing wrong with being kissed by a dude. Unless you don't want to be kissed by a dude, then don't be kissed by dudes, I guess. That seems fair enough. And I don't think Kurt Angle wanted to be kissed by Brock Lesnar here, so this happened after an episode of SmackDown in the summer of 2003, and it happened after the episode went off the air. Kurt and Brock were engaged in the most alpha feud of all time, and it was brilliant. And you know when alpha superstars get really angry and close to each other and look like they're about to have just the most furious kiss? Well, Brock Lesnar does nothing by halves and utterly outbros Kurt using only his lips. Maybe this is how his feud with The Undertaker will end. It might not, but all I'm saying is, it probably will. Number 9, he broke Bob Holly's neck. Now, in an earlier video, I mentioned this and implied, if not outright stated, that Lesnar, after a botched attempt at a powerbomb, dropped Holly on his neck on purpose for sandbagging him. Now, while that still could be true, Holly hated rookies and Lesnar hates people, Bob Holly himself came out to say that it wasn't. It was an accident, pure and simple, that Lesnar called him all the time while he was in hospital, and that logically, Holly had nothing to gain from sandbagging the young star because powerbombs are goddamn dangerous, and yet by far the most to lose. So, fair enough, we redact what we said. However, considering that Lesnar is working with some of the most valuable stars in the business these days, it's probably best for everyone to try and forget how badly people can get hurt while he's around. Number 8, his last match with Kurt Angle wasn't for WWE. Now, they seem to be building up Brock Lesnar versus The Undertaker as the rivalry to end all rivalries, with rumours of WWE planning a trilogy of matches, Undertaker going over at SummerSlam, then Brock and Taker at WrestleMania 32 in a retirement match. Now, that excites some and bores us, but regardless of what you think of a Boulder fighting a grandpa 2 more times, there's one thing that's certain: it won't be Brock's best rivalry, not even close. The match will have to align for that to happen, because Lesnar versus Kurt Kiss Kiss Angle was so damn wonderful. The two men wrestled classics at WrestleMania 19 and SummerSlam 2003 on the history, a 60-minute Iron Man title. But despite WWE being the home of their rivalry, their most recent match was for New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2007. Lesnar tapped him clean into the ankle lock, which is probably another reason why WWE would like people to not mention it. Number 7, he's married to Sable. Brock and Rena Lesnar, aka Sable, married in 2006. They're still happy together to this day and have had 2 children, one of which is called Duke Lesnar, which sounds like someone Arnie would have played in the 80s. Both people have sued the WWE in the past, yet both have worked for the company since then. So that begs the question, why doesn't WWE ever mention their marriage? When Brock fought in UFC, they showed Sable all the time, spurring him on from the crowd and congratulating him on his victories, but not so WWE. Even New Japan Pro Wrestling showed them together when he wrestled for them, so what's the WWE's beef? Are they in age? Answer in the comments, folks. Number 6, his NFL career. Eddie Brock, who loves Minnesota Vikings. I've never seen eye to eye with him personally, but that's a private matter. They know what they did. At the height of his career, Brock decided to walk away. When Brock fought in UFC, they showed Sable all the time, spurring him on from the crowd and congratulating him on his victories, but not so WWE. Even Japan Pro Wrestling showed them together when he wrestled for them, so what's the WWE's beef? Trying to protect their horny fans from the idea that women age? Answer in the comments. Number 6, his NFL career. Loves the Minnesota Vikings. I've never seen eye to eye with him personally, but that's a private matter. They know. Aligning his hate of traveling for the WWE with his love of his home team and dedicating himself to an NFL career. It was very offensive tackle for the Vikings. Now, Brock Lesnar is unfathomably big and strong. He once punched a tree so hard it turned into a book and the pages were just filled with screams. However, Brock's chances were poor from the start. After all, he didn't play collegiate football. Almost everyone in the NFL did. You see, Brock was too busy with the whole wrestling thing. Turns out being a good athlete in one sport doesn't automatically make him the right fit for another. And despite playing a few preseason games, never came close to making the team. Ouch. Number 5, his UFC losses. As loath as WWE normally are to mention their athletes' accomplishments elsewhere, what do you mean Sting was in TNA? Shut your filthy mouth. They did in fact big up Lesnar's UFC career a huge amount. The story that WWE likes to tell is Brock Lesnar walked into UFC, beat Randy Couture, and then that was that forever. In fact, his record is only 4 wins to 3 losses. His first match was against Frank Mir, which he lost in 1 minute and 30 seconds. After his initial loss by submission, he did go on to win 4 consecutive bouts, defeating Heath Herring, then Randy Couture for the UFC Championship, which he defended against Frank Mir, then Shane Carwin. However, Brock's UFC career did not end in grand style, suffering back-to-back TKO defeats against Cain Velasquez in 2010 and Alistair Overeem in 2011, only 4 months before he was back in WWE. Despite losses bookending his UFC career, Paul Heyman paints him as an unbeatable destroyer, and that's how it's going to stay. Number 4, he was arrested for possessing steroids. I imagine it would be easier to arrest an erupting volcano than Brock Lesnar, but it happened. In January 2001, Lesnar was arrested in Kentucky whilst training with the WWE after Louisville detectives intercepted a parcel which they claimed were filled with steroid pills. If the charges had stuck, we would likely never have seen Brock Lesnar at all on WWE TV. He was exonerated and all charges were dropped when the pills were revealed to be some kind of vitamin, according to his lawyer. When the police officers realised their mistake, they were, quote, very apologetic. Yes, I imagine they were, for a bit at least, until Brock Lesnar ate them and then punched their police station until it died. Number 3, he pushed that Gowan down some stairs. Brock Lesnar beat up one-leg man. One-leg man fight for. Brock break one-leg man, one leg. Why you do this, Brock? One-leg man is now sit down man. Brock Lesnar fight sit down man with stairs. Brock Lesnar victory. Bad Brock. Number 2, that WrestleMania match. WrestleMania 20, and the match that everyone wanted until it was given to them, and then boo, boos forever. When Goldberg came to the company, fans were like, yes, but when's he fighting Brock Lesnar? Well, WrestleMania was when. Unfortunately, news broke that the match would be the last in WWE for not one, but both men, with Goldberg not renewing his contract and Lesnar jumping ship for NFL. The fans felt betrayed and destroyed the match, raining boos on both men along with boring and "you sold out" chants. Either not knowing what to do or not caring, both men performed terribly, refusing to lock up for whole minutes, which made the fan reaction worse. It's a slow-motion train wreck, one that neither wrestler will be showcasing on their CV. Number 1, his lawsuit against the WWE. Anyone who's anyone sues Vince, and Brock was no exception. When he left to do football, which is a rubbish fake sport, troll, in order to get out of his 7-year WWE contract, he signed a no-compete clause. When NFL failed, as it should because it's a rubbish fake sport, Brock sued the WWE in 2005 over the no-compete stipulation because he needed a job and he wasn't going to make it as an accountant. In 2006, they came to terms and he started wrestling in Japan before moving to MMA and finally back to Vince. Circle of life, sunrise, sunset. And that's our list. Did we miss any out? Tell us about it in the comments, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and you can even follow me on Twitter here. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and I'll see you soon. It's all about the game, because he pretty much runs the company, and will do so until he's using that sledgehammer as a cane. Triple H rose from a ridiculous fop to the biggest heel in the company, to the king of kings, to the heir to the company, using a strategy of guile, talent, and well-placed daughter husbandry. But his journey to the top was not without its stumbles. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 things WWE want you to forget about Triple H. Number 10, the curtain call, otherwise known as the Madison Square Garden incident. Now this seems positively tame today, but back in 1996 it was the equivalent of Triple H taking a dog-sized bowel movement on Vince's company, by which I mean the bowel movement was the size of a dog. Now the Clique was a backstage group. They were a cross between the Backstreet Boys and the Skull and Bones Club, made up of Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Triple H, X-Pac, then the 1-2-3 Kid, and Shawn Michaels. They were a big group of influential bezies. On May 19th, 1996, at a house show in Madison Square Garden, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were both wrestling their last matches for the company before leaving for WCW. Hall was wrestling Triple H, and Shawn was facing Nash in the main event. After that match, Scott Hall and Triple H joined Nash and Michaels in the ring, and the four embraced, completely breaking kayfabe, a cardinal sin, especially back in the 90s. Vince was furious that not only did the four men expose the business, but some fans had managed to tape them doing it. With Hall being gone and Michaels being champion, the punishment fell solely on Helmsley. He lost his planned King of the Ring victory to Steve Austin and wrestled jobbers for months. Naughty boys. Number 9, being burned by his own entrance. Triple H's WrestleMania entrances have always had a touch of the extravagance about them. Most of them have been genuinely longer than other matches on the card. Some of them are good, like whenever Motorhead play live. Some of them are terrible, like this absolute travesty from WrestleMania 31, where Triple H appeared dressed as a grumpy toy, carrying a handful of stupid shrunken robot heads. Most bad was his entrance at WrestleMania 29, when the game got second-degree cold burns from his own special effects. He appeared inside a big skull fortress thing, bit dumb, and then he walked through the entrance through what he thought was a jet of smoke, was in actual fact dry ice. It coated the game's torso in the stuff, whilst also horribly burning him. The internet didn't realise this, and spent the entire time mocking the man because he looked like a frosted treat. Number 8, the hog pen match. A hog pen match is a wrestling match, repeat, wrestling match, when your opponent wins by throwing you into a hog pen. Wrestling match. There have been only 2 proper hog pen matches in WWE. I'm not counting the redneck triathlon, no one should count that for anything. One involved Vicky Go, an untrained manager, and Santina Marella, a man dressed as a woman. The other one, he battled into a hog. During the match, Triple H got slop shoved in his face by a big hairy man, but he eventually won the match by throwing Godwin into the pen and probably frightening the pigs who had no idea what was happening. Then Triple H himself ended up covered in mud. Remember everybody, dignity is precious. And speaking of dignity, number 7, his movies. Wow, Triple H is not The Rock. Aside from lending to his voice to a Scooby-Doo feature, Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery, and cameoing in TV shows, Triple H has only got 3 movies under his belt, and they're all terrible. In 2 of these films, he plays a con coming out of prison. In The Chaperone, he plays Ray Bradstone, who has to juggle chaperoning his estranged daughter's field trip with escaping from mobsters, which is about as funny as a killing field. Much more funny is the super serious crime drama Inside Out, where Triple H plays the personification of sadness inside the little girl's head. Oh, no, wait. No. He plays an ex-con who has to hang around with Michael Rappaport wearing a silly hat. Rappaport? Michael Rappaport. Rappaport. Pork. Silly hat. And finally, Blade Trinity, the best film Triple H has made, which is like being the smartest Kardashian. Triple H is a vampire with a fat face and a tiny dog who can't beat Ryan Reynolds in a fight. A true trilogy of terrible. Number 6, being crushed by the Ultimate Warrior. 100 seconds. It took less than 100 seconds for the Ultimate Warrior to crush his WrestleMania 12 opponent. Who was that name? Well, he actually had 3 names. Humsley. Triple H Warrior with a pedigree early in the match, which he immediately actually removing chaperoning his estranged daughter's field trip with escaping from mobsters, which is about as funny as a killing field. Much more funny is the super serious crime drama Inside Out, where Triple H finally Blade Trash. Warrior was fired a few... Next time you see the meme of Triple H with a shovel in his hand, just remember he's been on the wrong end of that spade in his own career. Number 5, his relationship with China. Triple H and Shawn Michaels brought China...
Built to be a WWE superstar, it has to be Brock Lesnar. He's got the body, the attitude, the intensity. He was a champion in college and added a WWE title to his resume within months after joining the company.
I agree. The Beast was born for this, Cole. I won't argue with that. He is a ruthless competitor with the skills to match. But sometimes I might take issue with Brock's tactics. Like the time at the Royal Rumble when he nearly killed Big Show with a steel chair even after Brock had already won the match. Still, there's no questioning his ability.
Back in the ring again. Well, King, you said you're not going to question Brock Lesnar's ability, and you shouldn't. But you shouldn't question his tactics either. No matter what it might look like, and no matter what you or anyone else might think, Brock is only doing what's best for himself when it comes to winning matches and getting himself title shots. After a move like that, he's going to need a chiropractor in his near future. Well, I've never seen him do that before. For some competitors, part of their strategy is to demean their opponent. A move like that says it all.
Yeah, you're just trying to embarrass somebody now. Well, if those tactics of Brock Lesnar include pummeling unconscious competitors for no apparent reason, then I'll never agree with him. I mean, the man might be a champion, but sometimes he can cross way over the line. Boy, he was able to reverse and get out of that.
Man, these are powerful shots to Brock Lesnar. I don't know how his equilibrium's not seriously impaired.
You're right. What an attack. I think any other superstar would have been rocked right out of the ring by now. He was able to reverse that. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
And a test here for Brock Lesnar. He has to formulate a plan quickly to get things going. He started this match in great health, but now it seems fatigue has set in.
You said it, Michael. This is absolutely not where he wants to be.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking it might be a good time for him to switch up his game plan. Whatever he's been doing just isn't working right now.
You can feel the electricity running through this arena. This is going to be some battle, one-on-one,
what you doing?
And what a great opportunity this is for these guys to build momentum.
I just started the other match. I was waiting on you. I'm about to finish it. Oh, he quit. He quit. Yeah.
Return to WWE in the future. Here's what they'd want swept under the carpet. I'm Adam.
Alright, set it up.
WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 things WWE wanted to forget about CM Punk. Number 10, he lost his first world title in the worst way. One of the reasons cited by chick magnet Punk for leaving the company was the lack of respect he was given as champion, and when you look at how his first run ended, it's hard not to go, yep. Punk was first crowned World Heavyweight Champion back in June 2008, cashing in on Edge. He defended the championship on pay-per-view twice, first against Batista, retaining it via double DQ after a cane attack, not great, then against JBL at SummerSlam. Instead of defending it for a third time at Unforgiven, however, he was attacked backstage and kicked in the head by Randy Orton. It was announced he was too injured to compete, and ring. He got a bad case of the ouchies, and they just stripped him like that. He wasn't even out for long. He tried to get a title back a week later. Weak sauce. Number 9, the uncomfortable offer.
You said what about Blaze? What? Blaze wearing the hoodie? Alright.
This is the type of attack that just wears down an opponent. Yeah, you can see it working.
Yeah, try, give me a minute, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm in this match with this bozo. I want to beat him. Picking up weapons and shit.
Oh, and did you hear the impact? He'll be feeling the effects of that for a while. That elbow will leave you dazed. He doesn't want to do this outside the ring. Well, I don't blame him.
That time.
And that one hurt his
he's recording.
He's got to be vigilant about not taking any more damage to the neck. See a chiropractor or a spine specialist, whatever he's comfortable with. No pun intended, of course.
Yeah, he's not going to be comfortable for a while.
management that can only be described as severe.
No kidding, this is getting ugly.
Looks like he's starting to sweat now. This could be the start of an ugly downward spiral if he's not careful.
But it's important to note that this match has been so evenly contested so far. You really can't pick a winner.
Agreed. And you have to wonder where this guy's confidence level is at this point. He's pulling out all the stops tonight.
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
Another shot for good measure. This is when you know you'll pull out anything you need in order to put away your opponent.
Oh, not again. Not again.
Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on maiming his opponent.
Oh, my. Get the medics down here.
That must have caused major damage. You just can't train.
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over. Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on maiming his opponent.
What a shot. You could hear that from a mile away.
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
He's showing no signs of letting up. Oh, not again. Not again.
What? Oh my God, his body's been through hell, and his ribs have bore the brunt of the attack.
And I hope we can get a doctor out here as a precaution. Damaged ribs like that can make it hard to breathe.
Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on maiming his opponent.
Well, I don't know if you...
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over. Watch it, watch it.
Oh, what a vicious choke slam.
There's the cover. Can he do it?
Think he's got him.
1, 2. And somehow he's able to get out. Man, that was close.
He's showing the heart of a warrior here tonight.
After a move like that, he's going to need a chiropractor in his near future.
Oh, my. Get the medics down here. Oh, not again. Not again.
Nobody controls the pace of a match quite like this guy.
Watch it. That's it. He's done. This could do it. Maybe he is.
And it's up. He got the shoulder up.
You know, it's hard to believe, but it looks like he still has some gas left in his tank. How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? Oh, my. Get the medics down here. Oh, not again. Not again.
Well, I don't know if you would categorize this as NFL.
Oh, my. Get the medics down here.
Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on maiming his opponent. Few superstars are as dominant as this guy.
Oh, not again. Not again.
Oh, watch out. I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight. Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
Man, what a brutal attack. I'm telling you, if you didn't...
Oh, my. Get the medics down here.
Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there. These guys are giving it absolutely everything they've got.
They're not holding anything back, and I love it.
Inside the ring now. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Come on! Now he just wants that insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's in a mean streak.
Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on maiming his opponent. And he's heading back in. And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight. He's making a statement here with this attack.
Right to the kisser.
He's on the defensive here. Well, he knew this was going to be a fight heading into this one.
The truth is, though, he's still very much in control of this matchup.
Yeah, you said it. And he's still winning this fight, in my opinion. Well, he was able to reverse it and get out of that.
He's really putting his athleticism on display here. Looks to me like the gas tank is at about halfway. You want to make sure it doesn't get close enough to E, though. That's for sure. Offense like this is exactly how a competitor takes control of a match.
It's the way I always used to do it.
What great action we've had in this match.
I'm absolutely loving it, Cole. Come on, aren't you? Look how excited you are. Oh, not again. Not again.
Just look at this.
Oh, my. Get the medics down here.
Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there. You have to wonder what's going through these guys' minds in a match of this magnitude.
And he's going for it again. Oh, my gosh. He might make his opponent tap right here. Oh, man. Does that look painful?
This is serious gut check time. Just a dominating display.
Yeah, I think we could see a lot of punishment inflicted here.
Just making his presence felt there. God, there was nothing accurate about that attempted offense.
Oh, you're being too kind. Some people would use other words to describe what we just witnessed. What a moves! Oh, no way! For the pin and the win!
Hey, Ty, you ready?
And that was win.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Beat the shit out this nigga real quick. I had to. He's trying to play me. Look, I wasn't a young god.
Record interview. Cookie Master Punk is known for being something of a cantankerous, and the title was taken off him. He didn't even lose it in the 2008, cashing in on Edge. He defended the championship on pay-per-view twice, first against Batista, retaining it via double DQ after a cane attack, not great, then against JBL at SummerSlam. Instead of defending it for a third time at Unforgiven, however, he was attacked backstage and kicked in the head by Randy Orton. It was announced he was too injured to compete, and the title was taken off him. He didn't even lose it in the damn ring. He got a bad case of the ouchies, and they just stripped him like that. He wasn't even out for long. He tried to get the title back a week later. Weak sauce. Number 9, the uncomfortable off-the-record interview. Cookie Master Punk is known for being something of a cantankerous old salt, as any passing visitor to his Twitter feed might gather. He don't suffer no fools gladly, and that includes people in the media. Punk's at the point where he knows what his time is worth, and if you waste it, then he's going to be CM Grump, as Michael Landsberg discovered when he interviewed him for Off the Record on TSN. Mikey didn't start well by playing a parody video ribbing Punk for having no UFC opponent planned or even a weight class. As the interview ran on, Punk gets visibly surlier before mocking Landsberg, saying, "It's funny to me, you try to be friendly, you try to act like you're my friend, and then when you get me on camera, you try to act like the cool kid in school," then calling him out for thinking he's hot shit. The interviewer, flustered, calls him disrespectful for drinking coffee on his show, and oh, it's just so awkward, it's just so horrid. Media relations is super important to WWE, and if Punk ever made it back to the company, they probably want people to forget this intense little experience. Number 8, his time with TNA. WWE doesn't talk about TNA. Ever. When a wrestler like RVD disappears for a bit to be on TNA, Vince is like, "Oh, RVD? No idea. Where is he? He's probably dead. Yeah, that's it. He's dead." RVD stands for really very dead. Hey, RVD's back. Where have you been, RVD? Doesn't matter. Oh, he's gone again. He's dead. Cool Mint Punk spent some time with TNA from 2002 to 2004, but in the Best in the World DVD WWE produced about his career, the only mention made of his time there was that he worked in Nashville on Wednesdays. WWE was happy to mention Ring of Honor, but TNA? no way. Bugger off. Number 7, using homophobic language. Heck, who isn't a fan of the occasional homophobic slur? I know this guy is. Rubble-doo! WWE, macho lad blokey bloke business that it is, has been home to its fair share of glad-provoking bollocks in its time, Billy and Chucky and Rico being chief offenders 1, 2 and 3. But with the whole be a star anti-bullying bullying thing WWE can't be doing with homophobic outcries anymore. So when chubby monkey Punk cut loose on a fan at a house show shouting, "You have a vagina" at him before calling him a homo, then that was very bad for WWE. Look, what happens at a house show stays at a house show. Except when people film you, then it doesn't. Forever. Number 6, his lawsuit with a WWE doctor. Chuck Mosley Punk is currently engaged in a protracted and public legal dispute with one of WWE's go-to doctors, Chris Amar. And Chucky and Rico being chief offenders 1, 2, and 3. But with the whole Be a Star anti-bullying thing, WWE can't be doing with homophobic outcries anymore. So when chubby monkey Punk cut loose on a fan at a house show shouting, "You have a vagina" at him before calling him a homo, then that was very bad for WWE. Look, what happens at a house show stays at a house show. Except when people film you, then it doesn't. Forever. Number 6, his lawsuit with a WWE doctor. Chuck Mosley Punk is currently engaged in a protracted and public legal dispute with one of WWE's go-to doctors, Chris Amar. When Punk, breaking his silence on leaving WWE for the first time on Colt Cabana's podcast, said that Amar's negligence over the staph infection he had could have killed him. And Amar's counterpoint was, to paraphrase, "What the f***? Go f*** yourself, you f***ing f***er," suing him for libel and defamation of character. Punk moved to have the claim struck down, but it was upheld earlier this year and won't be going away anytime soon, much as WWE would like it to. Number 5, his first 5-star match was for another company. In the last 18 years, WWE has only produced one match that's ranked a perfect 5 stars on the Dave Meltzer scale of super-duper wrestling matches. That match was at Money in the Bank 2011, and it starred Big Match John and Crooked Moonsault Punk. Considering that WWE...
Here we go, and this is going to be physically grueling for these two teams. For these 4 combatants in this tornado-style tag team match.
Oh, this is going to be good. Enough talk. Let's get it on. But hey, there hasn't been a time that I've sat in this chair and not been excited. So, I guess I'm a little biased. Back inside now.
Unleashes the chop block from behind, and that knee will be weaker for it.
Hey, that'd be a 15-yard penalty in the NFL.
Now, why did he do that? A move like that's low. It's appalling, if you ask me. Totally disrespectful.
Well, when he sees the belt, he likes to hit below it.
He's starting to stumble here. The tornado tag team atmosphere appears to be getting the best of him here.
And it looks to me like neither of these guys are showing signs of pulling away here. And on top of that, John, these two guys couldn't be any more evenly matched at this point.
Yo, look how Ty, they got the moves, Ty. Beat that nigga ass.
Displaying a wide range of offense here. There he goes again, and again, and again, and again. He's starting to feel it.
Not yet.
And it's so hard to create space for yourself in a tornado tag team match such as this.
And Michael, this might very well be where one of these guys pulls away from the other.
See, look. He's waiting for you to come out here. Right, I told you, look. It is game plan.
When this guy's on, look out.
Boy, there's no way he's going to be able to stand after that.
He's making a statement here with this attack.
Oh, man, I would not want to be on the receiving end of one of those kicks.
You can't take many more shots with this kind of attack. You have to wonder just how much longer they compete in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way things are going in there, I'd say not much longer. My gosh, this is a beating. The inverted power slam. Wow. Now that's what you call a finisher. This might be it. Hot damn, it's exciting. Oh, this is insane.
Yeah, get him. I'm gonna get the other one. Hit him again, Ty. I got him now. Hit him again, Ty. I got him.
That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
He just makes sure that this nigga is This nigga is grounded real quick. Keep this nigga on the ground basis, yeah. One more of those. One more of those.
Is he still conscious? Man, that looked bad.
Alright. Now, I hit X. Hold it.
He landed right on his neck from that German suplex. Nowhere to go.
Goddamn work there.
He's inflicting some serious pain here.
Well, we're on the move here.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nobody home that time.
When this guy's on, look out.
If he keeps up this pace, this could turn. Look at this, it's locked in.
It's an all-out brawl, and he fights out of it. He breaks the hold.
Boy, he is
Just deck that nigga. See that, Tom? Decked him. I just decked that nigga. He came running at me. I decked him.
Still don't see him giving up. This guy can go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Grab this nigga tough.
And there's the reversal. Oh, he missed that one. God, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Keep it in the ring, Tom. Fuck him up.
But keep doing it. The breeze may give him a cold. This is it. Here he goes.
And now he gets power slam.
Pin that nigga, Tom. Pin that nigga. Oh, look out, Tom.
Here is insane. I don't think there's any escape. This match has to be over.
Look out, Tom. Good thing they can't block that. I hope it's long. No, hold on.
There can only be one top dog here in the WWE. And a win here with the
Took that shot.
one of these guys claims of being the best.
Little nigga. See? Oh, good shit. So this little nigga. Took all his reversals though.
And a sweep takes him to the mat.
I got him. Damn, Tom. Come on, kick. Hit that nigga, Tom.
He's certainly showing us something.
He just hit his man.
Repertoire.
That's cool. I like
Oh, got him.
Yes, you did right there.
One Mississippi. Two Mississippi. Three Mississippi. Come on, three. Damn it. So close.
When he gets going like this, there are a few better.
He caught the leg.
He was able to reverse that. Incredible counter. Oh, after that. And that was a huge counter. Not this. He's out of nowhere.
How to come to Baby Duke. Baby Duke. Baby Duke.
He's sending a message to the entire WWE locker room here. Good Lord, that wasn't even close.
So that's what it's like being so far off the mark. Look how slow he is to recover here. That was some serious punishment. Not this.
There's the pin. Can his opponent kick out? And some more emotion. That's a thrilling victory.
We did it. We did it, Ty. Beat the living hell out of a couple of people. That's how you gotta do it, Ty. You gotta beat the hell out of, you gotta beat the living hell out of a couple people. If they did, next match is ready for us. Yeah, I hope we don't cheat us. It's some fair people.
Phrase, what the f***? Go f*** yourself, you f***ing f***er, suing him for libel and defamation of character. Punk moved to have the claim struck down, but it was upheld earlier this year and won't be going away anytime soon, much as WWE would like it to. Number 5, his first 5-star match was for another company. In the last 18 years, WWE has only produced one match that's ranked a perfect 5 on the scale of super wrestling.
Oh, the Nakamura shit? The one he kicked you in the face?
2011, and it starred Big Match John and Crooked Moonsault Punk. Considering that WWE have only received 5 such ratings from David Meltzer in history, it's not something they would ever want you to forget. What they're less chuffed about is sharing the fact that this wasn't Punk's first 5-star match. Nope, he bagged that little gem in Ring of Honor against Samoa Joe. Second's okay, but everyone remembers their first, and WWE would like you to forget that it wasn't with them. Number 4, firing Punk on his wedding day. If you say nothing else about Vinnie Mac, the man can shop for wedding gifts, whether it was a diamond-encrusted shovel for Trips and Steph, a signed picture of the Big Show for Vicky and Edge, and a big plate of Who Gives a Crap for Bully Ray and Brooke Hogan. But he saved his best for Cornelius Middlesex Punk. When Punk walked out of WWE, he wasn't fired straight away. No, he was just suspended for 2 months. It was only on June the 13th, 2014, that Punk received his severance papers, which, by the way, was also his wedding day. In a supremely awkward moment, Vince apologized to Punk live on the Stone Cold podcast, citing a failure in communication within the company, and it wasn't on purpose. Yeah, that apology's not been accepted. Whether or not WWE did it on purpose, and look at Vince's face, with someone with a face like that stoop so low, it's a big blow to their PR. Number 3, when the Punk hits a fan. Hitting people is fun. Let's just remember what company we're talking about here, but turns out that when you hit fans in the face, it's somewhat less kosher. On the 18th of October 2012, Colin McRae Punk was escaping through the crowd with his WWE title. Now, to be a little fair to Punk, the fans were all up in his business. Security wasn't doing a good job, and from this footage you can see fans shoving and hitting Punk, who was clearly getting more and more, to use a medical term, piss angry. After one slap to the head too many, he turns around and elbows a fan across the face, breaking his glasses, then pushing him down. Tragically, it wasn't even that fan who hit him. The dude was framed. The little dude in white slaps Punk's head, then squirrels away, letting someone else take the punishment. Bad form, dude in white. You're a douche. Number 2, his comment about Susan G. Komen. You've been watching WWE for the past few years. You know about their association with Susan G. Komen for the Cure, the biggest breast cancer charity in the US. Every year, for a month, WWE goes pink and pledges to rise above cancer with all its superstars, heels or faces, decked out in coloured gear. It's one of WWE's biggest charity drives, so imagine the look on Stephanie McMahon's face when cement mixer Punk took to Twitter on October 5th and wrote, "If you're going to give money to a company that claims to raise money for finding a cure for cancer, please do some research. Komen is a scam." Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Regardless of what you think of Komen, good or ill, Punk coming out and publicly savaging one of WWE's major affiliates is a huge bridge to burn. Genuinely the sort of thing that might prevent Punk ever returning unless the Komen partnership ends. And finally, number 1, he walked out on them. WWE like to feel needed. They want to project the image that they are where everyone wants to end up, that people couldn't possibly have careers beyond V. McMahon and his travelling circus. However, when cantankerous man Punk walked out on the company, he made a statement, a resounding one, which was simply, "I don't need you." It's a humbling experience for WWE, if indeed Vince can be humbled. That's like trying to humble a rock or the sea. It was an indication that they are not the be-all and end-all for their stars, that promotions like UFC provide greater fulfillment for some. It was a huge smackdown for the company and a bitter pill for WWE to swallow. They had been CM Punked. And that's our list. Did we miss any out? Tell us about it in the comments, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and you can even follow me on Twitter here. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and I'll see you soon. Really a remorseless twat. In the last 2 years, legends like Vern Gagne, Mae Young, The Ultimate Warrior, Dusty Rhodes, Roddy Piper all departed for the great locker room in the sky. All were commemorated with heroes, tributes, lovingly edited by WWE. But what about the wrestlers whose passing the company barely gave the slightest mention? And why would they be so cold? I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 wrestler deaths ignored by WWE. Number 10, Chris Kanyon. Chris Kanyon was a former US champion and tag team champion hired by WWE during the Invasion angle. A lot of people complaining about the Invasion angle these days. I loved it. Wouldn't change a thing. Winky face. In the years following, Kanyon found himself often either on the bench with an injury or jobbing and was released in 2004. Having suffered from bipolar disorder for many years, Kanyon was found dead in 2010 next to an empty bottle of depressants and an apology note. The WWE gave him nary a passing mention. Was this because he killed himself? Maybe because he once as part of a publicity stunt told people that WWE released him because he was gay, a statement he later retracted. Perhaps it was because he and Raven once attempted to sue the company for cheating wrestlers out of healthcare. Or perhaps, brutally, the WWE just thought no one would remember him or his run with the company. Do you? Number 9, Ludwig Borger. During his brief run in 1993 to 1994, Finnish superstar Ludwig Borger beat Marty Jannetty at SummerSlam, entered the Tankers' 2-year undefeated streak, feuded with Razor Ramon over the IC title, and competed in the main event of Survivor Series alongside Yokozuna against the likes of the Steiners and The Undertaker. After leaving the company, he also became the first Scandinavian to compete in UFC, won the Finnish Heavyweight Championship as a boxer, and was even elected to Finnish Parliament. Despite all this, in 2010, when Borger was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, the company didn't acknowledge his death. Independently, JR wrote of Borger's problems with drugs and alcohol and said that he had not been a great guy to be around. Number 8, Chris Candido. Well respected for his technical work rate, Candido had notable careers in both ECW and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. His short WWE career even had a few notable moments, namely providing Barry Horowitz with that infamous upset victory and winning the tag team titles as one half of the OTT fitness pricks, the Body Donners. In 2005, Candido died from complications encountered during surgery, and despite TNA honouring him with a memorial tournament, WWE made only one mention of the man during a gone but not forgotten memorial video for ECW stars during the One Night Stand event that year, a video that WWE management probably wanted no part of, but were forced to make by Paul Heyman. Number 7, Lance Cade. Over the course of his 7 years with WWE, Cade never really realised his potential. For 3 years he tagged with Trevor Murdoch in the truckiest tag team ever, winning the World Tag Team Championships 3 times. In 2008 he began a slow climb towards main event status, aligning himself with Y2J and feuding with Shawn Michaels, his former mentor, even earning a pinfall victory over HBK on Raw. However, after an abuse of prescription pills caused him to have a seizure on a WWE plane flight, he was released from his contract. Despite attending rehab in 2010, Cade died later that year to heart failure brought on by a mixture of drugs in his system. Number 6, Doink the Clown. And here we are, talking about a dead clown. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that other nigga died. That was my son. Nigga who, the Trevor Murdoch nigga? Nigga who with Trevor Murdoch, I didn't know he died. That's fucked up. But my nigga the Clown died, I think, too. Fuck.
Originally portrayed by Matt Osborne, Doink was one of the faces of WWE's cartoon period in the early to mid-90s. He was a clown who wrestled. That's just what happens sometimes. He appeared in the Gimmick Battle Royal at WrestleMania 17 and in an episode of Raw in 2007, but when Osborne died from heart failure in 2013, the company was silent. Was this because at least 5 other men had played Doink since Osborne left the company and they wanted to keep the terrifying clown factory open? Perhaps because his death was initially and wrongly attributed by a mixture of drugs. Who wrestled? That's just what happens sometimes. He appeared in the Gimmick Battle Royal at WrestleMania 17 and in an episode of Raw in 2007, but when Osborne died from heart failure in 2013, the company was silent. Was this because at least 5 other men had played Doink since Osborne left the company and they wanted to keep the terrifying clown factory open? Perhaps because his death was initially and wrongly attributed to substance abuse. Eventually, a few lines were written on WWE's website, but hardly a fitting tribute for the iconic character. Number 5, Viscera. Big Daddy V, the world's largest love machine, passed away in 2014.
I know V
He had a long and varied career with the company, including winning the King of the Ring tournament as Mabel and challenging for the WWF title at SummerSlam that same year. After leaving and returning to the company a number of times, Viscera was released for the final time in 2008. In February 2014, Viscera passed away from a heart attack, but received no mention on the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view less than a week later, or Raw the following night. It's not clear exactly why. The man had wrestled in 3 separate eras of the company, and despite being saddled with the large man addicted to sex gimmick that hindered Mark Henry and the Great Khali, was surely present in enough fans' minds for a tribute. Number 4, Nancy Benoit. Most people will unfortunately only know Nancy Benoit for being the woman killed by Chris Benoit during his fit of madness in 2007. In actual fact, Nancy had a 13-year career as a manager, commonly known as Woman, in ECW, where she managed Sandman. She would do things like light his cigarettes and become aroused watching him cane Mikey Whipwreck, as you do. She then moved to WCW to join her real-life husband, Kevin Sullivan, but after having a kayfabe affair with Chris Benoit, who was feuding with Sullivan, art imitated life. A romance between Nancy and Chris blossomed for real. She retired and the two married. After it came to light that Chris Benoit had killed his family, the WWE made the decision to never again mention the incident or Benoit himself. As such, Nancy's career and her untimely death will forever go unacknowledged by WWE. Number 3, Test. Test had quite the career in WWE. His on-screen relationship with Stephanie McMahon made him...
Test died? My nigga Test, that's where he been at. I was just asking about Test, yo. They don't talk about it. They don't talk about Test, that's fucked up. And they don't talk about my other mans he just said. Oh, that's crazy. These niggas was big. Yeah, I didn't know she was a superstar, but damn, like, Tess was definitely a big superstar.
Like a romance between Nancy and Chris blossomed for real. She retired and the two married. After it came to light that Chris Benoit had killed his family, the WWE made the decision to never again mention the incident or Benoit himself. As such, Nancy's career and her untimely death will forever go unacknowledged by WWE. Number 3,
she'll get the fame that she deserved because he killed her. Like, that's fucked up.
Test had quite the career in WWE. His on-screen relationship with Stephanie McMahon made him a prominent player early on, and having a high-profile feud with Shane O'Mac. However, after Stephanie was drugged and stolen by Triple H, wrestling is fun, Test became a tag team wrestler, working as part of TNA with Albert and Trish Stratus, with Scott Steiner, where they spent their tag career abusing Stacy Keibler, and as part of the Un-Americans with Lance Storm and Christian, his association with that stable getting a one-on-one match with The Undertaker at SummerSlam 2002. He won the European title, Intercontinental title, Hardcore title, Tag titles, and regularly competed for the ECW World title. He died at the young age of 33 from an overdose of painkillers. He wasn't afforded any tribute, likely because of his problems with steroids and pills. Number 2, Umaga. Umaga, racist gimmick though it most definitely was, got Eddie Fatu over in a big way. He was already a member of the Anoa'i family, I hope I pronounced that right, that gave us The Rock, Yokozuna, Roman Reigns and Rikishi. He won the IC title twice and represented Mr. McMahon in the Battle of the Billionaires at WrestleMania 23. He was eventually released from the company in 2009 after violating the wellness policy for the second time and refusing to go to rehab. Later that same year, he suffered heart failure as a result of a toxic cocktail of substances in his system. For falling out of repute with the company for drug infractions and dying of drug abuse, he received no tribute, much to the outrage of fans. Number 1, WWF President Jack Tunney. Before the Montreal Screwjob outed Vince McMahon as owner-operator of WWF, and for over a decade, the WWF was kayfabe run by President Jack Tunney, who in real life was a Canadian promoter who allied himself with Vince McMahon. From 1984 to 1995, he was the man in charge. He wasn't often seen, but anytime a massive announcement had to be made, like the WWF Championship being vacated before the Royal Rumble 1992, or the creation of the WrestleMania 4 Championship Tournament, it came from the office of Jack Tunney. The fictional president was removed from TV in 1995 after the business partnership between Tunney and McMahon ended, and when he died in 2004 of a heart attack, not one person from WWE attended his funeral, and his death went unreported on WWE.com. Heartbreaking. And that's our list. Did we miss any out? Tell us about it in the comments, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and you can even follow me on Twitter here. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and I'll see you soon.
Damn, some of these niggas ain't gonna have legacies. That's fucked up.
What's up guys, and welcome back to another video, and today we have top 10 things the WWE wants you to forget about the Montreal Screwjob. Number 10, Jim Ross knew about it. People know him as one of the most decorated WWE commentators of all time, and he was also the voice of the WWE during the 90s. JR constantly said on commentary that he knew nothing about the finish and calling it as he sees it, and his reaction was like a well-educated fan. The reason he did this was because he wanted to make it seem as real as possible. However, Vince McMahon held a secret meeting at his hotel room just one night before Survivor Series with Pat Patterson, Shawn Michaels, and Jim Ross. They would speak about the plans for the main event. Dave Meltzer confirmed this to be true as well. It is also said that when JR left the hotel, he was shaking from the news that he received. Number 9, Vince McMahon asked Bret Hart to leave. Vince McMahon loves to have a loyal relationship with those who are loyal to him, but Vince actually asked Bret Hart to leave the WWE because he couldn't afford to pay him what he asked for. In 1996, WCW offered a deal to the Hitman when his contract had expired while he was a free agent. WCW made Bret an amazing deal of $2.8 million per year for 3 years, which was no way in hell going to be matched by Vince McMahon. But Bret Hart wanted to stay, and he wanted a 20-year contract. So over time, he makes more money than WCW and stays loyal. It was a win-win for everybody. Vince asked Bret if he could change his contract so he could take a pay cut. Bret did not like the idea one bit, so Vince told him he might as well leave. He told Bret that he would be doing the company a favor by going to WCW. Number 8, Triple H knew about it. Triple H helped come up with the finish of Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart at Survivor Series. Triple H played a huge role in the Montreal Screwjob. Triple H was involved in a private meeting between Vince McMahon, HBK, and himself. They said if Bret Hart doesn't want to do business and drop the title, we'll do business for him. That was the beginning of thinking of a way to screw Bret Hart. This was the beginning of Triple H becoming an authority figure and also knowing what's best for business. Number 7, boycotting Raw. After what happened to a longtime veteran and a loyal man, the WWE roster was full of anger. The Screwjob was one of the craziest things that the wrestlers witnessed in the backstage area as...
Damn. Why fuck up the good shit? Damn, what do you want? Hold on. Hello. Hello. Hello? Who is? Oh, what up? Where you at? He caught you again? I thought you was in Jersey. Couple hours. Why you didn't stay for a couple days? Like, at least 2. I thought you couldn't stay. I'm about to say you don't got no friends. Nobody like you. You didn't find that funny? What would you fucking with? Nah, hello? Hello? Hey, what up, man? What you fucking with? You come back, you going late? I said, when you come back, you gonna link? We gonna link? What time you think you be back, you said? Hey, could you let me talk to her again? Yeah, so what you doing after that? You trying to chill or are you busy? Alright, well, call me. Alright, hey, get back the phone. I make this quick, man. Listen, I see when you pull up, I'm gonna have a blunt later, for sure. It probably gonna be some green though, but I'm happy though. I'm saving. Alright. It didn't even start yet, child. What are you talking about already? Like you had it on pause. Like you got control of the thing. And
the majority of the roster agreed that the way the situation was dealt with was very disrespectful. Many stars backstage were suspicious of Vince and even worried about what could happen to them. If Vince did this to a loyal guy who carried the company through the toughest years like Bret Hart, what happened to them? Vince held a meeting with the entire roster explaining why all this happened. McMahon said if this wasn't done, the company's future would be in jeopardy. He could not risk Hart leaving with the WWE Championship. The potential boycott was about to happen until Hart told the entire locker room not to boycott Raw for the risk of being fired. Besides family members Owen Hart, Davey Boy Smith, and Jim Neidhart, only one wrestler boycotted the next night. That man was Mick Foley. Number 6, Undertaker made Vince apologize. The Undertaker is known as a backstage locker room general, and after the story, it couldn't be more true. The Undertaker is a great loyal wrestler.
I don't give a fuck if you got Montana Dennis. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him and Mark Henry. Make both of these niggas into my big bitches. I'm gonna make Mark Henry into the biggest bitch out there. Hey, his name is Mark Henry Big Bitch. That's his name on me. Mark Henry Big Bitch. Look out, Hold on. He got a good kick. He got a good kick. Come on, is better. Oh, good mark. Good mark, Henry. Strike. Fuck over here. Oh. Get that in the car. Well, come in time. Get that time. Oh. Oh. Had my head stuck, no?
One move after the other. It's devastating.
Guys, oh, he lucky.
Clearly on a mission here.
Caught him big.
Mark Henry, we're talking about punishing power. Mark Henry's strength is so superior. He can lift automobiles. The world's strongest man is intense, vicious, and looking to dismantle anyone who gets in his way.
Working hard all day. All night.
Concentrating on the body here. It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Alright, I got this time.
Swinging for the fences and missing. He's in full-on attack mode now.
Get his big ass, Todd. Get his big ass.
He's not exactly popping up to his feet here.
Well, what do you expect, Michael? Did you see what just happened?
It's difficult to articulate the pure
I ain't got no reversals. Need to hit that dude. Good shit. Good move to use. Get your ass over here. Bald-headed ass. Looking like a fake-ass Bobby Lashley.
Mark Henry is so strong and so vicious. You can hear the bones in his opponent break. I mean, when Henry gets moving, it's like being...
All I need is reverse one time. I got something for his ass.
He's measuring.
Power slam. Wow. Okay, he stumbled a bit, but he's all right. Nothing big.
Damn, did he reverse? Oh, he did. Shit. Look out, Tough.
He's struggling a bit here. He doesn't want to let this match get out of control, guys.
You said it, and he does not want to let his opponent gain some steam here and start to get the upper hand.
Oh, there's a lot of pride in that man, Cole. He's going to fight until there's no more fight left in him. Yeah, pride will allow you to do some great things. He's making a statement
that's
here
a
with
big
this attack.
bitch.
You can see him struggling to stand after all
I
the
don't trust
damage
that.
he's taken.
I'll wait till the verses is
He
going.
doesn't want to do this outside the ring. Well, I don't blame him.
I could hit that.
Everything, I guess. He's starting to stagger a bit. He looks to be a little surprised right now.
I don't disagree, Michael.
Thank God. Oh, that shit is cruise. That's so gay.
Well, the first two finishers didn't put him away, but I'm willing to bet a third one might do the trick.
When this guy's on, look out. Oh, that's going to hurt. Come on. Now he just wants that insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's a mean streak.
A move like that is completely unnecessary, unless you want to degrade your opposition, of course.
I agree, Cole. I mean, this is intentional humiliation. The inverted power slam. Wow.
This
Big ass head, Monk.
Does this building have a curfew? I feel like we might be here all night. What a beating.
Oh, what a vicious choke slam. Wow, big shots there. All right, guys, what a display.
Wake your bitch ass up, ref.
I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go.
But it took forever.
Uh-oh, big move coming. He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
He's sending a message to the entire WWE locker room here.
Oh, shit.
And his heartless attack continues. Oh, man. This is getting tough to watch. And he reversed it. Good move there. Boy, did he get dropped or what? You don't want to get caught outside the ring for too long. And down he goes. Few superstars are as dominant as this guy. Well, that messed him all right. Hey, did you look before firing? What an idiot. Just brings him down to the mat with authority there. He's simply reminding him that he's here. And he rolls out, buying himself some breathing room. When he gets going like this, there are a few better.
Damn. Caught him.
Look at him move. What acrobatics. Yeah, but can he juggle? Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet. God, there was nothing accurate about that attempt at all. Cruz covers early. One. That was relatively easy to get out of. And this has got to be it. That's it. It's over. Not a lot of spring left. What a kick out. Oh, he almost had him. What a battle. Oh, my goodness. How is this not over? You can't teach heart. Believe me, when I tell you this guy is filled with it. The man has taken so much punishment in this match. Just look at this. You can see the results from that move. He's doing everything he can to get his bearings back here. Otherwise, this match could be over sooner than anyone could have anticipated. Yeah, Cole, this is when you have to settle things down. Get the blood flowing back in your body and strategize what your next move or your next form of attack will be. And now the drop kick. What an acrobatic move. Man, that was a pretty drop kick. Well, he was able to reverse and get out of that. Back into the ring now. He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in. Nobody home there. Nobody home? Cole, that looked like the house has been empty for months. Few superstars are as dominant as this guy. He saw that one coming. He anticipated that move perfectly. And his shoulders up, it's only two. My God, what's it going to take? I don't know. I can't believe this, Michael. He simply refuses to stay down. Oh, I think this man means business. Woo.
I thought I blocked that. Fuck.
Henry looks completely out of gas. Here he goes for the win. Let's do this. Two. Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there. Textbook snapmare. And he gets out of the ring, stopping this assault for the moment. Taking quite a beating here. This might be the end of the line for him here in this tornado tag team match. Given how many times he's gone to his finisher, you'd think he'd be in better shape right here. Well, all I can say, guys, is that his finisher seems pretty ineffective here tonight. Man, oh man, did he take a wild swing with that one. Right. That was wild indeed. Good thing we're over here, really pushing his opponent to the limit here. He combines speed, agility, balance, and force, all in one move. Shoulders down. This could be it. Count, Ref, count. When he gets going like this, there are a few better. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here. For some competitors, part of their strategy is to demean their opponent. A move like that says it all. Yeah, you're just trying to embarrass somebody now. Look how slow he is to recover here. That was some serious punishment. Well, Mark Henry, you don't want to feel this.
Gotta break this one up. I don't think I gotta get out this one.
What a finishing maneuver. This could be it. It's gotta be it. I can't believe he can still go like that. And this has gotta be it. It's it. It's over. What? I can't believe that was only two. How do you kick out of that ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. What's Mark Henry going to do?
Looks like he's pinpointing the back. God, there was nothing accurate about that attempted offense.
Oh, you're being too kind. Some people would use other words to describe what we just witnessed.
I've never seen him do that before. Good Lord, that wasn't even close.
So that's what it's like being so far off the mark.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything. Somehow, he's kicking into another gear here tonight.
He's delivering an old-fashioned butt kicking right here.
Talk about catching a beating. He didn't need a GPS to find the mark. He's got him up.
Not every move is designed to get the fans off their feet. He almost took his head off with that lariat.
And he's still down after that move. I almost wonder if his bell got seriously wrong there.
He was one step ahead on that one. Look at the pain on his face after that neck breaker. I can't believe everything that's transpired thus far. It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
So damaging. Wow, Mark Henry brought off his feet.
I think I felt the ground shake on that one. Oh, his body has to be broken right now.
He's sending a message to the entire WWE locker room here.
Incredible counter.
He anticipated that move perfectly.
He was able to reverse this.
Wow, that was a wild strike. Tyrell missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation.
Inside the ring now. Not going to win many matches with that move.
He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
Just making his presence felt there.
Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there.
I knew he was gonna roll in so fast.
It might be time for him to reassess the situation.
He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring. Oh, man, what a shot. Oh, his body has to be broken right now. Boy, he just got laid out.
It's got to be hard to rebound from that one.
I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go. How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal. How much damage did that do?
A lot from the looks of it. If he keeps up this pace, this gets real ugly real fast.
That stop might have only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow.
That may be felt for a lifetime. And he gets leveled.
Nobody home there.
Nobody home? Oh, that looked like the house has been empty for months.
His shoulders are down.
1, 2.
And it looks like this one's going out to the floor.
I don't mind. Let's see a little outside the ring action.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Come on. Now he just wants to add insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's... Well, that's it.
What a finishing move. This could be it right here.
I think it's gut check time now.
Oh, and he missed that one. God, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage with swings like that, but keep doing it. The freeze may give him a cold. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go.
Careful.
Big punishment being delivered to Mark Henry.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
At this point, you'd think he'd have that move well scouted.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
Mark Henry may just stay down after that.
These two
secondary when you get near all these dangerous objects. We know what this is.
Displaying it.
How much more violent is this going to get? Oh, wait a minute. I think we're about to find out. Oh, wow.
This is insane. Does this building have a curfew? I feel like we might be here all night. What a beating.
We now have to question if he'll be able to come back after that. This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical. Somehow, he's kicked it into another gear here tonight.
What type of competitor is favored when you step outside the ropes, King?
Well, in my opinion, the more vicious, the more destructive person that's willing to do absolute.
Could this be it? And the kick out comes just in the nick of time. I have no idea what's keeping this competitor going. It's simply amazing.
I don't believe it. He refuses to lose. Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy.
Hey, dude, move too fast.
Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like he was completely out of desperation.
And he's heading back in.
I can't blame him.
God, there was nothing accurate about that attempted offense.
You're being too kind. Some people would use other words to describe what we just witnessed.
You can kick out, right?
This could be a
That's one less superstar to deal with. He was able to reverse and get out of that. And he goes for the cover.
This is it. This could do it.
Maybe it.
Here we go for the win.
I think they got it too.
And that's why he's the world's strongest man. Look at this. He's using his opponent's taunt against them.
And he's trying to counter.
Even more damage to the chest.
Oh, that chest has got to be hurt. Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
He saw that one coming.
Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like he was completely out of desperation.
Mark Henry with a great offensive show. Look at this. He's going back to an old friend with that one.
You're right about that. You got to remember what works.
I don't believe it. He just stole his opponent's finishing move.
That takes a lot of nerve, Cole.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Trying to get under his opponent's skin with this one. He's going to give up. He's got to give up. No one can get out of this. And now, and he wheels his way out. And he fails to connect with anything that time.
Man, that was so missed, all right. I could feel the breeze all the way over here.
Few superstars are as dominant as this guy. Nobody controls the pace of a match quite like this guy.
This match has been awesome.
All good things must come to an end. But I wish that match could have gone on a little longer.
He's been wrestling with the company for 3 different decades. Taker has a lot of respect for Vince at Raw for the risk of being fired. Besides family members Owen Hart, Davey Boy Smith, and Jim Neidhart, only one wrestler boycotted the next night. That man was Mick Foley. Number 6, Undertaker made Vince apologize. The Undertaker is known as a backstage locker room general. And after this story, it couldn't be more true. The Undertaker is a great loyal wrestler. He's been wrestling with the company for 3 different decades. Taker has a lot of respect for Vince, but even he was angry and did not agree with what Vince McMahon had done to Bret Hart. A little after the screwjob happened and all the cameras stopped filming, there was an insane amount of chaos when Bret Hart went to the back with Vince. McMahon went straight to his office and locked the door. He was with Shane, Briscoe, Pat Patterson, and other agents. Vince did not want to talk to the furious Bret. No one would get Vince to open the door until the Undertaker would bang on the door. Taker eventually got him to come out and face Bret like a man and apologize and try to make things right. Number 5, Shawn Michaels' heat. Shawn Michaels had to deal with a lot of resentment from WWE crowds, and worst of all crowds were in Canada, always hearing "You screwed Bret" chants even many years later. HBK didn't care too much about the crowds as the wrestlers in the back. When Vince McMahon had a talent-only meeting, he was making it clear it was 100% of his fault and wanted the heat. But you can't hate the man that's writing your check. So all the heat would fall onto his partner in crime, Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels would say in interviews that after the screwjob, he could feel the hatred people had towards him, and he became very paranoid. In the locker room, he was even afraid to be in the dressing rooms alone. Number 4, lying about Bret's contract. The Raw after Survivor Series, Vince McMahon wanted to say his side of the story with the infamous Bret screwed Bret promo. And Vince talked in depth about the incident on his point of view. It was much different from the usual scripted storylines. Vince spoke about Bret Hart's 20-year deal, with the first 3 years of being an active wrestler. Those first 3 years, he quotes, Bret would be paid $3 million a year. It was actually $1.5 million per year. Number 3, Shane McMahon's involvement. As soon as the screwjob was done, Bret made his way backstage wanting answers and to beat up Vince McMahon. In the Wrestling with Shadows documentary, Bret told Vince after his shower he was going to find him and punch him in the face. Shane McMahon was right next to his father when he got punched from Bret Hart and tried to get involved after seeing his father go down. Shane would be taken away by Davey Boy Smith because he didn't want McMahon's son to get beat up as well. After Hart was through with Vince, he told Briscoe and Shane to pick Vince up off the floor and get out of the locker room or else the same would happen to them. Number 2, Owen Hart couldn't leave. After what happened at Survivor Series 1997, you would think that if you're close with Bret Hart or even related to the guy, you'd be fired. Well, that is exactly what happened with the Hart Foundation members and brothers-in-law Davey Boy Smith and Jim Neidhart. The WWE gave them quick releases from their contracts to go on with Bret Hart to WCW. However, Bret Hart's own brother Owen Hart wasn't given the same deal. Vince did not give Owen Hart a release from the company because he had a contract that had several years on it. He would make his return a few months after Survivor Series to attack Shawn Michaels and went on to feud with Triple H. Number 1, and Mr. McMahon was born. Before the Montreal Screwjob, Vince McMahon was only known as an announcer and a commentator for Monday Night Raw. The Montreal Screwjob created the Vince McMahon character, who was a huge heel as the owner and CEO of the WWE. While Vince tried to be professional and explain his actions on his Bret Screwed Bret segment, fans viewed it as him trying to be an asshole about the whole situation. Vince decided that, well, they hate me, let me embrace this heat. He would use it to turn himself into a villain character who abused the power he had. Therefore, Mr. McMahon was born out of the Screwjob. The character received huge success during the Attitude Era by being Stone Cold's greatest rival and one of the best feuds of all time. The feud between the boss and employee would be the reason they beat WCW in the Monday Night War. If the Montreal Screwjob never happened, who knows if the WWE would still be here right now. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe for more. Also, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at WWEFana. Also, check out my other channel, Official Life Facts. Take care and spike your hair.
Here we go, and this is going to be physically grueling for these two teams. For these 4 combatants in this tornado-style tag team match.
Yeah, and when these superstars combine their efforts, they're twice as lethal. Never a dull moment.
Yeah, you look at their names, right? Is Chris Jericho, right? CJ is John Cena. John JC. You see that? If they names backwards, they initials.
I don't remember the last time he executed that maneuver. Jericho struggling a bit. The Tornado tag team atmosphere appears to be getting the best of him here.
And at this point, it looks to me like this match.
Yeah, he made John Cena smaller, I think.
It's been a great match up to this point.
Look how small John Cena look, yo. Oh, my bugging.
You have to wonder how much more he has to give here in this
I think he made him smaller so he can move faster. What you think?
I'd be shocked if this is the end of the road for him. He's taken on quite a bit of punishment here tonight.
Nah, I mean, he made him look smaller. I think he made the dude shorter. Hell yeah, look at John Cena. He made him look shorter, I think. Yeah, I think he made him short so he could be a little faster.
Serious injuries. Okay, this is going to need some serious medical attention. That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? Reversal. Good cut. Is he pressing a secret button to move that fast? I mean, those kicks won't give you a good feeling. I can promise you that.
Not a lot of spring left in his step right now.
And he dodges that one. And down goes Cena.
Oh, right on the spine. Action outside. Well, the trick sometimes when you get outside the ring is survival. The match becomes almost secondary when you get near all these dangerous objects. He's showing no signs of letting up.
Extra slow getting back to his base here.
I couldn't block that shit in time.
Chris Jericho knows how to polish off an opponent. It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Out here, King, you can use this whole ringside area as a weapon.
Oh, yeah. Everything from the floor to the barricades can and will.
Good Lord, did you see that?
Oh, man, Michael, that was some shot. Cena's got to be in bad shape now.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
He's in full-on attack mode now.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation.
You can see him struggling to stand after all the damage he's taken.
This guy's just getting worn out. Neckbreaker! That was vicious!
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Jack one of them.
Bam! And the action could not be contained inside that ring.
He's having a seriously hard time getting back to his feet after that.
Oh, take a look at that. We haven't seen that one tonight.
I love something new.
Get Chris.
Oh, and a terrific reversal by Chris Jericho. He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in. It looks like he's in no man's land here. He needs to be able to put things back together here.
Michael, this is a dangerous position to be in. He needs to be able to find a way to clear the cobwebs and regroup.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King.
I don't know about that, but this area is so dangerous. He's showing no signs of letting up.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Things have gone from bad to worse for Chris Jericho. He's dangerously close to losing this match for his team.
You know what? I wish he'd just stay in the ring and fight like a man. Oh, man. This guy doesn't know that matches are won inside the ring. Right? Come on. Get in there. Oh, there's a lot to hit there. Now, the question is this going to continue? And if so, for how long? If you're looking to make a statement, job well done.
He's making a statement here with this attack. He may have to
Not
worry about internal
it.
injuries.
Oh, out here, big time. There it is, the finisher.
And this has got to be it.
It's it. It's over.
Nobody home there.
Nobody home? Cole, that looks like the house has been empty for months. Oh, once you get out of the ring, anything can happen. You've got exposed steel, concrete, the barricades, and all of it can be used to cause massive damage.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? He's delivering an old-fashioned butt kicking right here.
A huge reversal by Cena.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
John Cena could be out cold.
Avoids the impact there. Jericho maneuvers his way out of trouble.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
How do these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? Oh, they couldn't find a home for that one.
Well, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of trying, Michael. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here. He's in full-on attack mode now.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King.
I don't know about that, but this area is so dangerous.
It's got to be hard to rebound from that one.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
This takes the adage of practice makes perfect and takes it in a completely new direction.
No kidding. Over and over, the same new direction.
Woo, a little showboating going on here. These guys giving the sold-out crowd exactly what they came to see. What an incredible match.
On this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Man, oh man, did he take a wild swing with that one.
You're right. That was wild indeed. Good thing we're over here.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything.
I think we're about to see a high-risk move from the top rope.
I think you're right, Cole. This should be good. Chris Jericho has found an answer here.
King, once you get outside the ring, anything can happen.
Yeah, and it usually does. Over the years, I've seen more careers come to an abrupt end outside of the ring than I can remember. This area is so dangerous.
Jericho goes down hard.
Oh, his body has to be broken right now.
Not the first time we've seen this move tonight.
This may be turning into a brawl, King.
Yeah, just don't bring it over here. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go. Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
Could be trouble here. Applying the ankle lock.
Double team move.
From experience, Cole, that ankle lock really hurts. Well, you know from our WrestleMania match.
He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in.
Oh, they've got the upper hand on Jericho. What a move by Chris Jericho. Or a great way to avoid one. If he keeps up this pace, this could...
He's doing everything he can to get his bearings back here. Otherwise, this match could be over sooner than anyone could have anticipated.
Yeah, Cole, this is when you have to settle things down. Get the blood flowing back in your body and strategize what your next move or your next form of attack will be.
He's certainly showing us something new from his repertoire.
That's cool. I like new stuff.
Outside of the ring here, there are so many different tools at your disposal.
Yeah, there. Look what a counter that was. Oh, out of nowhere.
That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing. Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
Action outside.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King.
I don't know about that, but this area is so dangerous.
He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in. What offense John Cena is showing at this point.
He's showing no signs of letting up.
Huge shot to John Cena.
All this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here. It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
I'm not sure I can watch this.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nobody home that time.
And he reversed it.
Good move there.
You're taking a giant risk with your own well-being anytime you take the action to the outside.
Action outside. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment?
Oh, looks like he's in no man's land here. He needs to be able to put things back together here.
Michael, this is a dangerous position to be in. He needs to be able to find a way to clear the cobwebs and regroup.
There's clearly something about his face that he doesn't like.
Yeah, the same way I feel about yours.
When this guy's on, look out.
He was able to reverse that. He was one step ahead on that one. He doesn't want to win this one outside the ring.
Because he's a pro king, he wants to get it done inside.
Not this. He's looking at it again. Kinshasa! He is just getting busted up.
Here we go for the win.
Think they got him.
A knockdown, drag-out brawl, complete with a big stomp.
And these guys are throwing bombs. They're pulling out all the stops. And that's a shot that can drop a grizzly.
This is a wreck. He's moving like an uncaged animal.
Oh, what?
He's adding insult to injury by using that move against his opponent.
Oh, man, this may not end well. What in the world did we just see? That was amazing.
He's stalking his opponent from the top turnbuckle.
Yeah, I wonder what the view's like from up there. Oh, look out. We're taking this thing to the floor.
Yeah, and it's real dangerous out here. We've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything.
Oh, he missed that one. God, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, we're not doing any damage with swings like that, but keep doing it. The freeze may give him a goal. He's in full-on attack mode now. He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
There he goes again.
And again. And again.
And again.
Well, out here you have to be able to think on your feet lightning fast. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and you can find yourself in a world of hurt.
The frequency of this move is becoming deliberate at this point, to say the least.
No kidding. Over and over and over again. Here we go. He's got to be careful not to go.
Watch your back, Ty. Watch your back.
You do remember Wells, don't you, Michael?
Not really, but you are from Tennessee, so I get your reference. You still use them.
Yeah, but I don't go there too many times. You just knew a match of this caliber was going to spill out on the floor eventually.
I mean, when you put these two competitors together, anything's going to happen. I can't believe everything that's transpired this far. It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
Oh, he missed.
Nobody home that time.
At this point, you think you'd have that move well scouted.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King. I don't know about that.
What an insane move by John Cena.
Wow, now that's what you call a finisher. This might be it. Hot damn, it's exciting. It's nearly impossible to deal with this type of power.
He's certainly showing us something new from his repertoire.
That's cool. I like new stuff.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
Boy, did he get dropped or what?
The end may be near, folks. The opposition certainly has his number here in this tornado tag team match.
Hold on. You have to think one of these times he goes for his finisher, it'll actually finish this thing, right? Guys, if I'm him, I'm putting my finisher on ice. It clearly hasn't been working for him here tonight. He's pulling out all the stops tonight.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? Chris Jericho knows how to polish off an opponent.
Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
Unleashing it for the second time now. This may be turning into a brawl, King.
Yeah, just don't bring it over here. Oh, that's it. This one's got to be over after that.
This could be the end of him at any moment right now. seeing the same move being used. This is unbelievable, King.
Yeah. What's up with this? Over and over and over.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict on here on the floor. Jericho's taking full control of this match. What type of competitor is favored when you step outside the ropes, King?
Well, in my opinion, the more vicious, the more destructive person that's willing to do absolutely anything to hurt his opponent, regardless of the consequences, he has the advantage.
Ouch! After a move like that, he's going to need to see a chiropractor or a spine specialist, whatever he's comfortable with. No pun intended, of course.
Yeah, he's not going to be comfortable for a while. Looking to get this action back on track inside the ring.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
Back now inside the ring. He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring. Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly.
Nice. Let's do this inside the ring. How much damage did that do?
A lot from the looks of it. Oh, and he missed that one. God, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage with swings like that, but keep doing it. The breeze may give him a goal.
Man, Chris Jericho, what offense. That strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing.
That shot is perfect. If you get hit with a lot more of those, getting nailed once turns into a full skull. That's it. That's got to be it. Chris Jericho now. That's a finishing move, people.
What a takedown. Quick and with authority. That's a great way to psych out your opponent. He's just getting dissected.
Fuck.
Looking at every superstar on the roster is crowded around the monitors in the back to see which one of these guys comes out victorious. He thinks he has it.
Look out below. Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal.
The danger level just picked up a notch now that the action is spilled to the outside. Just look at this man. He's all business.
And that's the way he has to be if he wants to win here tonight.
Well, that messed him all right.
Hey, did you look before firing? What an idiot. Bringing it back inside. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. Raw has been the site of some of the biggest matches on sports entertainment history, and this match is sure not to disappoint. The human body can only absorb so much of that.
Oh, his body has to be broken right now. Boy, he is really tired now.
Hey, which one of the guys you want? Stick to one guy. What guy do you want right now?
But I still don't see him giving up.
You gonna get Chris Jericho?
Destruction no one was expecting.
I certainly didn't expect to see this kind of damage.
And the offensive display by John Cena. Few superstars are as dominant as this guy. Reversal. I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything. He saw that one coming. Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nobody home that time. sometimes it hurts the ego more than the body, but it's damaging nonetheless. Yeah, and he's not looking too good now.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Nice reversal. See a superstar's own finishing move used against him like this.
Yeah, that's almost embarrassing.
Oh, trying to put him away. Well. That's the first time tonight we've seen that move.
I wouldn't mind seeing it a little more often. I'm not sure I can watch this.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying. This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
We may very well be witnessing one of the greatest episodes of Raw in recent memory. And it's just a matter of time now.
Well, now I have to question if he'll be able to come back after that.
We've seen this finishing move so many times this match, I've lost count. This one should definitely be over now.
I'll tell you this, his opponent's in major pain right now. Well, this might be the worst yet.
Nobody home there.
Nobody home? Oh, that looked like the house has been empty for months.
He's really going after that tonight.
Yeah, that neck is going to be sore tomorrow.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King.
I don't know about that, but this area is so dangerous. It's showing no signs of letting up.
And he fails to connect with anything that time.
Man, that was some miss, all right. I could feel the breeze all the way over here. I'm sensing a pattern here, Cole.
And what would that be?
Well, he's going to do the same thing over and over and over. And he reversed it. Good move there. Well, we're on the move here. He's able to reverse it and get out of that.
Down goes Jericho.
Well, down, but not out, Cole. Mark my words, Jericho's not out.
He's sending a message to the entire WWE locker room here.
Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up. He's got his eyes set on Jericho. Just trying to get his opponent into making a mistake here.
He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
And here comes the breaker.
He's not going to like this.
Oh, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, look like he's completely out of desperation.
He's making a statement here with this attack. Well, moves like that at this stage are not to win any match. They're just used to send a message.
Yeah, I think this guy's really showboating now. Reversal. Chris Jericho showing his skill.
Taking down with great force. What a wicked neck breaker. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go.
Man, look at this. That's right. Just keep going.
Repeat, repeat.
Nearly driven through the mat. It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. What type of competitor is favored when you... Oh, my gosh.
Come on, come on.
I I can't believe everything that's transpired thus far. It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war. Ouch! You can hear that in different time zones.
Keep in mind, this arena floor is very unforgiving, even with the thin layer of padding around the ring.
Man, he's still down after that move. I almost wonder if his bell got seriously wrong there.
And he's heading back in.
I can't blame him. A textbook reversal. Can he follow up? Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. All this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
I can't believe everything that's transpired thus far. It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
Oh, he missed that one. God, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage with swings like that, but keep doing it. The breeze may give him a cold.
He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in.
Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
Oh, his body has to be broken right now.
A bone-jarring shoulder tackle there.
Oh, that'll knock your legs right out from under you. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go.
Well, that missed him all right.
Hey, did you look before firing? What an idiot.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
He's out. What a takedown. Quick and with authority. That's a great way to psych out your opponent. He's just getting dissected. Oh, my. An explosive suplex. Oh, once you get out of the ring, anything can happen. You've got exposed steel, concrete, the barricades, and all of it can be used to cause massive damage.
This is a wreck. He's moving like an uncaged animal. Oh, wow. He's wild in there.
How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Now, why did he do that? A move like that's low. It's appalling, if you ask me. Totally disrespectful.
Well, when he sees a belt, he likes to hit below.
He's making a statement here with this attack. Looks like he's pinpointing the back.
Wow, he's still down after that. Wow, he's still down after that.
Just making his presence felt there. That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing. Oh, out of nowhere.
Good Lord, that wasn't even
receive out here. He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
And that's why the adage holds true. There's a first time for everything.
I think you're right. I believe that's the first time he's ever attempted this.
Now, why did he do that? A move like that's low. It's appalling, if you ask me. Totally disrespectful.
Well, when he sees a belt, he likes to hit below it.
Things are not looking very good right now. Gonna have to find a way to regroup.
He saw that one coming. Wow, he's still down after that.
That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Good Lord, that wasn't even close.
So that's what it's like being so far off the mark. How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal. This match has taken so much out of
the next time you get into the ring, try to do the swing to. It's the only way you're gonna pin these niggas. But they got patience, and I don't got patience right now.
You're watching Raw for more than 20 years, the premier program in all of sports entertainment.
He just flew out of the ring.
When this guy's on, look out.
He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now. Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
Can't attack when you're in ankle lock, that's for sure.
You can't even walk when you're in an ankle lock. Well, out here you have to be able to think on your feet lightning fast. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and you can find yourself in a world of hurt.
Nobody controls the pace of a match quite like this guy. Extra slow getting back to his
Hit him with the
pace
spin, man. Hit him with the spin.
How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal.
right on the net. Ouch! Here we go.
Spin with the feet.
Inside the ring. Great offense by John Cena. Going for it all here. That's it. He's out. Well, could this be it? I think so. One, two. There goes Jericho. It's going to take more than that to keep him down tonight.
Nah, I got Jericho. That was me. Pin him again. Pin him again. Don't let him run. Don't let him run.
We're taking this thing to the floor.
Yeah, and it's real dangerous out here.
Uh-oh. Things could get real interesting out here.
It's always interesting when they battle outside the ring. A minor miracle might be needed to overcome this beating. Dishing out some serious punishment here. This may be turning into a brawl, King.
Yeah, just don't bring it over here.
getting a workout tonight. Right about that, it's
Wait, I keep kicking him. I can get into the ring.
He's in full-on attack mode now.
What offense John Cena's showing at this point. And a great punch there from John Cena.
Well, the trick sometimes when you get outside the ring is survival. The match becomes almost secondary when you get near all these dangerous objects. Wow, he's still down after that.
That's impact and then some. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? Reversal.
If he keeps this up, this will be over in no time.
Uh-oh, what's John Cena going to do now?
He was able to reverse and get out of that. Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
Whoa, some reversal by John Cena. He's in there on the back now.
Well, their vertebrae's got to be close to being fractured.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
He was able to reverse that.
That was a wild strike. Tyler missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation. If he gets going like this, there are a few better.
What a fierce kick outside of the ring here. There are so many different tools at your disposal.
Yeah, they are literally everywhere.
He's simply reminding him that he's here. John Cena with a slick reversal. Nice reversal.
There we go again. Yep. There we go again. And again. And again. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
Oh, they couldn't find a home for that one.
Well, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of trying, Michael.
Oh, that's got her. Come on. Now we just watched that insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's a mean streak.
Seems like these guys are letting out a lot of pent-up frustration tonight.
Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up.
Oh, he missed. Oh, nobody home that time.
I can't believe this one's still going on, especially after the beating that's been delivered tonight. This one's getting ugly. You might want to turn away if you have a weak heart. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Raw. I'm sure you are just as entertained as we are here at ringside. You're taking a giant risk with your own well-being anytime you take the action to the outside. Wait a second. Oh, right through the barricade. That thing's demolished.
This is insane. Does this building have a curfew? I feel like we might be here all night. What a beating. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But, man, this has been physical. You know, I'm not so sure outside is where you want to be. This floor is not very forgiving.
Forgiving? Those mats don't cover up this concrete.
He's too good inside the ring to be out on the floor for long.
Get out the way then, man. You all in the way.
Thank you for tuning in to Raw, the flagship program of WWE.
And he brings the action back inside the ring. Wow, he's still down after that. Great counter. He anticipated that move perfectly.
Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing the target.
Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation. Look at this.
Hey, Kyle.
Please tell me not the only one who felt that impact.
This is shoulders down. This could be it. Count, ref, count.
Yeah. Hit him with a move. I'm gonna hit him with my other move. You hit him with the other one.
He's looking at it again.
Yeah, this one died. You hit him with this.
This is insane.
I hope you don't.
Does this building have a curfew? I feel like we might be here all night. What a beating.
Oh, God.
And there it is. The big boot connects. When he gets going like this, there are a few better.
The upper body absorbing a great deal of pain here. That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Inverted power slam. Wow. Oh, wow. His opposition's really worked for the wear here. Whoa, sub reversal by John Cena. On to the outside he goes.
I think you just pin him.
Usually happens to our announce table.
You can't just pin him, right?
He's bringing it back inside the ring now.
I can't blame him. Keep it in the ring. Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. Each of these competitors is looking for the slightest hint of weakness in the other.
Well, that's a strategy you have to always have in the back of your head, Cole. If you ever see a weakness in your opponent, you got to jump on it.
Got to keep your eyes peeled in matches like this. It's so tough to keep up with everything going on. Just making his presence felt there. All of these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here. Nobody controls the pace of a match quite like this guy. At what point, King, do those thoughts creep in of, what do I have to do to put this match to rest? I don't know. I don't know as a WWE superstar, do you ever have those thoughts of self-doubt?
Of course you do, but that's the last thing you want to have happen to you. The last thing you want to do is start thinking, can I win this match? Can I beat my opponent? Because when those thoughts start creeping in, you're done.
He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring.
Oh, I think this man means business.
And he gets out of the ring, stopping this assault for the moment. You just knew a match of this caliber was going to spill out on the floor eventually.
I mean, when you put these two competitors together, anything's going to happen.
Yo, throw him in the ring. Get it over with. Come on. Take him out more.
The action is fast and furious, and this one is expected. Tornado tag team matches rarely take a slow pace.
John Cena isn't liking this.
You have to wonder what's going through these guys' minds in a match of this magnitude. For some competitors, part of their strategy is to demean their opponent. A move like that says it all.
Yeah, you're just trying to embarrass somebody now.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
He doesn't want to win this one outside the ring.
Because he's a pro, King. He wants to get it done inside. Oh, the reversal by John Cena.
Somehow, he's kicked it into another gear here tonight. Oh, his body has to be broken right now. Action outside. I'm not sure I can watch this. Oh, look out. We're taking this thing to the floor.
Yeah, and it's real dangerous out here. I don't like the look in his eye here, folks.
I don't like his entire face. Oh, no sting, Cole. I can tell you that for a fact.
Really?
Looks like he's having trouble staying in the ring.
And it looks like this one's going out to the floor.
I don't mind. Let's see a little outside the ring action.
There can only be one top.
Cut him off, cut him off.
And a win here will go a long way in solidifying one of these guys' claims of being the best in the business.
And he brings the action back inside the ring. He's too good inside the ring to be out on the floor for long. Incredible counter. And he reversed it. Good move there.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
A high-risk maneuver in the works from that top turnbuckle.
Look out below. Careful what you wish for. They can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. He's really zeroing in on the chest now.
Yeah, he's going to have a pirate scream soon. A sunken chest.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
That's a first. What a move. Definitely sets a tone for the evening.
I like it.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Boy, this has just been pandemonium.
No kidding. What a matchup. This has been a classic.
You can almost see the wind leave his body after that. Ooh. How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? He doesn't want to do this outside the ring.
Well, I don't blame him.
Good Lord, that wasn't even close.
So that's what it's like being so far off the mark.
Go to top. I'm gonna put him in the ring and I'm gonna let you finish him, alright? Or let me finish him. Let's get this nigga out the way, alright? I'm gonna wait outside. You try to run, I got him, alright? What do you wanna do? You gonna finish him or you want me to finish him? Don't try to finish him, alright?
It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. When he gets going like this, there are a few better.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying.
I assure you, you cannot miss a moment of Raw. You never know what will happen next.
Looking to get this action back on track inside the ring.
John Cena with a nice reversal.
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. thus far, it's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
This has been a war.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been one of the most physical battles I've witnessed in a long, long time.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor. Each of these competitors is looking for the slightest hint of weakness in the other.
Well, that's a strategy you have to always have in the back of your head, Cole. If you ever see a weakness in your opponent, you got to jump on it.
These athletes seem to have tried everything in their playbook. Oh, there's more in their arsenal, I promise you that. I don't know what it is, but they'll find it.
I hope they do. I love this action. I don't want it to ever end.
Back in the ring again.
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But, man, this has been physical. What a move. What a smart move.
John Cena with a slight reversal.
Boy, he is really tired now. That tank of his has to be reading empty.
It has to be, King. But I still don't see him giving up. The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
You can see the wear and tear that this fight has taken out of these men.
You're right. Such a brutal physical battle this has been. And it's not over yet.
I can't believe this one's still going on, especially after the beating that's been delivered tonight. What a hellaciously physical match these gladiators have put themselves through. The intensity of this has been incredible.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been fun to watch, but this has been a war.
Bringing it back into
That's
the
another
ring.
double team move.
And he's heading back in.
I can't blame him. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go.
Cena with a textbook counter.
Yeah, you know, I know some people don't want to hear it, but the truth is, John Cena is so technically sound. Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in.
Oh, look out. We're taking this thing to the floor.
Yeah, and it's real dangerous out here. Back inside the ring now.
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly.
We got him blocked off. He can't do nothing.
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside
He's
the
coming your
ring.
way.
And these guys are real ugly.
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. Let me remind everybody, there are no countouts. These competitors can stay out here as long as they like.
Yeah, set your stopwatch, Cole. We may be here a while.
He doesn't want to do this outside the ring.
Well, I don't blame him. I don't like the look of this, Cole. Bad things happen outside the ring. Whoa! Sub reversal by John Cena. Watch it. Ooh! This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But, man, this has been physical.
John Cena with a slick reversal.
He wants no part of the outside. And I don't
blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring.
Throw his ass in the ring.
He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now.
Throw his ass in the ring. I know what a move.
Bringing the action back into the ring.
Yeah, very, very smart move.
Look, don't even put yet. It's over X. Over X.
And his feet are slipped out from underneath him. Leaving the ring here, they change the entire complexion of this match.
Yeah, and if their face hits this floor, it'll change the complexion for sure. Careful what you wish.
You hit square. Why you didn't hit X? You should just grab him. So I got into the ring. Just try to listen next time, man. I'm trying to get this over with. We've been in this match too long.
You're watching Raw, the longest running weekly episodic television program in history.
That I probably would have lost if his man was still on.
With action like this, it's no wonder Raw has been around as long as it has.
Look at those eyes. Oh, yeah, this could be big. Oh, look at the emotion. Oh, look at the emotion.
I'm mad, man. I'm trying to get this over with.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Oh, look at the emotion. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup.
He's bringing it back inside the ring now.
I can't blame him. Keep it in the ring.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
Oh, gosh, right down on the kidneys. It's an all-out brawl, and that's exactly what you get anytime you take tags out of a tag team match. I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying. When he gets going like this, there are a few better.
Grab him.
I can't tell you how many victims have suffered the same fate. He's going for the pin. This could be it.
I think he's got him. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup.
Well, that messed him all right.
Hey, did you look before firing? What an idiot. This is it. Oh my gosh. This is insane.
Here we go for the win.
They got him. Watch this.
And now, rookie Kinshasa. Will you look at this? We might win it, B. In such a unique style matchup.
Next one. Oh, my legs hurt.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the video. And today we have 10 things that need to happen at Survivor Series. And when I say need, they don't have to happen, but if they do happen, it would make Survivor Series that much better. Let's get straight onto the list with number 10, please no jams and commissioners. This is something that I've noticed is happening less and less since the brand split, but I am afraid because it's a SmackDown versus Raw pay-per-view that Stephanie McMahon, Mick Foley, and Daniel Bryan might overshadow the tag team matches. Yes, we get it. You guys are the commissioners and GMs of each brand, but stop making the show all about you guys. Also, this could possibly lead to an interference or something, so I would much rather prefer not having any authority figures on TV during the elimination tag team matches, and we get some clean wins. Number 9, Bayley wins for Team Raw. Bayley is coming off of tons of momentum after last week's Monday Night Raw, where the entire crowd was chanting for her name. Seriously, watch the video on YouTube because WWE had to lower it in order for the audience at home to hear what Charlotte was saying. Anyways, she also pinned the Raw Women's Champion Charlotte on Raw as well last week. It seems as if she will be getting a push to take down the Queen, Charlotte Flair, and dethrone her from her title. What better way to make a contender than having her take the win for Team Raw? Charlotte can take her anger out that she isn't the true queen of this division because she clearly couldn't get the job done. This would lead to Charlotte getting angrier and angrier until she loses the title and we get some Bayley. Number 8, Kalisto brings the Cruiserweights to SmackDown. Last Tuesday, if you're watching the election, you might have missed the breaking news that was announced. Daniel Bryan has said that Kalisto will be facing off against Brian Kendrick for the Cruiserweight Championship. What's even better is, if Kalisto wins, he brings the entire division to SmackDown. With the announcement of the new show 205 Live, I think they need to bring over that division to SmackDown, bringing all the guys to Raw, then fly them all the way to SmackDown. It's just so much work. Also, I think this is great for the Cruiserweights. The Raw writers just suck ass. If sucking ass is possible, then that's what they do. Number 7, a triple powerbomb. The 5-on-5 elimination match will feature Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns on Team Raw versus Dean Ambrose, who is on Team SmackDown. So how the hell are the Shield going to pull off a triple powerbomb? Well, I haven't really thought of who should win the match. I have a genius way to end the match if SmackDown doesn't win. The last 4 men in the match are AJ Styles, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and Dean Ambrose. Throughout the match, AJ continues to piss off Ambrose with things such as tagging himself in or stealing Ambrose's pins. AJ Styles then accidentally gets Ambrose eliminated. Ambrose flips out in Styles. Seth and Roman are just like, what the hell is going on? And then finally they all go outside to the ring and do the triple powerbomb on the announcer's table. Even if Team SmackDown wins, I would love to see the spot. I don't know how they would do it. You know what, WWE, I'm not your writer. You're the writers. You guys gotta think of something. Number 6, make Strowman a beast. Braun Strowman has improved since making his debut on the Wyatt family. I am actually starting to like his character and see massive potential. Because of this potential, it is very crucial that you must book him like an absolute beast and monster in the 5-on-5 elimination tag match. Make him dominant, eliminating his former partner, Bray Wyatt. Also, when he gets pinned, make it like a fluke pin, like a roll-up or something. So once he gets...
This is a one-on-one matchup, and I don't think I have to remind anyone what's on the line here.
These guys are going to be very aggressive. You know they're going to use any means necessary to go home with a win. Let's do it. But hey, all I know is that we should sit back and enjoy. Another WWE show is underway.
All this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here. Well. That's the first time tonight we've seen that move.
I wouldn't mind seeing it a little more often.
Take a look at this man. He's all business.
And that's the way he has to be if he wants to win here tonight.
That move at this juncture of the match makes the intention unmistakable to belittle.
Trying to humiliate your opponent. There's no place for that here.
Well, I've never seen him do that before. You can't put a price tag on landing that perfect strike. And that nailed him. His feet are getting a workout tonight.
You're right about that. It's kick after kick after kick. What? He's still not through?
I don't think so. Oh, I think this man means business. Now back to the ring. Showing a great deal of faith and trust in that move.
You know, Cole, he's got to be careful not to go to the well too many times. You do remember wells, don't you, Michael?
Not really, but you are from Tennessee, so I get your reference. You still use them.
Yeah, but I don't go there too many times.
Take a look
feel the breeze all the way over here. Oh, trying to put it on KO out of nowhere. Oh, man, there's the finisher. This could be it. Man, oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, my God, what a chair shot.
Did you see that? Did you hear that? It seems that someone is very comfortable using a weapon against an opponent.
Oh, and he gets cracked again with that steel chair.
Whoa, get out of the way. When an opponent launches an attack like that, it lets you know they're pulling out all the stops.
Oh, that steel chair has done the damage. He's in full-on attack mode now.
I don't know, not again, not again. Oh, my, get the medics down here.
What a shot.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight. And a quick kick.
Oh, out here you have to be able to think on your feet lightning fast. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and you can find yourself in a world of hurt.
Talk about having the living hell beat out of you. You might just have nothing left to give, guys.
From where I sit, they both appear to be competing with the same amount of energy. This one can really go either way.
You know, by the looks of things, it just might not be his night.
My God, his body's been through hell, and his ribs have bore the brunt of the attack.
And I hope we can get a doctor out here as a precaution. Damaged ribs like that can make it hard to breathe. That landed like a ton of bricks.
He is slowly getting dissected.
Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
With this kind of attack, you have to wonder just how much longer they can compete in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way things are going in there, I'd say not much longer. My gosh, this is a beating. Every time.
Oh, man! Did you hear that?
I don't know how much more damage he can take.
What a punch! How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here? His chest may be black and blue after this.
Whoa! Don't get up! Incredible counter!
He anticipated that move perfectly. The tension, the drama. This is electric.
Look at the back of my arm, Cole. Look at the goosebumps. I love this.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Trying to get under his opponent's skin with this one. We're seeing two outstanding athletes looking to prove their dominance in there, but only one can walk out victorious. Who will it be?
The steel chair shots continue. He's pulling out all the stops tonight. When he gets going like this, there are a few better. And that one hit with the force of a big rig. This guy's just getting worn out.
Oh, and he missed that one. God, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage with swings like that, but keep doing it. The freeze may give him a cold.
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
Oh, not again. Not again. He's in a world of trouble. Look for this, and I doubt he'll be able to continue.
I have a feeling this isn't going to end well for him.
At this point, it's hard to say one of these guys is in better shape than the other. This entire match has been so evenly contested.
I totally agree, John. And I really thought we were going to see a lot more from him here tonight.
Boy, he just got laid out.
action is underway, and in this one, I wouldn't attempt to predict what's going to happen. I'd just be ready for anything. Sometimes that's all you can do.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this match ended in our laps before it's all said and done.
The greatest sports entertainment in the world.
But I know one thing for sure. If history is any guide, this night will be epic and awesome.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Come on! Now he just wants that insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's got a mean streak.
Look out. He's got his sights set on that neck region. When his strikes land, you can feel it in the first few rows.
I can assure you, that hurts worse than it looks.
Hook with the leg and squeeze it. That's work.
Oh, that is gotta be plenty of fight left. You're right, this guy's still near 100%.
Oh, that might have swollen the eye. That move should do it. I mean, this should have been over a while ago. Come on, ref.
Yeah, this should be over.
I don't remember the last time he executed that maneuver. He's starting to show signs of fatigue, but he's very aware of who he's in there with and what he has to do to rebound.
Perhaps more importantly, it's the amount of time he's spending outside the...
Here's a cover. God, it's the same move over and over. This is relentless.
I am getting tired of watching this. Do something different.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
He's in full-on attack mode now.
And the takedown brings him off his feet. Man, oh man, did he take a wild swing with that one.
Right. That was wild indeed. Good thing we're over here.
That's a textbook maneuver.
And that's patented Michael Cole. Man, he's still down after that move. I almost wonder if his bell got seriously wrong there.
He's in a little bit of trouble now. He came into this match looking for a fight, and it looks like he found one.
Well, these guys have been so tightly matched up until now, but this might be where that finally starts to change.
That's it. He's done.
What an impact. That was thunderous. Talk about feeling something through the end.
We got to cover. And he escapes with a kick out. You can't teach art. Believe me when I tell you this guy is filled with it. Wow, that was a wild strike. Talk about missing it. He's endured heavy blows here. I don't know how much longer he can go. The referee may have to call this match, King.
Oh, my gosh, this is awful. I'm going to tell you something. Whenever you get hit like that, for the next 15 minutes, everybody you see has an exact win. If he keeps up this pace, this could turn real ugly real fast. Oh, looking to put it into this one. Doesn't get any better than that. There's some serious power right there. Well, we're on.
Could this be it?
I think so.
He's out. He kicked out. I can't believe it.
Oh, my gosh, I'm in shock.
He simply refuses to stay down. That stop might have only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow.
That may be felt for a lifetime.
And there's the reversal. I think we know what a move.
There's the finishing move. Don't know if you have anything left after that.
Now that's what you call finishing a fight. Whoa, whoa. I think he's through playing around.
Submission locked in tight. This could do it.
There's no escaping this.
area, and this has got to be it.
It's in. It's over.
That can't be enough, can it?
I don't think so.
On this action outside the ring, real dangerous out here. I understand you could be over here.
Yeah, maybe. Man, this guy just refuses to quit.
Yeah, never say die attitude out of him. After the amount of punishment he suffered, it's simply amazing that he's still in this one.
Look at this. He's just barely moving. I'm not sure he can get back to his feet.
The finality of this environment is so apparent, King.
I don't know about that, but this area is so dangerous. Oh, and he got dropped.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of pain they can inflict out here on the floor.
Hey, I'm baking some chicken, okay? So give me a minute or so, okay?
Not this.
He's looking at it again.
Kill switch. That should do it.
Oh, there it is. What a maneuver. That's how you put it. With shoulders down, this could be it.
Count, Ref, count. That's it. The match is over.
Eliminated, he gets furious and massive potential. Because of this potential, it is very crucial that you must book him like an absolute beast and monster in the 5-on-5 elimination tag match. Make him dominant, eliminating his former partner, Bray Wyatt. Also, when he gets pinned, make it like a fluke pin, like a roll-up or something. So once he gets eliminated, he gets furious and destroys everything in his path. This is the perfect opportunity to make him a dominant beast. Number 5, Undertaker on Team SmackDown. What? This upcoming WrestleMania is most likely his last, and Taker made his debut at Survivor Series in 1990. So I say, let him fight in this Survivor Series match in a symbolic way. Also, it would make for many more fans to watch. But how would one book something like this? Well, Monday, Shane and Daniel Bryan are going to Raw, where Brock Lesnar will also be. I say let the authorities of both Raw and SmackDown be in the ring discussing Survivor Series. All of a sudden, we hear Brock Lesnar's music, and he delivers an F5 to Shane McMahon. Holy shit, that's, oh my god, everyone's like, oh my god! Goldberg comes out to give Lesnar a spear and blah blah blah. Who really cares about those? More importantly, Shane can no longer compete at Survivor Series. The next night on SmackDown Live, Daniel Bryan calls out Taker because they need a 5th member. Guys, this was recorded before last night's Raw, so I hope something happens tonight on SmackDown to give Taker the spot. Number 4, Seth Rollins and AJ Styles. We need a good 3 to 4 minutes of these two fighting in the ring. Everyone wants to see the two best wrestlers on the roster have a match. But the issue with that is both men are in different brands, which sucks. But this Sunday, we can get a little teaser that will make the fans even more anticipated for Rollins versus Styles. Just 3 minutes is all I need. If these two are not in the ring at the same time, then it will be really sad and I might end up complaining on Twitter, where you could follow me at WWE Plano. Number 3, have The Miz help Ziggler. The Miz and Dolph Ziggler are in one of the best feuds of this year. They had great matches and the IC title feels prestigious again. The Miz is surprisingly off the card for Survivor Series, which makes no sense in my opinion. Anyways, Ziggler will be defending his title against Sami Zayn. Winner takes the title to their show. Sami Zayn can't win, or else the title will be destroyed in Raw, or even The Miz if they trade him. So I want to see The Miz help the guy he hates the most retain the championship. Not because of Ziggler turning heel, but if The Miz wants to win the IC title, he needs Ziggler to win that match. It would add for a really interesting element to their storyline. Number 2, Team Raw versus Team SmackDown main event. What should be the main event of Survivor Series? Brock Lesnar versus Goldberg, or Team Raw versus Team SmackDown? This is pretty easy for anyone who has a brain, but then again, Vince McMahon is kind of nuts. This seems exactly like SummerSlam, where many fans wanted to see Finn Balor versus Seth Rollins main event, but we got a terrible 9-minute match between Brock Lesnar and Randy Orton. Yay! Brock Lesnar's matches are horrible. Let's face it, he comes to fight 3 matches a year and collects a check. If I was running WWE, I would release him. But it is very important that they let Team Raw and SmackDown main event for many reasons, such as Lesnar and Goldberg are going to put on a shit show. And also, you have top-tier talents that need to be taken serious as main eventers, such as AJ Styles, KO, Rollins, and everyone else on the teams. WWE, make the right decision. And number 1, Samoa Joe debuting. Samoa Joe has been in NXT way too long. It's been over a year, and I think his time to debut on the main roster is this Sunday. Samoa Joe has been killing it in NXT, proving why he deserves a push on the main roster. There are so many ways you can book this. One way is him getting involved in a Team Raw versus Team SmackDown match. Or another way would be him destroying Brock Lesnar after the match with Goldberg. Imagine that. Samoa Joe will be a beast, and I would like for him to actually beat Lesnar clean at WrestleMania. This Sunday needs to be his night. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, leave a like and subscribe for more. Don't forget to follow at WWE Plana. Share this video if you could. I would really appreciate it. Also, check out my other channel, Official Life Facts. Take care and spike your hair.
As it could get at this point.
Capital One believes everyone can have good credit.
How do I improve my credit?
We have just the app for you.
What is up, guys, and welcome back to another video, and today we have WWE Top 10 planned matches that never happened. Yes, guys, in the WWE, things happen, injuries happen, whatever the case is, and sometimes the plans need to be changed. But here are the original plans that we never saw. Number 10, Mick Foley versus Dean Ambrose. Before Dean Ambrose made his main roster debut with his former faction, The Shield, he had a little different route. First of all, it was supposed to be him making his debut by himself, not with Seth Rollins or Roman Reigns. Then, his opponent was supposed to be Mick Foley for his first ever feud. On Jericho's podcast, Ambrose stated that he was going to stalk and confront Foley at meet and greets and/or autograph signings to start off a feud. While creative thought it was a great idea and it would have been a great feud, they had second thoughts about Foley competing in another match. Therefore, the whole thing was scratched off, and Ambrose made his debut later on with The Shield. Number 9, Eddie Guerrero versus Stone Cold Steve Austin. The year 2002 was a very weird year for both Hall of Famers Stone Cold and Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero was coming off of a drug addiction and he was fired by the WWE, while Stone Cold was terribly booked and his credibility really dropped. Stone Cold felt that if he was involved in a feud with Eddie, he would regain his love for the business because obviously Eddie Guerrero has great promos and matches. The match was close to happening at King of the Ring in 2002, but Stone Cold walked out of the company and the match would never happen. Number 8, Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock versus Triple H. During the Attitude Era, there were no names bigger than these 3 wrestlers. Survivor Series in 1999, they booked one of the most anticipated triple threat matches ever. For the WWE Championship, it was going to be these guys facing off against each other. Unfortunately, Stone Cold's neck caught up to him, and he was forced to undergo surgery. WWE had known this, but continued to book this match because they knew people would buy the pay-per-view for it. Once the pay-per-view came, Stone Cold was ran over by a car kayfabe, and Big Show took his spot. The worst part about all this is, we never had the chance to see them in a triple threat later on in their careers. Number 7, Sting versus Kurt Angle. In 2002, Kurt Angle was obviously the best wrestler on the roster. So why was he in a forgettable feud with Kane at WrestleMania 18? Well, it turns out that was never the original plan for Kurt Angle at that WrestleMania. It was supposed to be Kurt Angle versus Sting. It sounds like an amazing match at the time, but whatever happened? Well, Sting never made his way into the WWE because Vince McMahon was burying everyone that came from WCW. He literally bought WCW and took all the wrestlers just to bury them because they tried taking his company down. Although we did see the two face off years later in TNA, it just was not the same, especially with their age. Number 6, Chris Benoit versus CM Punk. WWE's version of ECW wasn't that great compared to the normal original Paul Heyman ECW, but at Vengeance, we were about to see one of the greatest matches in WWE history. The ECW Vegan title match was set for CM Punk versus Chris Benoit. It was supposed to be a classic we would never forget. Unfortunately, the events that happened with Chris Benoit and his family took place right before this pay-per-view. WWE was forced to change the match to CM Punk versus John Morrison. That match was lackluster, and we will live the rest of our lives wondering how good CM Punk versus Chris Benoit would have been. Number 5, Shawn Michaels versus The Rock. The Rock versus Shawn Michaels is a dream match of many WWE fans that would do anything to get these two to square off in a ring. But what most people don't know is that these two were actually planning to have a match to fight. The reason to why this match never happened is because The Rock hated Shawn Michaels. HBK used to work for The Rock's grandmother, and it was said that Shawn Michaels would bully her. Another thing is that when The Rock won the IC title in 1997, Shawn Michaels would tell Vince McMahon that he didn't deserve to win it. While Michaels matured when he returned in 2002, The Rock made it clear he would never fight HBK. Number 4, Undertaker versus Kurt Angle. We all know that Brock Lesnar ended the streak. But did you know before Lesnar did it, Kurt Angle was supposed to be the one who ended it at WrestleMania 22? Angle said in an interview that because Taker never had a 5-star WrestleMania match, Taker wanted to face Angle. He knew him fighting Angle would most definitely get that 5-star match he was looking for. The idea was for the two to face off at WrestleMania 22 for the title and the streak on the line. McMahon had told Taker he wanted Angle to retain his title, and Undertaker even went as far as agreeing to it and letting Kurt Angle go over in the match. Vince didn't want that to happen, and we saw Mark Henry take his place. I'm sure Taker wasn't happy with the amount of stars that match got. Number 3, Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan. From the 1980s to the early 1990s, Hulk Hogan was the top star of the WWE. While he was the top star of the WWE, Ric Flair was the top star of WCW. Once Ric Flair made his way to the WWE, there was lots of talk of WrestleMania 8 main eventing these two guys in a match. It was eventually scrapped because of many reasons. Some say it was scrapped because they fought at house shows and the match or box office wasn't that great, while other rumors say it was because they could not decide on a winner. Ultimately, they missed the opportunity to have one of the biggest matches with the biggest stars at the time, to main event WrestleMania 8. It did happen later in WCW, but it wasn't the same as these two fighting at the WrestleMania main event. Number 2, Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart 2. After Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart had their awesome Iron Man 1-hour match at WrestleMania 12, they were set to have a rematch at WrestleMania 13. The one problem was that Shawn Michaels didn't want to put over Bret Hart, which is completely unfair because Bret did it at WrestleMania 12. Although the rematch would have been a guaranteed 5-star match, fans would not regret it because we would get Stone Cold to take his place, and that match would push Austin to superstardom, and we saw a double turn that was amazing and unforgettable. And number 1, Eddie Guerrero versus Shawn Michaels. The Chicago crowd were set to have a dream match that would have tore the house down at WrestleMania 22. The creative team knew that Chicago was a very passionate crowd about wrestling, and Eddie Guerrero versus Shawn Michaels was the perfect match for them. The storyline was going to be about how both of them were cocky young wrestlers in the 90s who overcame their drug issue. Basically, they were mirror images. Unfortunately, Eddie Guerrero passed away in November 2005, and we will never see how great of a match that would have been. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, leave a like and subscribe for more. It really helps, guys. Also, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at WWEPlano. I post some good stuff there, express my opinions. And finally, check out my other channel, Official Life Facts. Take care and spike your hair.
I like the way you work it. No diggity, darling. I'm not the I like the way you work it. No diggity, darling.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another video. And usually in the WWE, Vince McMahon has some insane ideas, and sometimes they don't go through, but here are 10 insane WWE storylines that nearly happened. Number 10, Goldust breast implants. When Vince McMahon first told Dustin Rhodes about his character and gimmick Goldust, they did not know how popular the whole gimmick would actually become. Goldust has mentioned in many interviews that he was willing to do anything for his character to be bigger and better. Vince McMahon did not know how serious he was until he came up with one of the craziest ideas and storylines ever. He pitched the idea about getting real-life breast implants for his character, Goldust. He felt that this idea was so crazy and insane, a lot of people would want to see him wrestle, and he would be one of the biggest superstars ever. At one point, Goldust even said that he would do live breast implants for $1 million. This entire storyline is insane, but what's crazier is Vince actually thought about it for a little bit before dropping it because it was a little bit too much for the audience to handle. Number 9, John Cena. In 2010, John Cena was a special guest referee for Wade Barrett versus Randy Orton for the WWE Championship, and the stipulation was John Cena would be fired if Randy Orton won the match and Wade Barrett lost. Cena eventually helped Randy Orton win the match, and Cena was then fired. After getting fired, John Cena's new name was Juan Cena for all future live events. A lot of people saw him speaking to his cousin over the internet, Juan, via Twitter, who was supposedly hired by the WWE to fulfill Cena's commitments to the company. He wore a mask similar to Rey Mysterio and Sin Cara as Juan Cena, but the ticket sales were dropping, so they decided to bring back John Cena, and Juan Cena was done. Just imagine Cena as a Mexican wrestler. That would have just been insane and goofy. I could not handle that. Number 8, the Anonymous GM. The Anonymous GM angle is possibly one of the worst angles in wrestling history, and almost every fan hates it that watches WWE. Yes, there could have been a lot of potential. It could have made for a great storyline, but instead we got Hornswoggle being the GM under the ring for every single Raw, apparently. But let's talk about the other possibilities instead of Hornswoggle. The first person Vince McMahon thought of was Kevin Nash, and the reason he was behind the laptop and not live at Raw was because he's still under contract with TNA at the time, so that's how we would have connected. That would have been better than Hornswoggle. Another possibility was Triple H, and they really didn't know how that was going to go, but still, that was going to be better than Hornswoggle. Number 7, Daniel Wyatt. In December of 2013, the WWE had one of the most promising and most interesting storylines in a while. Wyatt family, and he actually joined them. I was stoked for it, and many people were too. But it kind of went short, and it was cut into a 2-week storyline before Daniel Bryan would go back and turn on his family. Why would that happen? Apparently, Daniel Bryan was actually booked to stay as a heel with the Wyatts until WrestleMania, and then he was going to turn on them. But instead, the WWE rushed it because they saw that Michigan State fans were using the Yes chant, and they want people knowing that chant. They quickly gave it back to Daniel Bryan. Number 6, Batista anger issues. If anybody ever was a Batista fan in the early years of his career, you might have noticed that he was always angry at the time. Well, in 2014, Batista finally made it all clear why that was a thing. Batista brought up how he was always pissed off in ring about something. Apparently, the whole storyline was supposed to be Batista never knowing his father, and also his father abused his mother, which is how Batista was conceived. That's right, guys, the WWE decided to give Batista this twisted gimmick. Personally, I really would want to see how the storyline would end up because Vince McMahon is insane, he would have some crazy ideas. It would have been just Batista beating everybody up. Vince McMahon realized that it wasn't that great of an idea, and he pulled it away. Number 5, Daniel Bryan versus Charlie Sheen. On the 1000th episode of Monday Night Raw, Charlie Sheen was ambassador for WWE, and he appeared on the show via Skype several times throughout the episode. During most of the segments, Sheen would talk about how epic the 1000th episode was, and he also brought up Daniel Bryan and The Rock's promo. He thought The Rock was funny by calling Daniel Bryan an Oompa Loompa. Then Sheen even called out Daniel Bryan, and it looked like we were going to see Charlie Sheen versus his mother, which is how Batista was conceived. That's right, guys. The WWE decided to give Batista this twisted gimmick. Personally, I really would want to see how the storyline would end up because Vince McMahon is insane. He would have some crazy ideas. It would have been just Batista beating everybody up. Vince McMahon realized that it wasn't that great of an idea, and he pulled it away. Number 5, Daniel Bryan versus Charlie Sheen. On the 1000th episode of Monday Night Raw, Charlie Sheen was ambassador for WWE, and he appeared on the show via Skype several times throughout the episode. During most of the segments, Sheen will talk about how epic the 1000 episode was, and he also brought up Daniel Bryan and The Rock's promo. He thought The Rock was funny by calling Daniel Bryan an Oompa Loompa. Then Sheen even called out Daniel Bryan, and it looked like we were going to see Charlie Sheen versus Daniel Bryan at SummerSlam. In an interview with IGN, Charlie Sheen confirmed that him and Daniel Bryan were supposed to fight in the match at SummerSlam. Daniel Bryan even mentioned it in his book. Ultimately, what happened is they had a verbal...
And we're underway. Looking at these two men, I don't think there's going to be anything traditional about this one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, this is a marquee match with a lot of pride and professional reputation all on the line. The greatest sports entertainment in the world. But here's the thing, you have to perform if you want to bask in that WWE glory.
Oh, man, you think he feels awful now? He's going to feel a whole lot worse in the morning.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to crawl out of the bed tomorrow. He might have lost some teeth there.
Oh, check that out. We have a first here this evening.
That was awesome.
Here we go, back inside the ring. I can't help but think of his risk of internal injuries at this point in time.
Yeah, this could get real serious.
He drops the elbow.
Ouch! That'll give you whiplash.
I don't remember the last time he executed that maneuver. Very curious move to go for a pinfall at this point, right, Ken?
Yeah, this guy's got too much energy left in him.
Ouch! After a move like that, he's going to need to see a chiropractor or a spine specialist, whatever he's comfortable with. No pun intended, of course.
Yeah, he's not going to be comfortable for a while. Oh, looking to make a statement here. Doesn't get any better than that. There's some serious power right there.
Outside of the ring here, there are so many different tools at your disposal.
Yeah, they're literally everywhere. Well, that's it.
Oh, man. Every time he would stand forth like that.
agreement with Charlie Sheen, but he never had a contract written for the deal, so it never ended up happening. Number 4, Dolph Ziggler's sex tape. One of the creative writers for the WWE pitched an insane storyline to Dolph Ziggler and Maria in 2009. Dolph was supposed to be blackmailing Maria, but they would never imply what they were blackmailing her with. The whole plan was to indirectly point out that there was a whole adult film from when these two were dating back then, and Dolph was going to leak it to Maria's friends and family, but not to the fans. Because it's okay to leak it to friends and families, but when it comes down to the fans, don't do it, guys. It has been said that the angle was dropped before it even got started, because since the new PG era was starting, the WWE decided this was not meant for it. Just imagine how ratings would have been if this actually happened. Number 3, WWE X-Men. In 2008, the WWE were starting a feud between Paige Vanson and The Undertaker, but it was never officially made. Many people were mad that it never happened because the storyline had a lot of potential. Kind of decent, I guess. Vanson was supposed to be a Dark Horse character, and his sidekicks were supposed to be Kevin Thorne and Black Pain. It was supposed to be similar to X-Men Mutants. The plot of the storyline was Vanson's mutants were going to come out every week and attack the Undertaker leading up to WrestleMania, where Vanson would try to end the streak. He even had a possibility of winning and defeating the streak. Unfortunately, Vince thought that he was too small of a guy to be put in such a huge storyline, so he threw out the idea, and Vanson was eventually released. Number 2, Vince McMahon's death. In 2007, the WWE started the Who Killed Vince McMahon storyline, which prematurely dropped because of Chris Benoit's incident. The beginning of the story was Vince being blown up as he closed his limo door. A former WWE writer leaked some information about the storyline on a radio show. Apparently, while he was assumed dead, he would gather a hobo army so he could get his company back. He was even going to grow his hair and feared for the role. While Vince McMahon was trying to get his company back, there was going to be a power struggle between Shane, Stephanie, and Vince's illegitimate son, which would have been Mr. Kennedy. Number 1, incest. Vince McMahon is a genius, but he's also crazy. Some of the storylines he's come up with over the years has been good, and some of them have been just... Let's end the video with this insane storyline he came up with for his daughter, Stephanie McMahon. While she was pregnant with her first daughter, Vince McMahon thought it would have been a great storyline for an incest case. He wanted to be the father of that child. And Stephanie said, chill, no, that's not happening, Dad. And then months later, he pitched that Shane would be the father of that baby. And take a guess what she said, guys. She said yes. I'm completely joking. She said no again. Vince, that's just insane. Don't do that. That's disgusting. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, leave a like and subscribe for more. It really does help me. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at WWEPana for some good stuff there. Also, check out my other channel, non-WWE related stuff, Official Life Facts. Take care and spike your hair.
Talk about missing the target. Yeah, it looked like it was completely out of desperation. Few superstars are as dominant as this guy. Well, he was able to reverse and get out of that. Oh, this will bring everybody to their feet. Look at this. Look at it, Michael. I mean, here he goes for the win. Let's do this. He needs to dig way down deep if he wants to keep going now. That stop might have only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow. That may be felt for a lifetime. If he keeps up this pace, this could turn real ugly real fast. Going to the well again. Out here, King, you can use this whole ringside area as a weapon. Oh, yeah. Everything from the floor to the barricades can and will be used to inflict pain. Oh, this isn't good. What a move. This foe's in a world of hurt now. Good grief. I'm not sure. Here's the cover for the win. 2, 3. The cover. And this one's history. What a win.
Eight former WWE stars will soon return. Evan Bourne. While wrestling fans outside the WWE know him better as Matt Sydal, Evan Bourne did establish himself as one of the best small, in-sized talents from 2008 to 2014. Before he had dealt with a number of injuries, Bourne excited fans with his version of the shooting star press. While he wasn't able to win singles gold in WWE, he could have been a perfect fit wrestling in the new Cruiserweight division. Considering how the WWE has evolved to account for the diverse styles that have come in from the independent circuit, Bourne would likely have a better chance to succeed in today's WWE. Bourne would be able to fit in some dream booking rivalries with other ROH alum like Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, and Sami Zayn. Number 7. Chris Masters. During his first run with the WWE from 2005-2007, Chris Masters looked to be the type of athlete who may have used more than vitamins and prayers to build his muscles. Over time, he started to lose his mass, and it was easily noticeable to WWE fans when he had a second run from 2009 to 2011. Over the years, he might have finally become a more well-rounded wrestler. He's competed for multiple promotions for the past few years, and there have been a number of wrestling fans who have mentioned that he's improved greatly
especially overall. That isn't to say Massa should be brought in to be a major player. Massa would provide depth that is needed for the current brand split. A veteran presence similar to someone like Jinder Mahal or Kurt Hawkins, but more interesting than them. Number 6, MVP. One of the more interesting characters the WWE had in 2006 was MVP. With a lot of talk about superstar athletes like Terrell Owens, who felt they were greater than the sport, MVP was bringing that style of personality into the world of wrestling. He pulled it off well, and it led to multiple reigns with the United States Championship before he was released in 2010. Since then, MVP has found some success wrestling for New Japan Pro Wrestling and throughout the rest of the global independent wrestling scene. MVP is another veteran who could be seen returning to the WWE to provide depth to the roster. He could even be a great manager for someone like Titus O'Neil, who has also shown that pro football star mentality in recent promos. Number 5, Carlito. Carlito's name has gone up in various rumor reports and opinion pieces as someone who should have been considered for a return for the recent brand split. During his time with the WWE from 2004 to 2010, Carlito became one of the best mid-card talents on the WWE roster. This led him to win both the Intercontinental and United States Championship. The problem was that he never quite got the push to the main event that some fans felt he deserved. His issues with violation of the Talent Women's Program led to his eventual release, but Carlito could be a valuable asset, not only to the WWE in terms of roster depth, but also likely to save the WWE's futures of both Primo and Epico, who need them from selling timeshares. Number 4, Trish Stratus. Earlier this year, Trish Stratus revealed that she has been thinking about a WWE return. Timing is everything for her, and it has to be the right situation. But it seems like with the recent women's revolution being led Trisha Banks, no one can truly blame her. Stratus probably sees their efforts and compares it to what her and other women like Lita did during the ruthless aggression era of the WWE. Fans are obviously excited about the possibility of Stratus facing off with Banks, Bayley, or Charlotte. She's kept herself in peak physical condition as a fitness and yoga expert with a large following. For a while, as she was recently announced she is pregnant with her second child. Number 3, Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle has accumulated several different types of he first came to professional wrestling in 1998. The former Olympic gold medalist was always viewed as a great technical wrestler, but he was starting to show wear and tear when he mutually parted ways with WWE in 2006. He was still able to compete at a respectable level for the last decade between TNA Wrestling and other promotions. Though mostly working independent wrestling promotions for the last year, Angle is a prime candidate to be named to the WWE Hall of Fame in a year or two. That should allow for Angle to have at least one final match with the WWE. While his health has declined, Angle could easily get himself ready for a big match to have his swan song at WrestleMania. Number 2, Matt Hardy. While the recent talks about who is going to buy TNA Wrestling and what the future holds, the most positive thing going for the company has been the change in Matt broken personality has been something different that has provided a resurrect in Matt Hardy's overall place in wrestling popularity. Whether it's his always changing accent, fans really love the character. With the future of TNA Wrestling up in the air, it's not hard to picture Matt Hardy becoming a free agent in the near future between TNA Wrestling and other promotions. Though mostly working independent wrestling promotions for the last year, Angle is a prime candidate to be named to the WWE Hall of Fame in a year or two. That should allow for Angle to have at least one final match with the WWE. While his health has declined, Angle could easily get himself ready for a big match to have his swan song at WrestleMania. Number 2, Matt Hardy. While the recent talks about who is going to buy TNA Wrestling and what the future holds, the most positive thing going for the company has been the change in Matt Hardy. His broken personality has been something different that has provided a resurrect in Matt Hardy's overall place in wrestling popularity. Whether it's his always changing accent, fans really love the character. With the future of TNA Wrestling up in the air, it's not hard to picture Matt Hardy becoming a free agent in the near future. It would be best to keep him separate from Brother Nero to allow him to stand out on his own. If booked properly, broken Matt Hardy could be a big star on WWE SmackDown brand. Some of us already knew he'd come. It's just a matter of when. Number 1, Jeff Hardy. While entertaining as the obsolete Brother Nero, Jeff Hardy should be able to have at least one more night as a daredevil WWE fans remember him for being. The high flyer who says only a few words as a charismatic enigma is all the WWE fans truly need to see. Hardy could be a beneficial addition as a recent brand extension. It would be great to see Jeff Hardy go into singles competition against current WWE superstars like Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and even AJ Styles. But the window of opportunity is slowly closing since he is close to the age of 40. Considering the high-risk style he made famous for decades, his body has likely aged quicker. There might only be time for him to have one, maybe two WrestleMania matches before retiring. Thank you for watching Sports Entertainment. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the video. And today we have 10 WWE wrestlers who are nothing, and I say nothing, like their on-screen characters. Coming in at number 10, we have The Rock. The Rock is one of the best heels of all time. The Rock pretty much roasted everyone in the WWE. When he returns, he makes fun of a lot of wrestlers, including the Wyatt family, Lana, Rusev, and of course, John Cena. However, he is known to be one of the most humble wrestlers of all time. The Rock is also known to be well-liked backstage, and many wrestlers, including Lana and Trish Stratus, have said that he is really fun to work with. If you want to get to know the real Rock a little more, his YouTube channel is a perfect example. You see how mellow and chill the Rock is, and I really recommend you guys check it out. Number 9, Summer Rae. Summer Rae has an on-screen character where she portrays a heel since moving onto the main roster. Even though the WWE has a new women's revolution, the 32-year-old wrestler has been involved in storylines where she either cheats on her partner or she's cheated on by her partner. But according to Paige, she's a sweetheart in real life. Paige said on Talk Is Jericho that Summer Rae stood up for her when she was being bullied when she was in FCW. She also discussed how she helped her through dark times. Also, Summer Rae was nice enough to hang out with a fan who contacted her through her personal website. Not a lot of wrestlers would do such a nice deed. Number 8, Kane. Kane made his WWE debut as a dentist, and shortly after that he was Fake Diesel. However, third time's the charm because he found a gimmick that he thrived as. He was The Undertaker's brother under the name of Kane, who was absolutely crazy, and just look at these pictures. This is the Big Red Machine we're talking about. However, the Kane gimmick is not similar at all to his real personality. Kane, whose real name is Glenn Jacobs, works as a political speaker as well as an insurer. He has been involved in many political issues and several Tea Party affiliated groups. The Big Red Machine even said earlier this year that he might participate in the 2018 elections. I'm not gonna lie, I would vote for Kane. For a wrestler who looks like this on the outside, he looks a lot like this on the inside. Number 7, The Miz. The WWE roster contains many indie darlings, which creates a hard time for the creative team to get their heels booed. With heels such as AJ Styles and Kevin Owens being cheered instead of booed, only one guy is getting real heel heat. That man is The Miz. He is notorious for being self-centered and having no respect for guys such as Daniel Bryan and Bret Hart in front of the screen. The Hollywood A-lister is the complete opposite in real life. While many wrestlers have been known to give the fans cold shoulders more often than not, Seth Rollins, he is the type of guy who loves taking pictures with most fans, even the ones wearing Cena shirts. But sometimes he does turn down autograph signings in order to maintain his character. His close colleagues claim that he is one of the most down-to-earth guys in the WWE. Number 6, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's on-screen character is being the real American who fights for the rights of every man. The Hulkster's real-life personality is completely different from the gimmick he plays in front of television cameras. He doesn't seem to like African Americans, as a leak tape exposed his racism. Also, he has been doing some odd heelish things in life that isn't the greatest for someone who is supposed to be an American hero. Usually, wrestlers make amends for being an asshole in order to maintain their legendary status, but the biggest babyface in history of the WWE continues to cause more and more controversy as the years pass. The way he acts in real life is a disappointment to many of his fans. Number 5, John Cena. The kids love him, the girls want to be with him, and the guys, they want to be him. He's the embodiment of hustle, loyalty, and respect. He never gives up, and his name is John Cena. That is the on-screen role Big John plays. He was given this role as a top babyface throughout the Ruthless Aggression era all the way to the PG era. However, his real-life character is similar to Hulk Hogan. He has buried many up-and-coming talents such as The Nexus, Bray Wyatt, and Damien Sandow, which to be honest were not his choice. But he allegedly ruined the careers of Kenny Dykstra as well as Mickie James. Also, he has a notorious record for being the role Big John plays. He was given this role as a top babyface throughout the Ruthless Aggression era all the way to the PG era. However, his real-life character is similar to Hulk Hogan. He has buried many up-and-coming talents such as The Nexus, Bray Wyatt, and Damien Sandow, which to be honest were not his choice. But he allegedly ruined the careers of Kenny Dykstra as well as Mickie James. Also, he has a notorious record for being the exact opposite of what he portrays in front of the WWE audience. Cena is known as a big drinker who has a little too much to drink, and this isn't the greatest image for all of Cena fans at home. Number 4, Triple H. Due to his association with the Clique and even his World Championship reigns, many fans have given Triple H negative publicity for most of his career. However, the truth is far from what you guys believe. In a shoot interview, Sean Waltman, also known as X-Pac, stated that Triple H always stayed away from drugs and alcohol despite being constantly peer pressured. He wanted to be successful and therefore saw those things as a waste of time. Hunter is also the reason why NXT is a huge success today, and he has made the journey to becoming a professional wrestler much better than it used to be a couple years ago. Say what you want about how his ego is huge or how he ruined the business. In reality, Triple H has always done what is best for business, and he will continue to do so. Number 3, The Ultimate Warrior. The Ultimate Warrior has worked his entire career as a face. His gimmick was a cartoonish superhero who has been loved by many kids in the old days. However, James Hellwig, who was the guy who played the character, was not exactly the same as the Ultimate Warrior. Since the Ultimate Warrior behaved terribly during his time with the WWE, McMahons would try their hardest to tarnish his legacy. Warrior was also known to be self-centered, and oftentimes he turned down fans who wanted to meet him. Worst of all, he refused to meet a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid. However, in the final years of his life, he attempted to make amends for all the wrongdoings by becoming a person fans adored. Number 2, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is arrogant and the biggest bully on Raw. He makes fun of hard-working characters such as Sami Zayn. He mocks Enzo Amore by doing his little dance. He abandons his best friend Chris Jericho and lets him get pedigreed by Seth Rollins. And finally, after winning the Universal Championship, all he does is brag about it. However, the character he plays is nothing like his real personality. He's a father who loves his children, as well as a husband who has a great love story with his beautiful wife. He is also someone who never forgets his roots, no matter how big of a superstar he becomes with the biggest wrestling promotion in the world. He is still friends with wrestlers who worked with him in front of audiences of just a few hundred people. And number 1, Stephanie McMahon. Similar to The Miz, Stephanie McMahon is one of the few to generate actual heel heat. Since her debut on screen in 1999, Stephanie has been the villain for majority of her career. Stephanie McMahon is booed on a nightly basis. But seriously, how can you not boo the billion-dollar princess? Her gimmick has been perfected due to her being spoiled and all of the slacks she has given. But Stephanie McMahon is the person on this list who is most different than her on-screen character. She has been reported as a sweetheart by most of her co-workers, and she has deep roots of caring for others. Her work with Be A Star, Connor's Cure, and Susan G. Komen are just a few examples of how she wants to help and make a difference. Despite playing one of the biggest heels on TV, she is a role model to many girls in the world. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, leave a like and subscribe for more. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at WWEPlana. Also check out my other channels, Official Life Facts and NOLA VP. Take care and spike your hair.
God, is he pressing a secret button to move that fast? I mean, those kicks won't give you a good feeling.
Plenty of fight left.
You're right. This guy's still near 100%.
This is going to be big, one way or another.
No kidding. He whipped that one.
A shove to the ground.
Hey, watch who you're shoving. Did you see the head snap back?
It looked like like his whole neck just crumbled there. Maneuvers like that put everybody in danger.
No kidding, that's awful.
I don't like the look in his eye here, folks.
I don't like his entire face. I'm not sure, but with a miss like that, I'm wondering if he has something in his eye.
He's on the defensive here. I fully expect him to bounce back, though. This is the type of one-on-one atmosphere where he thrives.
And, Michael, this might very well be where one of these guys pulls away from the other.
Well said, John, and now's the time for one of these guys to take hold of this match.
I understand the idea of being relentless, but I think most would agree repeating a specific move is an unorthodox approach.
Well, this guy seems to think it's going to work. He was able to reverse that.
Nobody home there.
Nobody home? Cole, that looked like the house has been empty for months. Oh, look at the emotion. Oh, look at the emotion.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. And I think he's begging him to bring it. Oh, man, is he fired up.
Oh, look at the emotion.
Just trying to goad his opponent into making a mistake here. And I think he's begging him to bring it.
He's going to be seeing stars for quite a while.
This may be turning into a brawl, King.
Yeah, just don't bring it over here. Boy, did he get dropped or what?
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nobody home that time.
That'll leave you gasping for air. Out here, King, you can use this whole ringside area as a weapon.
Oh, yeah. Everything from the floor to the barricades can and will be used to inflict pain.
And he reversed it.
Good move there.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Wow, he's still down after that.
Man, oh man, did he take a wild swing with that one.
Right, that was wild indeed. Good thing we're over here.
We might be seeing the beginning of the end.
Kill switch! That should do it. Now that's how you do it. Well, back to old reliable.
Who's old reliable?
That was my first wife.
He's making a statement here with this attack.
Watch it!
The Fisherman's Buster. That should about do it.
I think you're right. Goodbye for that, Fisherman.
Wow, please tell me I'm the only one who felt that impact. This is pure physical domination. It is just awesome.
Even if you can get back to your feet after a move like that, at this stage of the match, you're still struggling to find your balance.
Wow, look at this. We're seeing one person do their best to make sure another person can no longer compete in the WWE. This is going to be a night we will never forget.
We've seen this before. The inverted power slam.
Wow, what a finishing move. This could be it right here.
Okay, he stumbled a bit, but he's all right. Nothing.
Looking to catch him off guard. Quick. And a kick out, much to nobody's surprise.
Right, this guy's resilient. He's not even beat down yet.
Woo, a little showboating going on here.
Stay down. Stay down.
He certainly could pin his opponent right here. No way. What a kick out. How did that happen?
My gosh, this guy has amazing resilience.
There's no keeping this guy down tonight. That's a first. My God, his body's been through hell, and his ribs have bore the brunt of the attack.
And I hope we can get a doctor out here as a precaution.
Damaged ribs like that can make it hard to breathe.
Well, maybe they learned from their past mistakes, so we briefly gave them the benefit of the doubt, and then they immediately made every single mistake again. They took all of the big storylines for themselves, they didn't push new talent, and the Ultimate Warrior once showed up in a mirror. They had that footage erased from YouTube, so don't bother looking for it. Anyway, as a babyface GM type who shows up once an episode, Hogan could have given a rub to the younger talent and been a net positive for the company. But he was badly overexposed and given one terrible storyline after the next. During that time, TNA was as painful as watching a 2-year-long version of No Holds Barred. Number 9, Diamond Dallas Page. DDP's run in WWE is pretty universally recognized as one of the most embarrassing pushes of a big star over the past couple of decades. To top things off, it was Bob Holly who sent him into retirement. Somehow, a few years later, DDP put the boots on once again and joined TNA. What were the big plans for him? Well, first he relived a WCW feud from 6 years earlier with Raven, and then he moved on to Jeff Jarrett, who was probably like, why did I have to wait 3 weeks to go over DDP? I want to do it right now. Missing in all of that was Page wrestling somebody like AJ Styles and then putting him over, just like Randy Savage did for him years earlier. You can blame creative, though, for botching this feel-good return story and not giving him younger talent to work with, so his entire run was pretty much a waste of time. Luckily, he has his millions of dollars from DDP Yoga to fall back on. Otherwise, I'd feel kind of bad for him. Number 8, Matt Morgan. Matt Morgan had a pretty lengthy TNA career. It just wasn't that good of one. After leaving WWE, he saw a speech therapist and lost his stuttering issue. But then he started talking really fast and yelling a lot. When he joined TNA, he was far and away the most athletic big man in the business. But he was presented as a mid-carder for most of his run and was essentially the blueprint of a guy who could be pinned really easily. He received one big feud when he faced Kurt Angle at Bound for Glory 2009. The fans were finally getting behind Morgan, and it seemed the perfect time to pull the trigger on that big push and giving him the win. TNA, though, felt otherwise. Angle won, and the following month, Morgan jobbed to Rhino and Team 3D. He never recovered. Number 7, Taz. Newer fans had known Taz as the chuckling, affable announcer on SmackDown for years, but before that he was the human suplexing machine. And deep down, you knew he wanted to cut one of those badass promos from his ECW days and help put somebody over. Samoa Joe was chosen to be his protege, and the two briefly were a part of the Main Event Mafia, and then Taz left the group to go chuckle his way onto commentary. Hearing Taz's voice every show just felt like another case of promoting WWE guys over TNA originals, so casting him in a different role like a manager would have at least felt a bit different, and kept Don West around, who, you know what, I'm gonna say it, he really wasn't that bad as a color commentator. And Tenay and Taz together? What else can you say but meh. Number 6, Kevin Nash. Big Sexy was still a beloved figure when he joined TNA, at least with mainstream fans at the time. And while he did receive a couple of big singles pushes in the company, he was often a background player and, dare I say, a bit underutilized. Nash's pairing with Alex Shelley in Paparazzi Productions was pure gold, and it was great to see Nash play a more comedic version of the Shawn Michaels and Diesel dynamic back in the day. Unfortunately, the company pulled the plug on it and moved Nash into a boring singles act. By the time he started doing jobs to guys like Samoa Joe, the matches weren't built up enough or treated like a big deal to mean anything. So Big Daddy Cool was largely booked like Big Daddy Lame in TNA. Number 5, Mickie James. Oh, Mickie, what a pity. TNA didn't understand how to push you. Mickie was vastly underutilized in WWE, and fans couldn't wait to see her appear on Impact. But had the behind-the-scenes players in TNA actually watched her over the years, they would have known what got her over. Playing the psycho love interest of Trish, not a babyface who dressed up like a cowboy. When she entered TNA, she was, of course, pushed as a face who was better than every other knockout combined ×2 plus 7, except for perhaps fellow WWE alumni Tara. Unless the company was going to fill out the rest of the knockouts division with worthy challengers for Mickie, and, you know, have her give a rub to the homegrown talent, then it was a complete waste of time and money. At least she met her husband Magnus while there, so hey, I'm happy for her. Number 4, Mick Foley. When Foley first came into TNA, it seemed like a pretty big deal. He was a hero of the Attitude Era, and left well before he wore out his welcome. Of course, in TNA, he quickly was placed in a storyline with Kurt Angle and Jeff Jarrett. Also, like Nash, Foley was involved in a brief angle with Alex Shelley, which could have potentially made him a star in the company, but then, of course, that was dropped. Poor Shelley. Foley basically reverted to a goofball commissioner-type role from the year 2000, which felt really dated in 2008, let alone 2016. And he continued to rub elbows on air with the likes of Sting, Hulk Hogan, and, yeah, Jarrett. The lowlight of Foley's time there was his participation in the absolutely ridiculously embarrassing ECW reunion called EV 2.0. Oh, and he was also TNA Heavyweight World Champion at one point.
Foley was a really good ambassador for TNA, but they never treated him with much respect, you know, like bothering to mention his Daily Show appearances. In the end, neither Foley nor TNA seemed to have a nice day, or really a nice run with each other. Number 3, Booker T. It's hard to think of a really good moment of Booker T in TNA. Let me try. Okay, yeah, I got nothing. You have to put a lot of the blame on him, as he just seemed to be mentally checked out and was wondering what Stevie Ray was up to. But management certainly didn't give him anything really exciting to do. Booker's first feud in the company was against Bobby Roode, which sounds nice, but they just didn't click and it dragged on for months. It killed any momentum that Booker had. Maybe they were just two guys who didn't work well together. It happens. Let's just not cast blame. By the end of his run in TNA, it seemed that Booker only wanted to be there to goof around with Kevin Nash and earn a nice paycheck for doing it. It's a really good job if you can get it, but it's a shame that all that excitement of coming into the company quickly disappeared like a spinneroonie into the wind. Number 2, Jeff Hardy. Even though Jeff was often given a decent push in TNA, they still lost a lot of money by not using him right. Basically, he was absolutely wasted in TNA. Feel free to insert Victory Road 2011 jokes right here. His first run in TNA in 2004 to 2006 was a bit of a mess.
Both men entered this match with tidal waves of momentum, which set them on a collision course for this very moment. It's all or nothing, and these two men wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, and in an anywhere falls match, you never know how or where this thing will end up. Both these superstars
Went back to WWE, but by the time he returned in 2010, he'd become a crazy popular babyface. Inserting him into the #1 babyface role, and then lining up a series of heel challengers was a great way to finally make some money. But as we've learned, TNA has this weird fear of making money. Hardy was given the TNA heavyweight title, but as a heel, which was a really bad swerve. He then had a few lackluster years before rediscovering himself as a character as part of the Broken Universe. It's goofy fun, but not really a big money-making act like they could have had with Jeff. TNA Creative did a really good job of basically making him obsolete. And coming in at number 1 is Ric Flair. Flair's most well-remembered and loved TNA moment is Jay Lethal doing an impression of him on air. I really hope those hundreds of thousands of dollars spent to bring him in was worth those few minutes of screen time. In 2010, Flair joined Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff in the newest era of TNA. For many fans, Flair's involvement was much more exciting than the other two, as he didn't have a reputation for personally leg-dropping an entire company out of existence. TNA made the first big mistake of casting him as a heel. Nobody wanted to boo the elder statesman at that point in his career, especially after his unbelievable WWE send-off. They also didn't want to see him step inside the ring, and if they did, then it would have to be because of a hugely anticipated, year-long storyline where he'd have to absolutely be forced to wrestle one more time, and not to just take on Sting in a battle of the Who Aged Worse match. The company briefly had the right idea when they tried to form a new Four Horsemen-like stable with Fortune, but of course they quickly squandered that plan when they put like 17 guys in the four-man group and then had them all turn on each other. Despite Flair being one of the greatest talents of all time in the wrestling industry, so few promoters have really known what the hell to do with him. TNA was no exception. What a waste. Well, that's the list. Got any more wasted TNA talent? Sound off below. I'm Andrew with What Culture, and you can follow me at Andrew Socek on Twitter, and make sure to subscribe, share, and like.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
Whoa, take a look at that. We haven't seen that one tonight.
I love something new.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a very curious move to go for a pinfall at this point, right, Ken?
Yeah, this guy's got too much energy left in him. Uh-oh. Things could get real interesting out here.
It's always interesting when they battle outside the ring. The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not. Wow! If he keeps this up, this could be over quick.
And again, he gets struck with that object. Oh my, get the medics down here. Oh, not again, not again. just hell-bent on maiming his opponent. Oh, my. Get the medics down here. He's taking some offense. He's going to have to cut off his opponent's offense quickly.
This guy's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't disagree. And one thing I'll never do is count this guy out.
Oh, not again. Not again. Oh, my. Get the medics down here. Oh, not again. Not again. Oh, my. Get the medics down here. Oh, not again. Not again.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight.
Oh, my. Get the medics down here. He's struggling a bit here. You have to wonder if he could recover from this, guys.
But there is no quit this guy. Trust me, this one's far from over. Well, it looks to me like his ego is finally being put in check.
Oh, God, his body's been through hell, and his ribs have bore the brunt of the attack.
And I hope we can get a doctor out here as a precaution. Damaged ribs like that can make it hard to breathe. When he gets going like this, there are few better.
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight.
So damaging.
Well, the trick sometimes when you get outside the ring is survival. The match becomes almost secondary. Wow! If he keeps this up, this could be over quick. A textbook reversal. Can he follow up?
Now back to the ring.
Oh, look at the emotion.
He fired up.
Unleash the power and speed of Sprint's LTE Plus network. Introducing the HTC. Introducing the HTC Bolt, our fastest smartphone ever. Exclusively at Sprint.
He controls the pace of a match, quite like this guy.
The Viper, Randy Orton, is one of the most popular wrestlers of WWE's modern era. Graduating developmental alongside the likes of John Cena and Brock Lesnar, Orton instantly became a star when he began working on the main roster, garnering millions of fans. Often portraying a bad guy, it might not come as a surprise that he isn't really the nicest person outside of the ring. The Viper definitely has more than a few blemishes on his record, so here are 5 things WWE doesn't want you to know about Randy Orton. Randy Orton has had problems with drugs in the past, and as a result, has even been suspended by WWE more than once. He was suspended for marijuana use in 2006, as well as in 2012 for both marijuana and steroid use. To make matters worse, Orton was also named in a long list of athletes purchasing performance-enhancing drugs from Signature Pharmacy, which also outed stars like Booker T, Edge, and Chavo Guerrero. WWE even heavily considered releasing Orton in 2012, but decided against it and gave him one more chance. Another factor in his 2006 suspension was Randy's problems with anger management. He admits that he had a lot of angry outbursts on the road, and was generally known as a hot-headed kid who nobody wanted to work with. His anger problems are well documented, but one of the most telling examples was back in 2007. During a UK tour, Randy somehow managed to cause over $50,000 worth of damage to his hotel. Now to be fair, there isn't a whole lot else to go on here, but you gotta be pretty angry to cause $50K worth of damage, don't you think? Anyways, I hope it was worth it, because WWE made Orton cover the bill. Speaking of Orton working with other superstars, that brings us to the infamous Kofi Kingston incident. In 2009, Orton was involved in a feud with Kofi. The two had a match on Raw where they went one-on-one. Now things got messy when Kofi botched a few moves during the match, as well as the finish, which clearly upset Orton. Now most of the time botches are swept under the rug to avoid breaking the fourth wall, but Randy wasn't having it. He started screaming "stupid" over and over at Kofi in front of the entire crowd. If that wasn't bad enough, he audibly dropped an F-bomb in frustration as well. This one really hurt Kofi's career, as he was relegated to the lower mid-card for a while after this catastrophe. As you likely know, Randy has a history of injuries that have sidelined him multiple times in his career. These injuries may be the reason Randy Orton is reportedly looking to become a part-time worker in the WWE. Apparently, and take this with a grain of salt, Randy wants a schedule similar to that of Shawn Michaels back in 2002 after he returned from injury. And with other part-timers such as Lesnar, Jericho, and Undertaker employed, that doesn't seem unreasonable. With him being so injury-prone, WWE and Orton may seriously consider this option, though it's not something they want to advertise to as many fans who eagerly awaited his recent return. Now this one is a bit weird. There are multiple reports from different sources that Randy Orton is kind of a creep when it comes to women. Back in 2005, a former diva named Rochelle Lowen spoke about how Randy once snuck into the women's locker room and went through all of her things before completely destroying the contents of her bag, for absolutely no reason at all. She said that he's a pathetic person and he is a psycho. She also says that he has some real issues with beautiful women, and apparently this wasn't the only incident. There are also reports that Randy did something similar to Amy Weber, another diva, except this time he decided to, and I quote, take a shit in her bag. The reason? Orton was into her. You heard it here first, gentlemen. That is how you get a girl. And those are 5 things WWE doesn't want you to know about Randy Orton. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing for more. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
This just in, Wendy's announces a new Swiss Junior Bacon Cheeseburger as an option with the 4 for $4 for a limited time. With 4 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $4, the Swiss Junior Bacon Cheeseburger. Now back to America.
You may know him as Claudio Castagnoli, or maybe as Antonio Cesaro, but either way, you know just how good this man is in the ring. Since making his WWE debut a few years back, Cesaro has proven himself to be a true master of the squared circle by combining the technical aspect of wrestling with pure power, becoming a fan favorite in the process. With him becoming more and more prominent in the WWE as of late, here are 5 facts you probably didn't know about Cesaro. If you remember Cesaro's United States Championship run, I'm sure you remember him saying he speaks 5 languages. Well, it turns out that isn't just part of the gimmick. He really is fluent in English, French, German, Italian, and his native language, Swiss German. I find this extremely impressive, and even more so is that his English has noticeably improved over the years. It's worth noting that Vince McMahon said in the past that Cesaro won't be main event talent, essentially because he isn't a native English speaker, but hopefully that attitude has changed, given that Kevin Owens is the current Universal Champion. As you know, the Swiss Superman made his WWE in-ring debut in 2012 after years on the independent circuit. What you may not have known is that Cesaro had actually signed with WWE about a decade ago, and even once appeared on Raw, though not as a wrestler. Instead, Cesaro, along with current TNA star Ethan Carter III, played a police officer who accompanied Shane McMahon on Raw in 2006. The barely recognizable Cesaro didn't actually do anything notable, and was released soon after, returning to the independent scene. And let me just say, Cesaro, facial hair does not suit you. As mentioned before, Cesaro was no joke when it comes to the ring, and nothing proves that more than his spot on the PWI 500. For those unaware, Pro Wrestling Illustrated analyzes and ranks the best 500 wrestlers in the world, ranging from WWE stars to independent workers. In 2014, Antonio Cesaro ranked number 13 in the world, which is a major accomplishment. For reference, that was 4 spots higher than Shinsuke Nakamura, and just 1 lower than Seth Rollins that year. Though you wouldn't think it just by looking at him, Cesaro was arguably the pound-for-pound strongest competitor in WWE today. This is evident just by watching his incredible feats of strength in the ring, as he regularly lifted huge men like Mark Henry with ease for various moves. Speaking of Henry, who is dubbed the world's strongest man, he says that Cesaro is exceptionally strong to the point that it's scary. Cesaro loves to incorporate Olympic weightlifting into his training regime, and even regularly trained with John Cena for a time. What's his secret? Simply put, Cesaro trains for strength and endurance, not for aesthetics. Despite now being the suit-wearing Swiss Superman, Cesaro had other gimmicks before making his way to WWE. Most notable was in 2007 while working in Chikara, where Cesaro took on the role of a very mysterious ice cream. Seriously, that was his name. He was essentially a luchador with an ice cream themed mask and a cone on his head. And of course, he joined up with fellow frozen dessert enthusiast Los Ice Creams. I'm sorry, but I've seen some weird gimmicks in my day, but this one may just take the cake. The funny thing is, the gimmick was actually successful, and the group was very over with fans. Hey, if it works, it works. And those are 5 facts you probably didn't know about Cesaro. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, maybe leave a like and subscribe. It really helps us out. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. There are very few superstars in the WWE right now that are as charismatic and entertaining as Enzo Amore. With a crazy looking persona, along with his absolutely amazing mic skills, fans have come to love Enzo, as well as his partner in crime, Big Cass. To get acquainted with the certified G and bona fide stud, here are 5 things you need to know about Enzo Amore. Despite standing at just 5'11" and 200 pounds, in stark contrast to Big Cass, Enzo actually played Division III NCAA football in college. He played linebacker and safety for Salisbury University from 2007 to 2009 as part of his full scholarship. While at college, Amore also obtained his degree in journalism. Interestingly enough, Enzo says he's never read a book in his life, which has prompted many to question his degree, but he claims it's 100% legit. This degree probably helps Enzo with his writing, as he reportedly writes a ton of material for his own promos. With his degree in hand and football career behind him, what did Enzo Amore do? He began to work as a DJ, among other smaller jobs. Enzo's father and extended family were all in the business, which led to Enzo eventually landing a gig as the official DJ for the New York Jets football team. He credits his experiences working on the mic as a DJ to his ability to cut insane promos in WWE. Besides spinning records, Amore also briefly worked as a mover for a movie company, as well as managed a Hooters restaurant. Though none of this was wrestling experience, his resume was as varied as they come. Speaking of wrestling experience, Enzo had none. He was a huge wrestling fan, but he had never had any training in that field. That changed when Enzo began working out at a gym in Jersey owned by Joe DeFranco, a famous personal trainer. It just so turned out that DeFranco is the personal trainer of Triple H, who, as you know, runs NXT. Amore would record a couple of videos of himself cutting promos and showing off his athleticism, and after a year of training with DeFranco, he asked the trainer to give his tape to Triple H. Not even a week after Hunter got the videos, Amore was given a tryout with NXT. It turns out, even wrestlers have favorite wrestlers, and for Enzo Amore, that man is Shawn Michaels. Growing up, Amore was enamored by Michaels, who he watched every Saturday as his parents limited his wrestling TV time. He eventually started watching more and more though, and was completely in love with Michaels and the character he portrayed. He says that he thought Shawn was the coolest dude in the world. He looked up to Michaels so much that he even completed a school project on him for a "What do you want to be when you grow up" assignment. Funnily enough, this actually got him in a bit of trouble for using phrases like sexy boy and boy toy. To this day, Amore idolizes HBK and even has a heart-shaped tattoo to prove it. Though Enzo is constantly improving his in-ring abilities, everybody can see that his real talents are on the mic. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing in today's WWE, but most guys like him historically don't make it too far. However, Enzo has John Cena and Dusty Rhodes to thank for his significant push in the company. Back in the day, Enzo was a jobber in NXT and wasn't really going anywhere. That is, until John Cena, who was coincidentally backstage, said he was very impressed with Amore and that he should be taken more seriously. Dusty Rhodes also chimed in, saying all this kid needed was a mic to win over fans. It's hard to deny both Cena and Rhodes, so Enzo was given a much needed push, which I'm sure nobody regrets. There are 5 things you need to know about Enzo Amore. If you enjoyed the video, maybe leave a like and consider subscribing. Also, follow Wrestling Hub on Twitter to stay up to date with news and videos. As always, thanks for watching.
I can't believe everything that's transpired thus far. It's been so physical.
You're right about that, Cole. This has been an all-out war.
Things are not looking good right now.
WWE has been running for a long time. This means a lot of concepts for characters, segments, and storylines have already been used, so the company needs to consistently come up with fresh, intriguing ideas. Sometimes this means coming up with stories and segments that are a little out there, and that's where things get weird and oftentimes offensive, even though they may be entertaining. This video will cover 10 times WWE completely crossed the line. If for a gimmick WWE has come up with, Eugene was a mentally handicapped wrestler. On its own, that isn't the worst gimmick ever, or maybe it is, but things got really bad when Eugene was constantly bullied by other WWE superstars on a weekly basis. Not only is this offensive, but it also encouraged bullying in a sense, as millions of children saw their favorite wrestlers go after Eugene. You'd think WWE would realize the errors of their ways pretty quickly, right? Nope. Eugene was released after 3 years on TV, and only after failing multiple drug tests. Given the fact WWE viewers are undoubtedly a multiple faith, you'd think WWE would shy away from religion-based storylines to avoid offending people in any way. Once again, WWE ignored the obvious and actually went ahead with possibly the worst match idea in history. Vince McMahon teamed up with his son Shane to face off against Shawn Michaels and God. You heard me right. Now, nobody actually accompanied Michaels for the match, but God did have an entrance where a white spotlight was supposed to represent him as it made its way to the ring. Shawn Michaels tag teaming with God. Wow. For those of you who remember Road Warrior Hawk, I'm sure you've heard of his alcohol and drug abuse issues. Well, WWE decided this would make for a great storyline, but instead it ended up becoming known as one of the most disturbing of all time. Hawk, who was supposedly drunk, climbed atop the Titantron in an attempt to commit suicide. Puke, a partner of Hawk's, climbed up as well and ended up pushing him off the Titantron. This came after weeks of Hawk stumbling to the ring drunk. Let alone the horrible Puke storyline, WWE definitely went too far by using Hawk's real-life issues for entertainment, rather than getting him help. As Sasha Banks pointed out on this past Raw, women in wrestling have come a long way. Nothing puts that into perspective more than Trish Stratus' famous segment with Vince McMahon, in which he was forced to get on all fours and bark like a dog while being marched around the ring. Not only that, but Vince then forced her to strip down on live television and in front of thousands of people. To top it off, Vince called Trish Daddy's little toy. This was absolutely degrading, and a prime example of WWE going way too far with an angle, as well as the mishandling of female talent in the past. Remember that whole CM Punk Undertaker feud? I wouldn't blame you if you forgot about it, as it really didn't have much going for it. That is, until WWE decided to use the real-life death of Paul Bearer as a way to add fuel to the fire. CM Punk, the company's top heel, used Paul Bearer's ashes to draw out The Undertaker before scattering them on top of him. This was just utterly disrespectful, and fans everywhere were outraged by the despicable act. Now, to be fair, WWE did get consent from Paul Bearer's family before actually doing it, but they later said that what they saw on TV wasn't anything like the original proposal. Either way, it was just too much, too soon. Speaking of The Undertaker, he's done some pretty crazy things himself. Besides making Mideon drink the blood from his slit wrists and trying to embalm Stone Cold, Undertaker used a giant cross to sacrifice people on live television. This evil persona had no problem attempting to sacrifice Stone Cold and Stephanie McMahon after tying them to the cross. He also tried to marry Stephanie in some sort of dark wedding, though it wasn't successful. Now, I personally love this supernatural version of Taker, but I also understand how this would terrify younger viewers and enrage those who are religious. Vince McMahon has made fun of Jim Ross and embarrassed him on multiple occasions, and he showed he isn't above anything when he tastelessly imitated JR in his medical condition. If you don't know, Jim Ross suffers from Bell's palsy, which has caused a bit of deformation of his face. As mentioned, Vince did his Jim Ross impression in 2012, which can be found online, for which he received a ton of heat. Fans simply saw it as being a bad taste, and I agree with them. What do you guys think? Here's one that'll really upset you pet lovers. The Big Boss Man decided to kidnap Al Snow's pet dog, Pepper. In order to get him back, Al Snow simply had to sit down and have dinner with the Boss Man. I think you can see where this is going. As Snow scarfed down his meal, which he said was very good, it was revealed that Boss Man had just made Snow eat his beloved Pepper. Yes, Al Snow ate his own dog. I mean, I guess it was something different, but damn, that is just bad. Vince McMahon, the visionary behind WWE, thought it was a good idea to kill himself on an episode of Raw. Vince's limo exploded during the show after he got in, implying that he was killed. They took this a step further by having the McMahon family pay their respects to their deceased father the next week. Now, this was all part of Vince's plan to get his character off the air and transition to a behind-the-scenes role, but this terrible plan failed in the end. The real-life death of Chris Benoit came just 2 weeks later, prompting Vince to come back for the tribute show and reveal himself as alive. Fortunately for us, nothing tops the absolutely disgusting Katie Vick angle. The storyline had Triple H and Kane feuding back in 2002. It was revealed that Kane had killed his girlfriend Katie Vick, which isn't all that bad when you look at everything WWE's done over the years. However, things got weird when Triple H, donning a Kane mask, molested the deceased Ms. Vick in her casket in a disgusting act of necrophilia on live television. I really don't know what was going through Hunter's head, and I think it's better off that way. This one stands as the single most disturbing angle WWE has run in my opinion, and hopefully it never gets beaten for the top spot. And those are 10 times WWE completely crossed the line. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, leave a like and subscribe. Also, be sure to follow Wrestling Up on Twitter to stay up to date with videos. The link is in the description.
And today we're going to take a look at 10 times WWE went 18 plus on camera. There are a lot of inappropriate moments on this list, so if you are under the age of 18, please click away on this video, but let's face it, who the fuck is gonna click away? I know there's gonna be some people out there for the videos, but guess what, there ain't no way I'm trying to get my channel fucked up. So without further ado, get your hands out of your pants and let's get on with number 10. By the way, there aren't any wardrobe malfunctions. Number 10, Mickie James does the V-Lick. Facing off with Trish Stratus for the Women's Championship, Mickie James acted out one of the most inappropriate things you can do on camera unless if you're in a porn movie, but she shaped her fingers like the shape of a woman's, downstairs, and proceeded to lick it. Now, if you don't know what that means, I'm not gonna say it because I have some family watching this. Just Google V-Lick and you'll know. Number 9, Dawn Marie flashes the crowd. On a SmackDown taping a while back, Dawn Marie came down to the ring and basically flashed the crowd for really no odd reason. She literally came down to the ring, talked for about a minute or two, flashed the crowd, and left. It was like Austin's catchphrase, arrive, flash the crowd, and leave. Except for the people at home, they were all sitting there sad as a dog. Number 8. Kelly Kelly strip teases. Here and there on ECW, Kelly Kelly would often do these dances / strip teases for the audience at home and in the crowds. Back in the day, this probably wasn't as big of a deal, as this wasn't as crazy as other things they used to do, but considering on this specific striptease episode that she was almost about to flash the whole crowd and the people at home until she was stopped, this would certainly be a no-no in today's era. Number 7. Sable and Tori Wilson dance off. Anything that has Sable and Tori Wilson combined is tremendous. In this moment right here, Tori and Sable had a dance off to determine who was better at strip teasing, and what both ladies did was off the roof. Not only did both women show what they got, but Tori went a little overboard when she stripped out of the bra and bikini that she was already wearing and went with a bra and bikini that was much smaller and thinner. Number 6. Triple H makes a fan expose her breasts. That's basically it. Triple H was and still is literally that powerful. He will tell you to do something, and without even thinking about it, you'll do it as if he's mind controlling you, even when it's in front of thousands of people. This moment had Triple H pointing at a random female fan in the crowd and with just a hand motion asked the girl to pull up her shirt to show her tits. At the first time, she just pulled up her shirt, but after asking twice, she pulled up her bra as well, flashing it in front of everyone. Number 5. Rosa Mendes goes completely naked. On a Total Divas episode, specifically Season 3, Episode 1 for all you naughty guys out there, Rosa Mendes went completely naked on camera. Now obviously the shot was blurred up for that specific episode, but considering that the WWE is in the PG era, and even though the show itself is TV-14, it's still crazy to think that WWE would allow one of their female workers to go completely naked on camera when there can be kids watching with their parents. Number 4. Dawn Marie and Tori Wilson in a hotel room. Yet again, we have Tori Wilson and Dawn Marie on another slot in this list. Why? Because Vince McMahon. From making Dawn Marie whispered, to making Tori Wilson and herself strip almost half naked, to making it seem like it's the beginning of a porn movie, you couldn't go through this whole segment without thinking if this is wrestling or porn. Number 3. Miss Kitty flashes the crowd and the camera. In this moment, a bunch of female wrestlers back in 1999 in Armageddon had a match for the women's championship in a pool where the objective was to keep your evening gown on until everyone else's was off. Miss Kitty kept hers on without anyone taking it off, making her win the match as well as the women's title, but before she went back in the locker room, she still wanted to treat the fans and took off her bra, completely exposing her breast before Sergeant Slaughter covered it up. Number 2. Jacqueline and Sable's bikini match. Unlike all those other bikini matches I just talked about, this one had so many unforgettable moments, from Jacqueline having a nip slip, to wearing a thin red bra and bikini, to Sable having a black colored hand just covering her. You know, this has been and will always be one of the most sexual moments in WWE history. Number 1. Edge and Lita's live sex celebration. I mean, anything that's got to do with sex is 18+. Even though nothing too inappropriate was shown other than Lita's nip slip and Edge doing it from the back doggy style, kinda, it's still one of the most sexual WWE moments of all time, unless if your family was watching it with you, then that's just awkward.
This just in. Wendy's announces the new Swiss Junior Bacon Cheeseburger as an option with the 4 for $4 for a limited time.
What's up guys, welcome back to another brand new video, and today we're going to take a look at 5 of the most unusual / disturbing WWE recordings to date. Now many of you probably don't know the wrestler by the name of Abdullah the Butcher, which isn't really your fault considering he worked for many promotions outside of the WWE, but he is inside WWE's Hall of Fame class of 2011. Now there isn't much context to this video, but when I saw this clip for myself, it really did freak me out in a way, but either way, here's the clip.
La máquina, Abdullah the Butcher, y Chiquita, vamos a hablar de lo que va a pasar mañana domingo a las 7 en punto en la cancha bajo el techo de Caguas. Pollo crudo, y eso mismo le va a pasar a Bruce Brody. Se va a despedazar pedazo a pedazo, con carne y todo. Bruce Brody, ven bien preparado, porque lo que le está pasando a este miserable pollo es lo que te va a pasar a ti. Así que Bruce Brody va a caer derrotado en pedazos por el animal mayor de mi organización, que es el hombre que te va a destruir a ti.
When Piper died at the age of 61 in July 31st of 2015 while sleeping due to a heart attack, many people were saddened of how young of an age Piper died in. But when he was interviewed back in 2003 with HBO, Piper strangely but calmly predicted that he won't make it until the age of 65.
You get this going and then you start drinking alcohol. Deadly combination. You bring cocaine into the picture. Doesn't line. It's time to fight. No downers there. You know, let's go. But it would be nice to have a little painkiller in you as you go in, or a lot. And boom. So now you come out of the ring. It's 10:30. You're high.
At the time of our story, Piper was nearly 50 and said he despised the business. Yet he'd gone back into it to make a living.
What would you have me do at 49 when my pension plan I can't take out till I'm 65? I'm not going to make 65. Let's just face facts, guys.
Roddy Piper died in Hollywood on July 31st. He was 4 years shy of his 65th birthday.
To be honest, this one's a little bit creepy, so it would be better if you guys saw it for yourself as to what I mean.
All right, thank you, Vince McMahon, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, the lovely Elizabeth. 3 people working as one with one goal in mind: to defeat, or should I say demolish, the Twin Towers.
I know the Twin Towers were a tag team, but the irony though. What the fuck? That is crazy.
On July 31st. He was 4 years shy of his 65th birthday.
To be honest, this one's a little bit creepy, so it would be better if you guys saw it for yourself as to what I mean.
All right, thank you, Vince McMahon, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, the lovely Elizabeth. 3 people working as one with one goal in mind: to defeat, or should I say demolish, the Twin Towers. Hulk Hogan, you talked about the Triangle of Love. Jesse Ventura said there's a problem. Explain.
Well, you know me, Gene. You get right to the heart of the with that question, brother. It's the love, man, that's gonna supercharge the mega powers and tear down the Twin Towers.
This man, what were your thoughts then?
Mega Towers? The fuck?
Yeah, me, Gene, I can still feel the pain when that cold steel bit into Miss Elizabeth's wrist right there. When her muscles were torn, my muscles were torn. When her bone was bruised right there, I felt the pain. Hulk Hogan felt the pain, and I can still feel the pain right now. And Hulk Hogan, that pain won't stop until the Twin Towers come crumbling down.
China passed away on April 20th, 2016 at the age 46 in her home in California from apparently taking too much anxiety pills. But before her death, she posted her last ever video on YouTube just 3 days before her passing on April 17th, being called Wake Up.
Just want to y'all to have a beautiful. And I'm sure I'll be posting more things as this day goes on, because I'll have my friends here and we'll be doing tellos and bike rides and scenes and all that stuff. So anyway, love y'all. I hope you have a beautiful day. Wake up, wake up. Precision. Stay in bed all damn day today.
From what we've seen in her tonight, there must be serious injuries.
Kenny, this is going to need some serious medical attention.
Hear me out first before you make any judgments. When this WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007 video game was released on November 10th of 2006, Chris Benoit died a little over 7 months later. As you can see on your screens as to what The Undertaker is saying to Chris in this video game, not only did The Undertaker predict that Chris would be the one his grieving family would blame, but he also says when the inevitable occurs. 2 words that really caught my attention was these 2.
Thinking the ring can't contain what he has in mind here.
Uh-oh, I don't want to see it then.
Exhibiting some amazing acrobatics.
He's not looking like himself here, but he's very aware of who he's in there with.
and what he has to do to rebound. But it's important to know that this match has been so evenly contested so far. You really can't pick a winner.
And on top of that, John, these two guys couldn't be any more evenly matched at this point.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything. Oh, no. Talk about getting launched into the ring.
He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happened.
Here's the cover. Gets the shoulder up.
Barely, but that's all that matters. It's up.
I don't remember the last time he executed that maneuver. Here's a cover. He's got plenty of gas left in his tank.
You're right. He kicked out with ease.
There he goes again. And again. And again. And again.
If you insist on making this mistake, your grieving family will have no one to blame but you when the inevitable occurs. It's crazy. Hey, Ma! Hey, Ma, come here, Ma!
Displaying classic offense here.
Yeah, that's when he's the most dangerous.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Come on! Now he just wants that insult to injury.
Yeah, this guy's got a mean streak. And he gets leveled.
Man, oh man, did he take a wild swing with that one.
You're right. That was wild indeed. Good thing we're over here.
Not today. Too fast. Look at him. We got a cover. And the shoulders up now. That's a kick out.
Nice. Just when you thought it was over. Wow. He's pulling out all the stops tonight.
Nobody controls the pace of a match.
He's out.
Gee, he's looking for the win.
This may be it.
I'm a bit surprised that we saw a pin attempt here, King. I don't think he's done nearly enough to get to the 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
I don't know where he's finding the strength to stay in this one. They roll out of the ring, hoping to recover here.
Yeah, if they didn't get out of the ring, it would be over right now.
Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup.
Unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
AJ with the wherewithal to get out of the way.
He's got the shoulders down.
This could be it. And the shoulders up now. That's a kick out.
Nice. I can't believe it. He just won't go away.
Oh, trying to put him away. Oh, you do not get up from that.
What a finishing move. This could be it right here. Somebody's going to get hurt in this match.
He's starting to stumble here. He's going to want to make sure this doesn't snowball out of control.
I don't know about you guys, but I find it a little shocking that his finisher failed to put his opponent away on 2 different occasions.
And did you see the look on his face when that second finisher didn't put him away? I don't think he expected that. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
A little over 7 months later. As you can see on your screens as to what The Undertaker is saying to Chris in this video game. Not
saying about all damn day today.
These guys are giving it absolutely everything they've got. They're not holding anything back. And I love it.
Hear me out first before you make any judgments. When this WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007 video game was released on November 10th of 2006, Chris Benoit died a little over 7 months later. As you can see on your screens as to what The Undertaker is saying to Chris in this video game, not only did The Undertaker predict that Chris would be the one his grieving family would blame, but he also says when the inevitable occurs. 2 words that really caught my attention was these two, because when you really think as to what both of these words mean, it's as if Chris's murder-suicide was planned.
I'm sick of you fucking The Undertaker. You know I'm and you prove me wrong.
You think I'm afraid of you, little man? I can't count the number of superstars who have tested themselves against the dead man and come up short. If you insist on making this mistake, then your grieving family will have no one to blame but you when the inevitable occurs. Whether you limp away or whether no one to blame but you when the inevitable occurs. Whether you limp away or whether they roll you away in a wheelchair, the one constant will always be in your life is your family. They're there, they pat you up when you're hurt, they prop you up, they build your ego up, and they send you back out that door. Well, Chris, I'm just going to ask you one time. Is this obsession with destroying every aspect of Kevin Sullivan's life worth losing your soul? Well, is it?
Kevin Sullivan.
Here's some information about Kevin Sullivan.
And during that time, I've seen some very disturbing moments. A lot of these have become Titantron, Undertaker crucifying Steve Austin, Katie Vick, and Mae Young giving birth to Han are weird, but you've heard them so many times. They're indelible parts of wrestling lore. Here is a handful of unsettling Raw moments that you might have forgotten, or at the very least will wish you had. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and here are 8 disturbing Raw moments you totally don't remember. Number 8, Eugene gets shaved. So we've talked about Eugene before and how playing the whole mentally impaired thing with the last was a bit tricky. But hey, say this about Eugene, most of the time he came out on top and he was never too mistreated by those evil baddies. He was just a guy having fun, right? Well, except for this time. It was in the lead up to WrestleMania 23 in the Battle of the Billionaires, where either Vince McMahon or future presidential candidate Donald Trump would have to be shaved bald. To build fan loathing for Vince, on the March 19th, 2007 episode of Raw, he booked Happy Eugene in a match with Umaga. After being distracted by the barber's pole before the match because he's got special needs, the poor guy was absolutely crushed, and then in storyline, a disabled person was strapped crying into a barber's chair, and while he was choked, he had his head forcibly cut and shaved. WWE are now in a charitable partnership with the Special Olympics, and does that partnership include free haircuts? Number 7, Mickie gets Trish a present. Most of us remember the Mickie James-Trish storyline. Mickie James was in love with Trish, becoming an obsessive stalker fan, like Adam Cheaty is for the Federline. Seriously, dude loves kayfabe, always has playing with fire on in the office. It's a classic. But do you remember this weird bit from the March 20th, 2006 episode of Raw? Mickie took to the ring with a giant wrapped present, a no hard feelings gift, and inside was Trish's friend Ashley, bound and gagged with a broken leg. It was super weird, but full credit to James, she sold the crap out of it, and it actually ended up being a good disturbing rather than a bad disturbing. The segment ending with Mickie, blood streaming from her nose, planting a kiss on unconscious Trish Stratus. Fun fact, the next month before their match at Backlash, Trish returned the favour by kidnapping Mickey's ex-boyfriend Jack. A Jack in a box. Oh. Number 6, Trish offers up Christie. So it turns out Hall of Famer Trish Stratus is really messed up. On the April 25th, 2005 episode of Raw emanating from Birmingham, good old England, God save our gracious, etc., Viscera and Trish Stratus went on a date. Viscera was going through the world's largest love machine phase and was full 10 out of 10 sex pest throughout, arriving for a date with this roll of condoms. That is a whole lot of fucking there, pal. Now, Big Daddy V was absolutely no doubt about it, but dang it if Trish Stratus didn't manage to one-up him in the appalling department. Instead of him having sex with her, Trish Stratus suggested, and these are her words, I can take that Christy Hemme and just knock her out and you can just, I don't know, do whatever. Ah, hey cool Trish, hey cool, that's rape you're talking about there. Number 5, Patterson and Briscoe, Dirty Old Men, aka Bad Touch the Match. Patterson and Briscoe are no stranger to humiliating themselves rather than pleasure, as Mr. Mac Man bumbling Stooges. Well, on January 18th, 1999, they went from harmless oaths to sex pests in a comedy handicap match against China. Normally the man-on-women matches make us cringe a little bit, but China had just so much physical presence that her duking it out with the guys never really felt unacceptable. What's a little unacceptable is what happened near the end. After Briscoe throws a handful of powder in China's eyes, an excellent tactic that I've been known to use to effective and handsome success, then while the ninth wonder of the world was flailing blind, both men took the opportunity to fondle her. The men each have a go grabbing her bum, and then, just to make us all extra awkward, they have a little play with her boobies. Just a little wobble on her boobs. Thankfully, she then absolutely destroys the two-handed pervert. Number 4.
This is a one-on-one matchup, and I don't think I have to remind anyone what's on the line here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this match ended in our laps before it's all said and done. And the party has officially begun. You know, it's nights like this that keeps me coming back to the WWE for more and more and more.
Flattened by a vicious splash. You know, when you take direct hits like that, it becomes hard to move. If you can't move, you can't win. Plenty of fight left.
You're right. This guy's still near 100%.
He's not looking like himself here. I fully expect him to bounce back, though. This is the type of one-on-one atmosphere where he thrives.
And at this point, it looks to me like this match is as even as it could get. Good point, John. And I'd say this match is about as even as it could get at this point.
And it looks like this one's going out to the floor.
I don't mind. Let's see a little outside the ring action. He's in full-on attack mode now.
Oh, no. We know what this is.
That's it. He's done. There's some serious power right there. We know what this is. That's it. He's out. That phased him. I mean, there's no way it couldn't have.
It looks like we're going to see what kind of...
And the cover for the win.
1, 2, 3. This singles match has come to an end. Wow.
For Eric Bischoff, Lady Killer. Hooray for a hat-trick of unwanted sexual advances. Yay! On the 18th of August 2003, Eric Bischoff, who used to be my hero before he played me for that daddy long legs cosplay, broke into Vince and Linda's house, their actual mansion in Greenwich, to further his absolutely destroyed the two-handed pervert. Still, no. Number 4, Eric Bischoff, Lady Killer. Hooray for a hat-trick of unwanted sexual advances. Yay! On the 18th of August 2003, Eric Bischoff, who used to be my hero before he played me for that daddy long legs cosplayer, broke into Vince and Linda's house, their actual mansion in Greenwich, to further his feud with Shane McMahon going into SummerSlam. There he found Linda McMahon, who was just coming off a neck injury, held her hands behind her back, remarked that she was a, quote, rather big-breasted beauty, and then he kissed her before demanding he show her the bedroom. Vince McMahon produced that segment. He was in the room while the man who ran WCW against him kissed his wife. Weird guy. Fun fact, Bischoff also forced himself on Stephanie once, so Eric Bischoff is 2-4 with the McMahon. And to be honest, we don't know for sure that him and Shane or him and Vince have never gone for dinner, split a bottle of wine and saw what felt right. Number 3, Diesel gets a casket. Time for some classic disturbing now and all the way back to March 18th, 1996. Diesel was all set to back the Undertaker at WrestleMania 12, Diesel being dragged under the ring and then later destroying one of his casket. When this happened, Big Daddy Cool was squashing famous jobber Barry Horowitz when Paul Bearer rolled a coffin down to the ring. After the match, Diesel opened the casket to find himself a wax model of his body and face covered in creepy plastic. That is actually still genuinely unsettling, more so than Jack the Jobber's laugh, and that is saying something. I hate you, Jack, I hate you. Number 2, Dennis Knight gets sacrificed. Oh, Undertaker, you creepy little sausage, you panto Charles Manson, what's it like? Taker did a lot of tough stuff during his Ministry of Darkness run. There's the bunch of women gripping Kristen with a belt, each one sexier than the last. This is definitely one of the weirdest things to hear, but it's probably one of the ones talked about least. This is Dennis Knight before he digivolved.
But now it's time to get down to business. Both these superstars are going to find out
now,
about
Knight became Midian by a sacrificial ceremony on January 11th, 1999. So, Knight has been kidnapped corner and trapped in a dungeon, and now was being strapped to a table.
Only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow. That may be felt for a lifetime. What do you think about Bam Bam Bigelow? We're going to find out a lot here tonight.
Dennis Knight then drank the Undertaker's blood, the renamed Midian, and the check. Raw was really, really, really weird in the late 90s. And number one, Terry Runnels loses against the baby. Hooray for awful, tasteless nonsense. January 4th, 1999. You might remember that Raw as the one where Mick Foley won his first ever WWF title to the loudest pop ever. One of the best Raw moments of all time, and about half an hour beforehand, it was one of the worst. Terry Runnels was part of the stable with Jack Richards, with the new sisters, DMS, do you get it? She was kayfabe pregnant at the time. D'Lo Brown was wrestling out, and Terry Runnels got up on the ring steps, she got into a verbal confrontation with D'Lo Brown, and then she fell to the arena floor and started clutching her stomach and wailing as she was stuck to a gurney. Then, backstage, a doctor listened to her wound and said he couldn't hear anything. A miscarriage live on TV. That is the worst thing. Now, later transpired that Terry was never lying about it, but at that time, on the night when Mick Foley won the title, one of the most important episodes of Raw in Raw history, fans were told that a lady had just lost her baby. And the worst part about it, that wasn't the last time that WWE did a miscarriage storyline. In a more famously horrible angle, in 2004, Lisa got pregnant by Kane and then lost her baby, and this time they pretended that the miscarriage was real. What a company. And that's our list. Did we miss any out? Tell us about it in the comments. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter here. I'm Adam from WhatCulture.com, and I'll see you soon.
Bam Bigelow so menacing. Let's not forget that this man is a cheeseburger shy of 400 pounds and can literally squash anybody you put in front of him.
Yeah, he can. But even more impressive is that despite being nearly 400 pounds, Bigelow with a nice counter. Somehow, he's kicked it into another gear here tonight.
That wild strike found nothing but empty air that time.
Man, that's what you call swinging for the fences and missing. Really pushing his opponent to the limit here.
Down goes Bigelow. Whoa! I don't remember the last time I saw Bam Bam go down like that.
This is it. Doesn't get any better than that. What a finishing maneuver. This could be it. It's got to be it. Will it be enough for the win? Now that's a finishing move. This thing might be all over.
Wow! Man, it could be over here.
Yeah, maybe.
The cover, and this one's history. What a win.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to another brand new video, and today we're going to take a look at top 10 WWE things that will always remain a mystery. Number 10, John Cena's heel turn will bring in a new attitude in the WWE. The WWE is in a quote-unquote new era, but does that stop it from bringing in a different type of attitude for this new era? If y'all quite think about it, other than creating this new era slogan, what else has really changed in the product other than bringing in the brand extension, which isn't really a new idea? So is this new era slogan thing just to hold off for until they do turn Cena heel so that an actual new era does begin, or is this all BS? We can't really be for sure until the day of Cena turning heel is around us. Number 9, Two Ultimate Warriors. When The Ultimate Warrior was released by WWE in 1991 due to having trouble on getting on one page with the company, he vanished from the wrestling scene for a whole year, but made his unknowingly surprise return a year later in 1992. Many fans believe that it wasn't the same Ultimate Warrior due to looking a bit more skinnier, having shorter hair, and even wrestling differently. Many believe that he may have passed away in 1991 due to his mysterious disappearance, making Vince hire a lookalike of the Ultimate Warrior. What's even more messed up is when Warrior made his WCW debut, the first thing Hulk Hogan said to him was, "I thought you were dead. Scripted or not, that sounds creepy as hell." Number 8, the real reason why Triple H broke up with Chyna. We all know Triple H was seeing Steph even while Chyna and him were dating, but do we really know the real reason as to why Triple H started cheating on Chyna with Stephanie McMahon? I mean, call it coincidental, but many fans believe that the only reason why Triple H dated Stephanie McMahon in the first place was to have control over the WWE someday. And from the way it's been heading in terms of having the right to call some final decisions and being the leader of NXT, has Triple H planned all of this out? Remember, these are myths and conspiracy theories. I'm not making any of these up, it's what the wrestling community has come up with. Number 7, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Vince Russo were all sent out by Vince McMahon to destroy WCW. During the 90s, when WWE and WCW were fighting over ratings, Vince McMahon apparently sent out two men by the names of Scott Hall and Kevin Nash to destroy and kill WCW to the ground. Now, even though Nash and Scott debuted a couple years before Vince Russo did, at the end of the day, they were all there apparently to kill WCW, which eventually did happen not too long after Vince Russo came into WCW. Stuff like giving out guaranteed contracts with lots of money put a massive hole financially, and also stuff like making Nash work for the creative team, which by the way led them to pay him $500,000 to do so, were all stuff that buried WCW down to the ground and eventually making WWE easily buy out WCW for only $2 million. Number 6, The Ultimate Warrior was murdered. Right after getting inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame and giving his last ever speech on Raw the night before his death, which apparently was because of a heart disease, many have came out and have said that this isn't just an ordinary death and that he was murdered. How? No one is truly sure, but a couple names have been called out, such as Hulk Hogan's, Kevin Nash's, Jake Roberts, and even the Illuminati. Again, this story goes in real deep as to why he was murdered and that the news outlets are just keeping this a secret. Number 5, the relationship between Randy Savage and Stephanie McMahon. Before Randy Savage finally got inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2015, everyone in the wrestling community was wondering as to why he was getting ignored every year. The rumor was that Vince disliked him a lot, and for that people started wondering why. Well, one popular theory that started flowing around was that Savage and Steph had an inappropriate relationship when she was only 17. Now, even though this hasn't gotten any confirmation from yours truly, Stephanie McMahon herself, it's still something many wrestling fans till this day are still wondering about. Number 4, Vince McMahon covered up Jimmy Snuka's case. After finding out that Jimmy Snuka's girlfriend was found dead on May of 1983 after taken to a hospital, there wasn't really a clear story as to how she hit her head. Jimmy said that he found her in her dying moments after coming home from a TV shoot, but since the case was reopened just 2 years ago in 2014, it was confirmed that Jimmy had killed his girlfriend in their hotel room. Now, before some of you start getting confused, it's not how she died, because that's solved now. It's the fact that Vince McMahon was the one who covered up this murder at those years for the protection of his popular wrestler at that moment. With the power Vince has, it wouldn't be surprising if he was the one who got Jimmy off of the hook, especially considering that his daughter Tamina Snuka was still working for the company even while the trial was going on this year in March of 2016. Number 3, the Montreal Screwjob was a work. There are many theories out there as to why this could have been a work and one of the biggest works in wrestling history. The theories are that this could have been all a plan to hire the ratings, which did happen, especially right after Hart left the company. Some were even curious as to why the cameras were backstage documenting this whole situation as if it was meant to happen. Even the black eye that Vince had on the left side of his face was said to be all makeup, and if y'all quite think about it, it wouldn't be surprising if it was makeup, especially knowing that Shane McMahon's so-called bruised face the night after WrestleMania 32 was all makeup as well. Number 2, Chris Benoit was innocent. After finding the bodies of the whole family on Sunday, the day Chris Benoit was scheduled to be at the Vengeance pay-per-view, many were shocked as to what just happened. After closing the case and declaring Benoit as the murderer of his family and committing suicide to himself right after, many weren't ready to believe that Benoit had done all of this, especially with how friendly he was with everyone. Till this day, many aren't ready to give up the fact that Benoit is innocent, thus making theories as to why Benoit is innocent. The theory goes, when the family was found dead on a Sunday, Chris sent out many texts on the same day, which doesn't make sense, but when his body was taken to a medical examiner, they were told that Chris died on a Saturday and not on a Sunday, creating the question of who sent out those texts. It was also said that before Benoit killed himself, he injected himself with steroids, but the steroids that were found inside of the house was said to have not been injected into Benoit's body. There were also drinks around Chris's body, but when tested, results were negative. Friends had even said that Chris and Nancy were taking alternate routes from work to their house because they had a feeling that they were being watched and followed. Also, Nancy Benoit's death was posted on the internet well over 12 hours before she was found dead in their house, meaning someone already knew that she had died well before the...
They framed my son. His honey was 30, man. Oh, shit.
And he's heading out onto the floor.
Yeah, can you imagine the damage? Look at the attack here.
Oh, man. Talk about a direct hit.
He's going for it all.
This could be it.
And he reversed it.
Move there.
Oh, they couldn't find a home for that one.
Well, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of trying, Michael. And he gets level. Looking at it here. Kill switch. I think he's got it.
Theories as to why Benoit is innocent. The theory goes when the family was found dead on a Sunday, Chris sent out many texts on the same day, which doesn't make sense, but when his body was taken to a medical examiner, they were told that Chris died on a Saturday and not on a Sunday, creating the question of who sent out those texts. It was also said that before Benoit killed himself, he injected himself with steroids, but the steroids that were found inside of the house were said to have not been injected into Benoit's body. There were also drinks around Chris's body, but when tested, results were negative. Friends had even said that Chris and Nancy were taking alternate routes from work to their house because they had a feeling that they were being watched and followed. Also, Nancy Benoit's death was posted on the internet well over 12 hours before she was found dead in their house, meaning someone already knew that she had died well before the cops found out. Kevin Sullivan, the ex-husband of Nancy Benoit, was said to have been the murderer of the family, but there were no traces of him in the house. But since it was found out that Chris had taken anxiety pills, aka sleeping pills, before all of this had happened, there would have been no chance of Chris saving himself or his family if someone had broke into their house. Overall, this case could possibly be never solved. Number 1. WWE is part of the Illuminati. One of the biggest conspiracy theories that will always be a mystery is whether or not WWE is part of the Illuminati. Many people say that the logos that WWE wrestlers used and the hand gestures they all make are all part of the Illuminati ritual. Also, many people say that the deaths of Chyna, Chris Benoit, and the Ultimate Warrior are all from the Illuminati.
What is going on, guys, and welcome back to another video. Today we have WWE Top 10 Wrestling Conspiracy Theories. Let's go on to number 10. Vince McMahon was behind ECW. In the late 90s, there was a rumor that Vince McMahon was the brains behind ECW and that ECW was WWF's developmental stages. Basically what NXT is right now with the WWE. People came up with this theory because ECW wrestlers were appearing on WWF and ECW was being promoted on Monday Night Raw. Also, guys like Mick Foley went on from ECW to a top star of the Attitude Era. Everything does add up, and it does look like Vince McMahon was the brains behind ECW. Number 9. Randy Savage and Stephanie McMahon. Macho Man Randy Savage had a great, lengthy WWE career. However, being one of the greatest superstars of all time, he was not inducted to the Hall of Fame of the year he passed away. But why? A conspiracy of why he was not inducted was that Vince McMahon had a dislike of the man. A long-time rumor has it that when Stephanie was 17 years old, her and Savage had a relationship. McMahon was furious that Savage had something with his daughter, and I would be furious if my employee had a relationship with my daughter as well, so I don't blame Vince. Finally, Macho Man was inducted in the 2015 Hall of Fame, but why did it take him so long? Number 8. The Montreal Screwjob was a work. Looking back at the Montreal Screwjob, there are a lot of questionable things about it that could make it a work. Some examples are, while Vince was at ringside, did Bret Hart not find that a little fishy? Did he just say, oh, Vince is here for no reason? Also, it was a win-win for Hart and Vince if you look at it. Hart went to WCW and received more money, and Vince got a hot angle for the WWE, which made him a top heel. Another example It's legally in Bret's contract. He could not get screwed because he had creative control in his contract. Also, why would Vince have a guy be his champion whose contract is ending in a month? Makes no sense, right? Another example, the Wrestling with Shadows documentary didn't include Hart's punch on McMahon, which later looked like makeup on Raw. The Montreal Screwjob seemed a little fishy, guys. If it was a work, this will definitely be the greatest work in WWE history. Number 7, Vince McMahon sent the NWO to ruin WCW. In the 90s, WWE was in a war with WCW, fighting for the title of the best wrestling company. During the war, 2 of the biggest guys in the WWE left and appeared on WCW as the NWO. Those 2 guys were Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, and they took over WCW. WCW was #1 wrestling company at a time period, but eventually it began to fail, and that's when fans started to think that Vince McMahon was the man behind all this. Was this his plan from the beginning, guys? Here's some proof. Triple H, Stone Cold, and other stars were on the rise, so why not let WCW pay all the money they can for these 2 guys because they had big contracts? And also, while they were getting these big contracts, everyone else on the entire roster of WCW wanted more money because they're like, why do they get more money? So WCW winded up paying a lot more for everyone else for these 2 guys. So maybe this could have been a genius diabolical plan by Vince McMahon. Number 6, the 2 Ultimate Warriors. Ultimate Warrior passed away in 2014, but a theory says he died in 1991. Jim Hellwig, the actual name of the Ultimate Warrior, was gone from the WWE for 1 year in 1991, and he came back the next year in 1992. However, something seemed a little different when he came back. People came up with the theory that Jim Hellwig died in 1991, which explains his disappearance, and Vince McMahon got a lookalike to impersonate the Ultimate Warrior. Also, one day in WCW, Hogan said to Warrior, "I thought you were dead." Number 5, the Ultimate Warrior murdered. The Ultimate Warrior became a WWE Hall of Famer in 2014. A week later, he passed away. Jim Hellwig's death was so sad and random, many people came up with the theory that he was murdered. People believe that the Ultimate Warrior was killed, and they even came up with some murderers. Some suspects are Hulk Hogan, Jake Roberts, Kevin Nash, and even the Honky Tonk Man. Supposedly, the Ultimate Warrior created videos talking bad about these wrestlers, and maybe this was their revenge. Number 4, Vince McMahon covered up a murder. Vince McMahon is a powerful man who has millions of dollars, but maybe Vince McMahon has more power than we think. When there was an accusation of Jimmy Superfly Snuka being a murderer, he did all he could to get Snuka off the hook. It's been a little over 30 years and there's still no murderer found to Nancy Argentino. Supposedly she was rushed to the hospital with fluid coming out of her ears and nose, and guess where she was when they found her? You guessed it right, Snuka's room. Argentino passed away, and the autopsy said she had been hit with a blunt object over her head. Snuka thought he got away with the case, but it was reopened and is currently still happening right now. Number 3, Chris Benoit was innocent. The death of Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their 7-year-old son Daniel were extremely sad and truly tragic. After a police investigation, they ruled that as a double homicide-suicide, and the name of Chris Benoit has been tainted. However, some diehard fans of Chris Benoit did not believe it and created a conspiracy theory that he was innocent and was framed of the crimes. Some fans believe that Kevin Sullivan, the ex-husband of Nancy, was the one who murdered the Benoit family. There is no proof that Kevin Sullivan had anything to do with the death of the Benoit family, but who knows, he could have actually done it. Number 2, Vince McMahon and Shawn Michaels were lovers. When 2 male individuals tend to be together a lot, people tend to start thinking weird stuff about the 2. 2 people that many people believe had something that was more than friends are Vince McMahon and Shawn Michaels. Now, this conspiracy theory was not even created by WWE fans. It was created by WWE wrestlers that saw Shawn Michaels always going into McMahon's office. Shawn was on the rise, and he was getting everything he wanted, from WWE champion to burying this guy, that guy. He just got everything he wanted. Was it that he had to do stuff he didn't want to do with Vince McMahon for all this to happen? I don't know. Number 1, the Clique is Wrestling Illuminati. In 1995, a group of Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Sean Waltman wanted to take over the WWE. In a few years, they achieved that goal. Nash was WWF champion in 1995, and Shawn Michaels was champion in 1996 and 1997, and from 2000 to 2010, Triple H would become the champion multiple times. while Shawn was the top guy in the WWF, the Outsiders went to WCW in order to dominate that corporation. So basically, Shawn Michaels dominated the WWF, the Outsiders dominated WCW, and soon Triple H will run the entire WWE. The Clique's one goal was to achieve power in the wrestling industry, and they were successful. Are the Clique Illuminati? I don't know, Illuminati confirmed. Thanks for watching the video, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, leave a like. I consider myself a conspiracy theorist, and I find all this stuff cool. So let me know if you guys want to see like individual videos of this and like a lot of other conspiracies of me going in depth and talking more about it. Just let me know in the comments below. Also comment what you want to see next for my top 10. Thank you for watching. Take care and spike your hair.
That may be the first time we've seen that executed. This guy can go toe-to-toe with anybody. I think we're about to see a high-risk move from the top rope. I think you're right, Cole. This should be good. He's starting to feel it here. But he's very aware of who he's in there with and what he has to do to rebound.
Michael, we're going to see what this guy is made of. There's a lot of truth in that statement, especially when referring to this guy, John.
Going to the well again. He clearly has confidence in that move.
Yeah, he's done it enough. Oh! He saw that one coming.
Not the Piers have come.
And he lives to fight again.
Well, I've never seen him do that before. At this point, you think he'd have that move well scouted.
Oh, man, what a shot.
He's struggling a bit here. This may very well be one of his toughest challenges in a very long time.
Hey, it's the WWE. It's not ballet. He knew this was going to be a battle, and that's exactly what we're witnessing. And given the aggressive outpouring we've seen so far, I wouldn't be surprised if this one was over sooner than later.
Look at this. He's going back to an old friend with that one.
And you're right about that. You got to remember what works.
He's delivering an old-fashioned butt kicking right here.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the video. And today we have 5 times WWE predicted the future. Coming in as number 5, we have The Authority. Triple H and Stephanie McMahon started dating way back in the early 2000s. They have really come a long way since first dating. Triple H and Stephanie practically run the daily operations of the WWE and NXT currently. At Armageddon in 1999, Triple H and Vince McMahon built up a very intense feud. Over many weeks of hating one another, they decided to settle it in a no-holds-barred match. Towards the end of the match, Triple H was laying down in the corner turnbuckle. Vince McMahon insisted on his daughter grabbing the sledgehammer and assaulting Hunter before winning the match. Instead, she backstabbed her own father. This would cost him the match. Triple H and Stephanie McMahon then became the most dominant couple in the WWE. They even referred to themselves as the McMahon-Helmsley era. This was a prediction of the Authority that would happen just 15 years later. Daniel Bryan had defeated John Cena at SummerSlam in 2013. After winning the match, the Money in the Bank holder, Randy Orton, would make his way down to the ring. Bryan would turn around to a pedigree that would lead to a heel turn. The Authority would stick around for nearly 3 full years doing what they said was best for business. And they would finally disappear after Roman Reigns defeated Triple H at WrestleMania 32. Number 4, Stephanie and Shane running WWE. In 2001, WWE had purchased WCW. It was a moment that truly shocked the world. WWE wanted to make a crazy storyline out of this, which would lead to Shane McMahon stating that he had written his name for the papers. Shane McMahon was the owner of WCW. Even though the storyline was poorly executed, fans at the time were ecstatic for what was to come. Fast forward to Survivor Series in 2001, and it was Team WCW led by Stephanie and Shane McMahon versus Team WWE, which was led by Vince McMahon. Winner takes all. Although Shane and Stephanie were unable to win the match, It was a foreshadow of what was to come 15 years later. Earlier this year, WWE had brought back the long-awaited return of the brand split. Shane and Stephanie were both given the commissioner roles of each respective brand. So yes, them trying to take over in 2001 happened in 2016. Number 3, Roddy Piper's death. Roddy Piper is one of the greats of all time. He single-handedly revolutionized how wrestlers should portray the role of being a heel. Unfortunately, he was never able to capture the WWE Championship in his long career. Needless to say, we will always remember him as a legend and Hall of Famer. It may have been a huge surprise and shocker when the legend passed away. Many people were devastated and upset with the news that broke out. We had lost a true legend. It may have been a shock to us, but it was no shocker to Roddy Piper himself. He predicted his death 12 years before it actually happened. In an interview with HBO, Piper discussed all the drugs he was taking while wrestling, from steroids to painkillers. Piper then added how cocaine was in the mix, as well as alcohol. Piper then ended the interview with talking about his pension plan that he receives once he reaches 65 years old. He states, "I'm not making it past 65. Let's take the facts." Well, that's a lot to take in at once. But Piper was completely correct, because he had passed away at the age of 61 and was unable to make it past 65. Rest in peace, Piper. You are truly one of the greats, and we will never forget you. Number 2, the Ultimate Warrior's death. Roddy Piper was not the only wrestler to predict his own death ahead of time. The Ultimate Warrior was another guy who knew his time was coming, and he even let people know it on the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania 30. Ultimate Warrior said in his promo, "No WWE talent becomes a legend on their own. Every man's heart one day..."
No WWE talent becomes a legend on their own. Every man at heart one day.
It's his final beat. His lungs breathe the final breath. And if what that man did in his life makes the blood pulse through the body of others, and makes them bleed deeper in something larger than life, then his essence, his spirit, will be immortalized. By the storytellers, by the loyalty, by the memory of those who honor him and make the running the man did live forever, you are the legend makers of the Ultimate Warrior. I am the Ultimate Warrior, you are the Ultimate Warrior fans, and the spirit of Ultimate Warrior will run forever. That entire promo sounded like a eulogy, and you could tell he was kinda saying how he's gonna pass soon. Warrior looked very off that day, and that promo might have actually foreshadowed his future. He repeatedly mentioned many metaphors about death. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Warrior passed just one day after this promo. Rest in peace to you as well, Warrior. And number 1, we have WWE predicting the tragic event that happened September 11th in 2001 in New York. This is probably the most creepy and most coincidental thing on this list, but it's too crazy to not look at. Hakeem the African Dream and Big Boss Man were part of a tag team known as the Twin Towers. Howard Finkel says in a promo how the Mega Powers wanted to demolish the Twin Towers, which was a reference to the tag team. Hogan then said that the Mega Powers were going to tear down the Twin Towers. Finally, to end the segment, Macho Man Randy Savage said that the Twin Towers were going to crumble down. Obviously this is all coincidence, but it is still really weird and unbelievable how everything seems like it could line up and be connected. I don't see any of this lining up actually, but it's still really odd to see. As always, thanks for watching the video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe for more. Follow me on Twitter at WWEPlana. If you want 10% off your next Slam Crate from Loot Crate, use the discount code WWEPlana. Also, check out my other channel, Official Life Hacks. Take care and spike your hair.
Darling, I like the way you work, 1738. No diggity, darling, I'm not playing. 1738. No diggity, darling, I like the way you work, 1738. No diggity, darling, I'm not playing.
And you are awesome, King commentary. That was a really astute point. Well. That's the first time tonight we've seen that move. I wouldn't mind seeing it a little more often. Plenty of fight left. You're right. This guy's still near 100%. Oh, ow! He's certainly showing us something new from his repertoire.
That's cool. I like new stuff.
A knockdown, drag-out brawl, complete with a big stomp.
And these guys are throwing bombs. They're pulling out all the stops.
That stop might have only lasted a second, but it's going to be felt tomorrow.
That may be felt for a lifetime.
He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring.
Perhaps looking to take the action to the outside here.
Perhaps. It's happening, Cole, right before your very eyes. He's left the ring. This could get interesting.
This is dangerous right here.
No, I can't look.
This is going to be big, one way or another.
No kidding.
Perhaps feeling a little more comfortable on the outside at this point.
Yeah, more comfortable outside the ring than inside.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
Leaving the ring here may change the entire complexion of this match.
Yeah, and if their face hits this floor, it'll change the complexion for sure.
He doesn't want to do this outside the ring.
Well, I don't blame him.
I don't know if we've seen that from him before. I mean, it's definitely a first tonight.
This is great. This guy will try anything. Wow! If he keeps this up,
with this kind of attack, you have to wonder just how much longer they can compete in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. The way things are going in there, I'd say not much longer. My gosh, this is a beating. Oh, not again. Not again.
This just gets worse. We talk about separation between you and your opponent as a key to victory. I don't know how you can be expected to do that when you're...
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight. When this guy's on, look out. Well, I've never seen him do that before.
Every time he has...
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
This guy's just getting worn out.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight. And we're back to this form of attack.
Yes, we are. The same form of attack.
Ouch, he's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
Really pushing his opponent to the limit here. This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight.
How much more? How much more are you willing to pay to win this match? This is unreal.
Oh my, get the medics down here. Oh, this isn't good. And it's just getting worse. I wonder if the referee is too intimidated to do anything. At some point, this madness has to end.
Playing my games. Yeah, a little intimidation there.
Trying to get under his opponent's skin with this one.
too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Ooh, a little showboating going on here. Oh, look at the emotion. Just trying to goad his opponent into making a mistake here. Oh, here we go again. This guy's dangerous in and out of the ring, and it looks like he wants to prove just that. Yeah, he's going to prove it out on the floor now. You know, I'm not so sure outside is where you want to be. This floor is not very forgiving. Forgiving? Those mats don't cover up this concrete. Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on naming his opponent. Just look at this. I don't know how we can continue having a match under these circumstances. This is like a street beating. He's inflicting some serious pain here.
Yo, dogs, you the most pussiest nigga I ever played against, bro. Pussiest. That's all I'm gonna do for us.
These competitors have so much resolve. It's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down.
Not do nothing. Though. It's like I said.
He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup.
So you're not gonna win, bro. You're just gonna lose. You might as well just come out in this ring. Look at you. You suck. You know you can't beat me. Look how you made your guy look. You're like a clown, dogs. White guy with white guy with
these two never cease to entertain
like
the
that.
WWE Universe.
Come on, man. Calling yourself a beast, and this is what a beast is? I never even seen Brock Lesnar leave the ring.
These competitors trying to keep their wits about them.
It's so important not to lose your cool in a match like this, not to lose your focus. You make a mistake, and I guarantee you, your opponent is going to capitalize on it.
Both of these competitors have so much resolve, it's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down. Going to have to compartmentalize some of the pain that's been dished out and find a way to forge on. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy.
Number 10,
watching.
Ebola. The Simpsons family predicted the March 2014 Ebola outbreak that has now gone down as the largest outbreak of Ebola in the history of West Africa. Well, in a 1997 episode of The Simpsons, Marge holds up a book for her audience, hinting at the outbreak entitled Curious George and the Ebola virus. Also, at the same time, Bart, her son, frantically points to a picture representing him in bed and dying from Ebola. Who would have believed The Simpsons would have predicted the biggest Ebola outbreak to hit mankind?
Man, this has been a great matchup.
Number 9, 9/11. Okay, we all remember 9/11, September 11th, 2001, when Islamic extremist groups associated with Al-Qaeda allegedly hijacked 4 airliners and carried out suicide attacks in the United States. 2 of the planes were flown into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. A 3rd plane hit the Pentagon just outside Washington, D.C., and the 4th plane crashed in a field in Pennsylvania. Well, in an episode of The Simpsons entitled New York City Against Homer, The Simpsons might have known about this tragic event before it was going to happen. Lisa, Bart's sister, can be seen reading a magazine in the episode, showing a bold number 9, alongside 2 buildings symbolizing the number 11. right on the front page. Number 8. Stealing grease. Grease is used in a variety of industries, mainly the food business. In an episode of The Simpsons that was aired in 1998, entitled Lard of the Dance, the father and son duo, Homer and Bart, enter the Springfield cafeteria in search of grease to help them in the grease-selling business. Oddly enough, over 10 years later in 2011, there was reports of more than $3,000 worth of used grease being stolen from Bobby Tessler's St. Louis Wings Co. in Rock Hill, Missouri. The reason for this is that the used oil can be converted very easily into yellow grease, a commodity used to make biodiesel. It could just be a coincidence that 13 years beforehand, the Simpsons knew this was going to happen. But, then again... Number 7. Batman and Robin. Many of us know who Batman is, but did you know The Simpsons actually predicted a unique part of the script that would later be used in the famous movie Batman and Robin? Well, in an episode titled Last Exit to Springfield, the episode opens with the McBain movie clip where he says, "Ice to meet you." Now, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but this exact same famous line was later on used by Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze character in the 1997 movie Batman and Robin. How did The Simpsons manage to make this prediction? It may not have been a prediction, but instead inspiration. Number 6. The Lemon Tree. This might be far-fetched, but what are the odds that The Simpsons would have predicted someone stealing a lemon tree? Come on now, who would do such a thing? Well, in 1995, during an episode of The Simpsons titled Lemons of Troy, kids from Shelbyville were accused of stealing a prized lemon tree from Springfield that carried great sentimental value for the long-standing community. However, it wasn't long after that in 2013 when in Houston a bizarre theft in the Oak Forest neighborhood happened, and it left neighbors scratching their heads. Well, yeah, you guessed it. Someone stole a lemon tree from that community as well. Number 5. Farmville. If you have a Facebook account, you've probably played, seen, or gotten countless annoying notifications from friends from Farmville before. No doubt. This farming game lets players cultivate their farm, plowing, planting, and even chickens. Well, The Simpsons predicted this game craze in a 1998 episode called Bart Farming, where it showed viewers a game called Yard Work Simulator. This same game could have fueled the Facebook game craze we know today as Farmville, which was the top game by daily active users on Facebook between August 2009 and December 2010. Number 4. Okay, this prediction might be a shocker and a little far-fetched, but The Simpsons never cease to amaze us with their jaw-dropping predictions. In a 1994 episode of The Simpsons, Homer actually predicted and may have inspired the American singer Miley Cyrus's hit entitled Wrecking Ball, which received numerous favorable reviews from music critics and listeners. Amazingly, Homer had predicted this #1 US Billboard Hot 100 single many years beforehand. It held the #1 position on the music chart for many weeks. Can you believe the single sold more than 3 million copies in the United States alone? Number 3. GMO food. Approximately 17 years ago, The Simpsons suffered from mutated tomatoes due to a nuclear plant. Interestingly enough, in 2013, Japan found themselves also with the exact same problem from the Fukushima disaster 2 years earlier. When a disaster from Japan's Fukushima nuclear plant found its way into the vegetable food chain, it caused bizarre deformities and lumps in tomatoes. How coincidental, The Simpsons predicted this so many years ahead. What made this even more interesting is that both instances involved tomatoes and many other foods. Then again, don't get me wrong, if you're watching this video, you most likely have eaten GMO foods also. Go ahead, just look up Monsanto. Number 2. Horse meat. In a 1994 episode of The Simpsons, an elementary school cafeteria staff member can be seen searching a metal drum of assorted horse parts, with a label on it saying "more testicles," while she prepares lunch for the kids. Maybe she was in the middle of preparing a broth or a stew, but what is clear is that horse meat was being consumed. Now, all this happened before the UK's Burger King horse meat scandal back in 2013, where Burger King in fact admitted that it is possible that some of its burgers were in fact tainted with horse meat. Number 1. Donald Trump. Now, this one is a little creepy if you ask me. Not only did The Simpsons run for president, but from the looks of the building in the episode, it looks very similar to the one Donald Trump was in when he went down the escalator in real life. It was the Trump Tower. Also, it shows the same waving hand motion. During this episode of The Simpsons, there are numerous other similarities also. But wait, there's more. Later on, it shows that the country fell into massive debt following his presidential term. Now, believe me when I say this, I definitely don't want this to become true. USA's current debt situation is bad enough. They definitely don't need more.
This is good. 10 yet to happen. Simpson prediction.
Top 10 creepy, yet to happen Simpson predictions. Now, if you've been watching a few of these videos, you've probably already seen the standard ones like 9/11 and NSA wiretapping and spying, or maybe also the hints of an iPod design before it happened. But I know you haven't seen one of these very odd, yet to happen Simpson predictions, which we actually see certain things in our culture and technology going this direction. Number one, going online with your mind. In this episode of Holidays of Future Past, Lisa Simpson's daughter keeps going online to avoid talking with her mother. And every time she goes online, she basically passes out, and she's just literally a log on a seat. If you think this is all science fiction, you may be a little shocked to find out that they're already able to project various images that people are thinking onto a video screen. With most of the mind being already mapped out and knowing how to predict people's thoughts somewhat, they're just a few steps away from doing something like this where they could project into your mind various realms, and then you would also be able to project out what you're thinking. So, indeed, this technology isn't that far into the future.
Yo, Ty. What's going on, man? Finding out some information over here, man. Shit. Shit is crazy, man. Yo, the WWF is part of the Illuminati, bro. The WWE is part of the Illuminati. I'm telling you, man. And you know what? Chris Benoit is innocent, bro. He didn't do it, bro. From what they say, my nigga, like, he was like, he took painkillers. He took painkillers, and he was like, he made himself go to sleep before killing himself, supposedly, right? Like, they said that, two things, right? First, they try to say that before he killed himself, right, he took a whole bunch of painkillers, right? None of that was found in his body. They say he was drinking. There was a bottle next to his body. None of that was in his body, bro. Then they gonna say. Then they said that his wife and him felt like they was being followed around their house, like not around their house, but like, you know, so like niggas was driving behind them. You feel me? So what they did was they reported that, like, I mean, it was important of them telling people, like, yo, I feel like somebody's following me, like, you know, I feel like somebody's watching me right now. So that happened, and then also, right, there's a video out of Benoit's wife on the day before she get, I think it's the same day she get murdered or the day before she get murdered, right? There's a video out like somebody knew like it was gonna happen. Like, it's just basically a video of her, like, feel me, like before she died, like she out there, like people, like somebody knew, and then like it's little shit that kind of predicted that this shit was gonna happen. Like, alright, you ever played that game SmackDown vs. Raw 2007? And one of the promos, right, is Chris Benoit versus Undertaker, right? Chris Benoit says, Undertaker, you've been ducking me for so long. I finally get to see you. When I catch you, I'm gonna beat you up, right? So now the Undertaker, he goes on his bullshit. You know how Undertaker goes. He says, and I quote him. He said, your family. I'm just gonna skip along. He says, he says your family is gonna something fuck, I forgot how he said it, but the key word that he said was current event. He said current events and something else. They said that kind of gave us like a prediction that maybe that he was about to die, something like that. You feel me? And then after that, they said that they think that her ex-husband did it. Kevin something. Kevin wait, I'll look his name up. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm just getting information, man. This shit crazy, bro. This shit. Yo, his name is Kevin. His name is Kevin Servner. That was supposed to be apparently they think that's the killer. They think that's the nigga who killed his whole family. Hold on for a minute.
Each of these competitors is looking for the slightest hint of weakness in the other.
Well, that's a strategy you have to always have in the back of your head, Cole. If you ever see a weakness in your opponent, you got to jump on it.
I just can't get over the physicality of this match. This has been brutal and very, very painful for these guys.
Yeah, so now it was saying that the nigga was on painkillers and he was on drugs. So let's say the nigga was watching him, right? Alright, he watched the whole thing. He see a nigga take the painkillers. So now the nigga under the influence, he can't fight, he can't help himself, he can't help his family, cause he took sleeping pills, you feel me?
Keep in mind,
that's not how he died though. So it kinda makes sense. He didn't die with an overdose. He died because he killed himself like with a knife, they trying to say. Which is not true. Somebody else killed him basically.
Gonna have to shake off the moderate damage that's been inflicted here and find a way to maintain the upper hand.
Yeah, that's a lie though. That's a lie. That's a lie, bro. For me, that gotta be a lie. And also, yo, they trying to say that they also trying to say that fucking the Ultimate Warrior, right? China, they all died because of conspiracies. Like they all knew they was gonna die. You feel me?
We're seeing two outstanding athletes looking to prove their dominance in there.
Hello?
Only one can walk out victorious. Who will it be?
Back into the ring now.
Hello?
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Hello?
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly. He's stalking his opponent from the top turnbuckle.
Yeah, I wonder what the view's like from up there.
I don't like the look in his eye here, folks.
I don't like his entire face. Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring.
And these guys are real ugly.
Yeah. I think.
Call your friends, let them know what's going on right now in this awesome match.
Download moves? I'm not sure.
Call your one friend.
No, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Look at these two giving it their all. There's absolutely no quit in them tonight.
Like custom finishes? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Tyler. You bugging. You're talking about packages. I don't know. You're probably not even saying it right.
It's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down. Keep your eye on this one.
Yeah, should be good.
You can bet every superstar on the roster is crowded around the monitors in the back to see which one of these guys comes out victorious. Back now inside the ring. Back between the ropes. He's knocking his opponent from the top turnbuckle.
Yeah, I wonder what the view's like from up there. Hey, from the top rope. Back inside now.
Careful what you wish for. It can get real ugly outside the ring. And these guys are real ugly. He's going for it all. This could be it. Well, that missed him all right. Hey, did you look before firing? What an idiot. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching. Yeah, one of those you never want to see end. Now back to the ring. Oh, look out. We're taking this thing to the floor. Yeah, and it's real dangerous out here. And there's a bone-crunching drop. This may be turning into a brawl, King. Yeah, just don't bring it over here. Taking on some moderate offense here. Going to need to start playing a little better defense. A high-risk maneuver in the works from that top turnbuckle. Look out below. The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here. Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. This has been a great matchup. You're right about that, Cole. A Matt classic. I assure you, you cannot miss a moment of Raw. You never know what will happen next. Let's just hope the action doesn't make its way over to us at the announce table. Look at these two giving it their all. There's absolutely no quit in them tonight. Oh, going to the top. High risk. Nice move. And a dangerous move. The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here. Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough. Leaving the ring here may change the entire complexion of this match. Yeah, and if their face hits this floor, it'll change the complexion for sure. You're watching Raw, the longest-running weekly episodic television program in history.
Katie, remember we went over to that house, cousin Jimmy's house, and you met them guys, cousins. One was cousin. They took you to the corner house.
No.
Y'all was smoking weed outside.
Oh, why am I supposed to care for? Why?
When we went over there to see him, remember we stopped over there? Remember we went to the park and at the cookout the park, we missed them?
We stopped at the Do House? Was it the Do House? I'm not sure exactly who it was, but I know house was there, yeah.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next. Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying.
So you gonna remember where we went?
Yo, Todd, you gotta check this guy out. This guy, he's very pussy. Yo, text him for me. I want you to text him. His name is Bobby Votex 93.
Look at the back of my arm, Cole. Look at the goosebumps. I love this.
He just running from me. Like every time I get close to him, he just runs. Now he just in the fans. That's the one thing I hate about this force count anyway, shit.
Action we've had in this match. I'm absolutely loving it, Cole. Come on, aren't you? Look how excited you are.
Well, now you can't bring the weapons in there.
This match has been 100 miles per hour since the opening bell.
Now you can't bring the weapons in the fans.
Slowing down in the future. This is a great matchup. I'm loving it.
Two B's. BOBBYVET. Hello? What's good, bro? I'm chilling right now. My son said he's gonna pull up. He said he's gonna pull like 5. I don't know where he at now though. He's in the corner. I'm just chilling now. Alright, I'm just chilling in the crib, bro. You come through, man. Alright.
I assure you, you cannot
I
miss
can hear you, Timmy.
You never know what'll happen next.
Alright.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying.
I wish you could run. You can't even run in the fans and shit.
Gonna have to shake off the moderate damage that's been inflicted
Yeah,
here
I'll trap
and
him.
find a way to maintain the upper hand. Gonna have to compartmentalize some of the pain that's been dished out and find a way to forge on. He wants no part of the outside.
And I don't blame him. Nothing good ever happens outside the ring.
Each of these competitors is looking for the slightest hint of weakness in the other.
Well, that's a strategy you have to always have in the back of your head, Cole. If you ever see a weakness in your opponent, you got to jump on it.
Great one-on-one action here tonight. It doesn't get much better than this. I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying.
With action like this, it's no wonder Raw has been around as long as it has. Man, this has been a great matchup.
You're right about that, Cole. A Matt classic.
There can only be one top dog here in the WWE, and a win here will go a long way in solidifying one of these guys' claims of being the best in the business. What a match!
Something like this could actually be just around the corner. Number 2. Sex or companion robots. In this episode, we also saw Margie's two sisters with companion or sex robots. One of them being a male, one of them being a female. And what's odd in this scene is that actually the two robots leave Marge's sisters and go for each other. Now, you might think this is something that ain't going to happen anytime soon, but we already actually have sex robots, believe it or not. It's pretty disturbing, but they are already on the market. You have very realistic looking sex dolls, and you also even have sex doll robots now, but they're not obviously able to walk around and talk to you, yet you already know they're going that direction, and one day will. It'd be a little bit creepy seeing those things walking around with people, and you wouldn't even know if one is a robot, and maybe in some cases they design them quite well. Number 3, Sharia law in America. In this scene, we have Milhouse mentioning to Lisa, his wife, that he has his seasonal allergies again, and he just doesn't want to be around Christmas because he gets sick every time. So Lisa suggests that he goes to Michigan, where Sharia law is still in place, and he says he will go do it, but he doesn't like doing it because every time he goes to Michigan they make him wear a burqa. Of course, it's trying to be funny, but actually there is a little bit of truth to this, okay? Dearborn, Michigan is probably the biggest place for Muslim immigration right now in America, and there actually are signs of things like Sharia law starting there. You can see videos on YouTube covering this. And as we know, America's sort of behind Europe right now. If you go check out Europe, there's a lot of places in Europe where they have Sharia law compliance on banks, on food, on different districts in the UK and Sweden, places in these countries which are effectively Sharia law compliant, where basically Muslims are in control of that region. And if you're not Muslim and you walk through there, you might not come out unscathed. Let's just put it that way. So just check out some videos online if you want to see more of that. But this is where America is heading if we continue down this political correct, rabbit trail that Europe went down. We could end up having a whole state Sharia compliant, okay, which sounds really disturbing to me. Number 4, human cloning. In this scene here, Wiggum is shown to have many clones of himself and seemingly can't stay alive very long. Apparently his clones keep killing accidentally his other clones. So it's sort of a funny scene, but in actuality we already have legislation in certain parts of Europe where cloning is legal, human cloning. And they've been doing human cloning trials with, actually there's been some illegal cloning of humans as well that's been done in Europe and also in America. It's a very controversial topic, obviously, and you already know that they can do it with animals. They've already done it with various sheep and other animals. So obviously this could be something definitely down the road. And who knows, maybe a few of those actors and actresses you see on TV have already been cloned. Just do a few searches on your favorite celebrities here on YouTube. Michael Jackson, Oprah Winfrey. You'll see various photos that seemingly look a little different than the other ones. And then people have these conspiracy theories that maybe they've already been cloned because the first one died. Number 5, cashless society. You can already see a progression towards going cashless with the chipped card, and actually over in the UK they have a touchless payment system where you just wave your phone over a payment processor, or you just wave your card over it. And they even have these bracelets now where you just wave your bracelet over it, and it's a clean, sanitary thing, they say. But you could go a little conspiratorial with this and consider what Aaron Russo said shortly before he died, that the elite bankers want to have a cashless society for a particular reason. They want to have you chipped so that they can control everything. They can control the money. If you owe some money, they don't like you, they can just turn off your money. They turn your chip off, you don't have any money. It's an odd conspiracy, but I actually think there's a lot to that, because some of these alleged improvements for credit card processing actually aren't any better. You look at this new chip in our cards that recently came out, it takes longer to pay for your groceries now. And if you look at the UK's changes with this, just wave your card over the credit card processing machine, it's actually not any faster than if you just swiped your card. And it's also, I could go into great detail, but I could actually argue that a lot of these changes aren't actually better in many ways, and it definitely doesn't protect your privacy. With Japan, they've been introducing fingertip payments where you just use your fingerprint. And if you think about it, that's completely insane for protection of your privacy and your security. Just consider the fact that you could just take someone's print off a cup they threw away, and then you can go on a spending spree with their fingertip print. I mean, it's kind of funny, but that's the kind of technology that they're introducing, which doesn't really make sense when you think about it. Someone needs to sit down and really think about security. So, you know, with cashless society, the problem is that we would maybe not have all the freedom and protection that we once had, even though it seems a little annoying to carry around physical money. There's actually a reason why we have it. Number 6, soul extraction. I know this one sounds a little weird, but we have a scene where the devil himself is walking Burns, you know, that rich guy, into a soul extraction facility. Now, this might sound completely far-fetched, but in actuality, there were ancient religions where they would trap your soul in an icon unto Dionysus. I think her name's Dionysus. Yeah, that's what it was. Let me go find that real quick here. Yes, I found it here. It was Dionysus. The tearing apart and eating alive of a sacrificial victim refers to the earliest history of Dionysus. Ancient cult rituals existing since the dawn of paganism, stipulated by eating alive or drinking blood of an enemy or animal, a person might capture the essence or soul strength of the victim. The earliest Norwegian huntsmen believed this idea. They drank the blood of bears in an effort to capture their physical strength. East African Maasai warriors also practiced mafegia, and they sought to gain the strength of the wild by drinking the blood of lions. Human victims were treated in this way by headhunters of East Indies in effort to capture their essence. You might have seen this in a few odd Chinese martial arts type of magical movies where you'll have blackguards practicing bad guy who captures people's souls and stuff like that. You might have seen a few videos or movies like that. So, but you know, the whole idea is that with soul essence being taken by another, maybe there is something to that. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of an odd one to throw in there as well. Number 7, Donald Trump predicted as president of the United States. Now, of course, you've probably seen a million videos about the Simpson prediction already, but let me tell you something that you don't know already. A lot of those videos you watched about Donald Trump becoming president, they'll usually show you a scene that allegedly came from 2000 where he's going down an elevator and he's waving. And it just so happened that the 2000 scene of Simpsons has him waving with his two arms in an interesting pattern, and then all of a sudden, Donald Trump does the exact same waves, right? I'm sure you've seen many videos on this if you're into this whole Simpson prediction thing. Well, guess what? That isn't from 2000. That's actually a Simpson episode that was made right after he did the elevator scene. So, all those conspiracy videos you saw on Donald Trump going down an elevator, and that somehow predicted Donald Trump would do that, were completely fooling you. Of course, I'm sure a lot of those people who created those videos probably didn't even know that. They probably just assumed it was from the 2000 episode. There is actually a 2000 episode about Donald Trump, and it did predict he would be president, but there was no elevator scene in the 2000 episode. The elevator scene was in the 2015 episode. Okay, now that I have you completely confused, hopefully I don't. The point was is that the 2000 episode actually predicts that he does become president, and that the whole entire American economy collapses. Let's just hope that prediction is not correct, and that if he does become president, the American's economy does not collapse. Okay, that would not be very good for the entire world, actually, not just America, but since we have such a huge footprint on the global market, that would be very devastating for the entire world. Number 8, a catastrophic environmental event. In this scene, Marge and Homer Simpson are on vacation in New York, swimming, scuba diving, above the Empire State Building. That's a little weird. Yeah, the entirety of New York City is underwater. Okay, that's a little shocking. Sort of like a Noah's flood there, right? And then the next picture is of course, Marge and Homer Simpson at the South Pole. And it's now a desert. So obviously a major upheaval in our environmental situation here. Yeah, like a desert at the South Pole. All the ice is melted, and now it's over New York City, right? Well, I mean, I think what it's kind of saying is maybe we will have some sort of environmental upheaval in the near future. Things haven't been going so well. We are increasing at an exponential rate with our technology. Could something very catastrophic happen? Yes, could very well happen. Okay. People rejecting new tech control will become outcasts. I had a hard time actually sort of titling that one because it's sort of hard to explain. Let me just try to here. We have Maggie Simpson, the youngest, the baby, at one time a baby on Simpsons, is now pregnant. She's also a pop singer. She's very famous. And she wants to basically be beamed over to another state. And she can't go through it because she's pregnant. So she has to go still fly on those old planes that we used to use. And run by basically Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Okay, it doesn't look like normal people. It looks like sort of the outcast of society, which kind of lends to the concept of this cashless society scene. That if you don't accept this cashless society technology, you'll be sort of an outcast, and the outcast is running the old technology. The old technology is not being beamed to another state, but rather flying those old planes. So you have sort of an odd scenario. You know, you have this odd scenario of kind of like the rich and the poor, or maybe these people who are not necessarily poor, but people that just don't want to accept this technology because of the loss of freedoms. Right? When you take this cashless society, you are plugged into the system. When you're plugged into the system, maybe there's a way, backdoors into using these microchips to control people, to advertise to them in their mind, which is what we see in these scenes with Homer Simpson, is him being advertised in his mind, Marge being advertised in her mind. Homer Simpson accidentally opens a virus, and then he goes crazy. So the concept of you having a microchip in your brain so that you can go on the internet anytime you want, as we saw with Lisa Simpson's daughter, Homer Simpson opening an email with his brain, accidentally with a virus in it, and it makes him actually receive an illness from the virus. So maybe these people would be outcasts who don't accept these microchips, who don't accept this cashless society, and they're the ones running the old technology, and that's why we see this crazy scene of sort of like an apocalyptic Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome type of situation with this the plane scene. That's just my kind of thoughts on that whole thing. And it actually could be something that happens where people don't want to accept it. Sort of like the Amish for the future. You know, the Amish don't accept the old technology. What about we have sort of people in the future that don't accept this new technology? And that's just my thoughts on that. Number 10, genetic hybrid animal humans. Yes, in the future on The Simpsons, their dog is no longer just a normal dog. He's like a half-human, intelligent animal. And actually, we can see that again. This kind of relates back to the whole cloning thing from number 4. Indeed, we could be having really weird genetic hybrid animals in the future. Don't be too shocked. If they allow cloning in the future, they're going to allow genetically modified animals in the future. Okay. And if they try to have sort of a eugenic type approach to it, where they're trying to get the most intelligent animal, the most versatile animal that can do all these things that you want your pet to do, your pet could end up being your servant, or maybe a robot, you know? It's really weird, okay? And actually I think this is sort of the degradation of our society, going towards a very weird Orwellian future that probably won't end very well.
This has been brutal and very, very
for watching. If you like this video, please share it with others, like and subscribe. Also, check out our forums, and make sure to get a copy of the 10 ebook collection on Freemasonry, so you can truly understand and know your enemy.
Each of these competitors is looking for the slightest hint of weakness in the other.
Well, that's a strategy you have to always have in the back of your head, Cole. If you ever see a weakness in your opponent, you got to jump on it.
Trying to get under his opponent's skin with this one.
Many different variations.
He got a lag with him, right?
Already. I'm a Simpsons fan myself, and
yeah, he got a lag. Yeah, be careful. He's gonna try to pin you and lag you in the pin, or you can't kick up. I played that nigga. He's a dirty fighter. You need to hurry up and get him out the match. You need to do whatever you gotta do to get that nigga out the match. Yeah, but you can only do that like a few times. You can't do that like all the time. So I'm telling you, be careful. End it. Cheese the shit out that nigga. I'm telling you, bro. You won?
Some damage has been dished out, but certainly not enough to assume this one's even close to being over.
If he keeps up this pace, this could turn real ugly real fast.
And he's heading back in.
I can't blame him.
These guys giving this sold-out crowd exactly what they came to see. What an incredible match. Displaying a wide range of offense here.
How will these guys do with absorbing the punishment they're about to receive out here?
Great one-on-one action here tonight. It doesn't get much better than this. There's no quit in these guys, but unfortunately only one of them can be victorious here tonight.
The ref is down, and this one could break loose.
To the outside, where there are plenty of toys and plenty of time. No countouts in this one, Michael.
As long as they stay as strong as possible.
Hey, we had that match. We had that match, man. It would have been over if we had that match.
A fever pitch is here.
If you would have kicked out that power, if you kicked out that strong slam, I could have did some shit. Would have had him. Niggas is lightweight.
Uh-oh. Things could get real interesting out here.
It's always interesting when they battle outside the ring. The ring may not be big enough for what's about to unfold here.
Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
Folks, if you want to learn about Raw's most tumultuous period, be sure to check out the Monday Night War on WWE Network. We're seeing two outstanding athletes looking to prove their dominance in there, but only one can walk out victorious. Who will it be?
Nigga, that got me like running after him. What match you playing in? Normal?
Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
A fever pitch is here in the WWE Universe.
You're right about that. The crowd is buzzing. They're ready for this thing to get underway.
This should do it right there.
I think this thing's over. Man, this guy just refuses to quit.
Yeah, never say die attitude out of him. There's no keeping this guy down tonight.
This nigga is blowing Mars.
Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
Got to be careful not to take on too much more damage here. You can bet every superstar on the roster is crowded around the monitors in the back to see which one of these guys comes out victorious. Man, this has been a great matchup.
You're right about that, Cole. A Matt classic.
I got to tell you, these guys are in the best shape I've ever seen them in. The tension, the drama. This is electric.
Look at the back of my arm, Cole. Look at the goosebumps. I love this.
What a match. These competitors trying to keep their wits about them.
Well, Cole, it's so important not to lose your cool in a match like this, not to lose your focus. You make a mistake, and I guarantee you, your opponent is going to capitalize on it.
Thought I'd put together some odd theories that relate to past Simpson episodes. Don't take this video too seriously, as I simply just connect the dots between Simpsons episodes and events that are happening now. Number 5. Holographic projection entertainment. Although this isn't really a prediction, it's more of a prediction of an invention, but it's still a possibility. In this episode titled Holidays of Future Past from the 23rd season, the plot takes place in the future. It shows Bart living in a classroom in Springfield Elementary. It shows him watching a third-dimensional projected image which interacts with the room surroundings. While watching an episode of Itchy and Scratchy, you can see the blood splatter across the room, even though the blood is merely a hologram. This might actually become a possibility in the future, as we have seen much holographic use in the past few years. This has ranged from performances to communication. Some people even believe that some of Obama's speeches are holographic. In 2010, tech websites predicted that we would have holographic TVs by 2017. As of today, some TVs use holographic displays, but they're not quite as advanced as in The Simpsons. Holographic technology
There's absolutely no quit in them tonight.
has been around for 70 years, but we still can't seem to make it as entertaining as seen in the movies. This is simply because of the cost. At the moment, it's mainly the scientific community looking into holographic technology, and therefore, not much funding is available. Even though there were predictions for 2017, right now, holographic technology doesn't look like it will be invented for even the next 5 years. We can only hope that a big company starts to fund it to boost production. Number 4. Machine Uprising. In this episode titled Them Robot from the 23rd season, Mr. Burns makes all employees at the power plant take a drug test. After the tests are complete, Mr. Burns' lawyer informs him that the drug tests are quite costly, so in response to this, he replaces all power plant workers with robots. This causes unemployment rates to reach an all-time high. The only human left working there is Homer. Homer loses his mind trying to communicate with the robots because they do not respond to any interaction. Homer then accidentally breaks a robot, and when trying to repair it, he realizes that they have an artificial intelligence function. After this, they become way too friendly, so more modifications are made, and this is when the machines take over. Now this could become a high possibility, as within the past few months, many companies have decided to employ robots over humans. A McDonald's in Phoenix, Arizona has decided to launch a restaurant run entirely by robots. After receiving a loss for 9 years straight, the branch decided to cut some expenses, so fired its employees and is now replacing them with robots. However, a few human employees will remain to maintain the robots. The store is planning to open on July 4th, 2016. The McDonald's CEO also warned that all human jobs will soon be replaced with robots, as it is cheaper than employing people on minimum wage. Also, as of February 2016, car manufacturer Mercedes-Benz has replaced humans for robots on their assembly lines. More and more companies from around the world have begun to replace humans for robots, as it is much cheaper. So could a robot uprising be coming soon? Number 3. Donald Trump becomes president. This episode, titled Bart to the Future, was released in 2000. It is the 17th episode of the 11th season. The Simpsons family go to a casino. As Bart isn't allowed in because he's underage, he tries to sneak in. He successfully sneaks in but gets caught immediately.
Hello? Hello? I'm chilling in the house. What's up with you? In the house. In the house. Yeah. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling right now. Playing the game, watching YouTube. I don't know. I think my son knows he want to do something. Like last week probably, or like last 2 weeks. 2 weeks or either 2 weeks probably. Why you at?
I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching it and
Where you at? Oh, what you doing? I just found out my son live up there. I'm not sure what part. Nah, you don't know. Something I played with on the game. Nah, he got a wife and kid, but he seemed like he down to earth. He said he a Haitian nigga. And he sent me a, you know what's funny? We probably seen the nigga a bunch of times and just walked right past him. Yeah, cause he's short. He like 5'2", but he a big boy. He not skinny. Like he a thick, and he like our pop size, but he like 20 or some shit. Or in his 20s, or maybe 30. I don't know that shit. Well, you staying in PC though, or you coming in Harlem? He's staying with you? Nah, he's staying with you in the crib. You pick up some of his clothes, you said. And then what he gonna do? You gonna pull me back? Let me know something.
Into the office of the owner. The owner then shows him his future, and the rest of the episode takes place in the future. The future shows that Bart has become a pathetic loser, while his sister Lisa has become the president of the United States. Once in office, Lisa states that the president before her was Trump, and that he caused some financial turmoil in America's budget, and claims he left the country broke. Milhouse then goes on to explain that the previous administration tried to invest in the children of America to build a better future, but failed. Now, there is a very big chance that Trump might become the next president of the United States, as he seems to be dominating the presidential campaign. However, if he becomes president, he may not cause damage to the financial budget, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. One of the writers for the episode, Dan Greeny, has commented on the episode saying it was a warning for America, showing how insane America will truly be in the future. He said, "It just seemed to be like the logical last step before hitting the bottom. It was pitched because it was consistent with the vision of America going insane." Number 2. End times. This isn't much of a prediction, as they were predicting what was going to happen on Y2K. The Y2K scare came as we approached the year 2000. This was because computer programmers had to update the details on many technological softwares, but because the programmers represented the 4-digit year with only the final 2 digits, the year 2000 became indistinguishable to the year 1900, and therefore, many people believed technology was going to fail and cause an apocalypse. But clearly, as we're still here, the programmers managed to fix the bug. However, in the episode, many occurrences match happenings of the past few years, so the apocalypse could be right around the corner. Coming from Season 11, Episode 4 from the Treehouse of Horror franchise, this segment is titled Life's a Glitch and Then You Die. It begins with a countdown to the year 2000. Lisa then warns Homer of impending danger of faulty units within the Y2K's bug system. Once the clock hits midnight, it comes to the realization that Homer didn't debug the computers at the power plant, and therefore the other computers in the country are affected and the apocalypse begins. All electronics start to fail and planes begin to fall out the sky. This seems familiar, as over the past few years many planes have mysteriously disappeared out the sky without a trace. For example, Egypt Air Flight 804 and Malaysia Airline Flight 370. As for technology failures, we have seen the rise and fall of hoverboards, the malfunction of self-driving cars, and we have seen many software glitches within banking systems. As the episode goes on, the Springfield community console in the church, but then abandon this idea and go looting. While out, the Simpsons family come across a hurt Krusty the Clown. They find a note on him, which is an invitation to partake in Operation Exodus. Once they get the location, they find a rocket which is going to Mars. Many famous people are queuing up to go aboard. This might actually become a reality, as NASA are planning to colonize Mars by the year 2030. But I'm guessing not any average Joe will get the golden ticket. As there is so much war on Earth already, this could lead to an outer space war, and the idea could lead to real-life Star Wars. Lisa is allowed to board the rocket, but can only bring Marge with her, which leads to Homer and Bart finding a different rocket. They then go inside and notice that instead of heading for Mars, the rocket is heading for the sun. They then hit an eject button and float off into space, and the episode ends. So could have Y2K just been a warning to the impending doom waiting to come as we progress with technology? Number 1. Reptilian Politicians. This episode is the first episode of the 8th season. It is also part of the Treehouse of Horror franchise. In this segment called Citizen Kang,
yo, Simpsons is on it, bro.
This might actually become a reality, as NASA are planning to colonize Mars by the year 2030. But I'm guessing not any average Joe will get the golden ticket. As there is so much war on Earth already, this could lead to an outer space war, and the idea could lead to real-life Star Wars. Lisa is allowed to board the rocket, but can only bring Marge with her, which leads to Homer and Bart finding a different rocket. They then go inside and notice that instead of heading for Mars, the rocket is heading for the sun. They then hit an eject button and float off into space, and the episode ends. So could have Y2K just been a warning to the impending doom waiting to come as we progress with technology? Number 1. Reptilian Politicians. This episode is the first episode of the 8th season. It's part of the Treehouse of Horror franchise. In this segment called Citizen Kang, we see Homer fishing in a lake. He is then abducted by aliens. The aliens demand that Homer brings them to the leaders of his country, so he takes them to the White House where they abduct Bill Clinton. The episode was released on October 27, 1996. A few days after its release, the 1996 presidential election occurred between Bill Clinton and Bob Dole. Homer explains to the aliens that the election is coming up, so they decide to abduct both candidates. Once abducted, the aliens bioduplicate the men and begin to impersonate them in order to gain full control of the world. Homer is then kicked from the spaceship and tries to explain to his family what's going on, but nobody believes him. He then makes his mission to expose what's really going on, but by the time he finally reveals that they're aliens, it's too late and they're already in power. The aliens then use their power to enslave the human race and build a ray gun to destroy a rival planet. Now you might be thinking, so how does this relate to modern day life? Well, writer, public speaker, former member of the British Green Party, and world-renowned conspiracy theorist David Icke believes that interdimensional beings from beyond our visible light dimension have possessed or taken form of world leaders in order to bring havoc among the world. Now this may sound crazy right off the bat, but it actually has historical evidence to back it. However, it would take far too long to get into in this video.
People say, and I understand it completely, You can't shift from a solid body to a solid body and back again. I agree completely. You can't. But that's not what's happening. These different physical forms are energetic fields. Let's go back to that image from earlier of the energy field. It goes through the decoding system and becomes an apparently physical form that we see in our everyday life.
He and many others believe these reptilian beings can be the cause of UFO sightings and descriptions of demons in past books such as the Bible. Many people believe these reptilians are related to the Elohim mentioned in the Bible, and also explains why it was a serpent that tempted Adam and Eve. The strange thing is, almost every culture from around the world mentions the reptilians. Also, many ancient artworks and sculptures depict the reptilians, such as these sculptures which date back to the Ubaid period from roughly 6000 BC. They were discovered by a British archaeologist called Charles Woolley in the 1920s and the 1930s. He found them in cemeteries in southern Iraq. Now, believe it or not, there is actually some scientific evidence that backs the reptilian theory, which doesn't include mythical beings. It is known as the triune brain. The triune brain, also known as the reptilian complex, is a model which shows the evolution of the vertebrate forebrain and its behavior. It was proposed by an American physician and neuroscientist, Paul MacLean. In simpler terms, the evolutionary theory shows that we evolved from reptiles and fish. Due to this, we still have a reptilian section in the brain which is responsible for more primal instincts such as aggression, dominance, territoriality, and ritual displays. Therefore, brains of politicians and the elite could be more active in this certain area, which would explain why there has been so many wars and havoc in the past. But you never know, they could actually be possessed by reptilian entities from different dimensions. The theory goes quite deep. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, then be sure to give it a big thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe to keep updated with our videos. Goodbye.
Man, this has been a great matchup. You're right about that, Cole. A Met classic. This match has been 100 miles per hour since the opening match. And I don't see any slowing down in the future. This is a great matchup.
For well over a century, the idea of time travel has been thoroughly debated and researched. While many people believe that it's not a possibility, there are also those who believe it's not only possible, but that people have actually done it. They tend to put forth certain pieces of evidence that help prove their theory. And today, we're going to be looking at some video clips that apparently show time travelers in the past or future. So here are 10 time travelers that may have been caught on tape. Number 1 is the unknown demonstration. This video was uploaded in 2012 and features a man showing us pictures he received from his uncle. The pictures are very strange because even though he received them in 2012, it shows pictures of a demonstration occurring in 2016. The rally seems to be protesting against some kind of time travel program and focuses on one specific politician. At first it was believed that he was going to be some kind of a presidential candidate, but we know now that that is not the case. And the year is of course currently 2016, so if this demonstration is going to happen, it's gotta happen soon. Number 2 is the boxing fan. In the 1995 boxing match between Mike Tyson and Peter McNeely, an audience member can be seen holding a very strange looking device. It appears that this man is recording the match with a smartphone. Obviously smartphones didn't exist in 1995, and camera phones weren't even introduced until 2000. The video was uploaded to YouTube and it blew up, getting around 5 million views. A lot of people claimed it was a 1995 Casio camera, but people have responded to this by stating that the colors aren't 100% similar, and also asking the question, why would he record vertically? But to be honest, why does anyone record vertically? Number 3 is Faster Than the Wind. This event took place in Uruguay at a football match that was being broadcasted live. When it goes to a long shot of the crowd and the field, a person in the crowd can be seen running at an incredibly fast rate. A lot of people have speculated that this is fake, and even if it was real, people have stated that this would not constitute as traveling through time. However, the person running is seemingly running through actual people, and certain believers of time travel have stated that this is actually what would happen if someone were to travel through time. Number 4 is the Chaplin time traveler. In Charlie Chaplin's 1928 movie, The Circus, There's a very interesting scene that went on to catch the attention of millions of viewers. This is because in one scene, a woman walks by and appears to be holding a cell phone. She's using the same mannerisms that someone on a phone would use, and she also appears to be talking into it. Now, is the cell phone in existence?
Ty, you still there?
Number 4 is the Chaplin time travel. In Charlie Chaplin's 1928 movie, The Circus, there is a very interesting scene that went on to catch the attention of millions of viewers. This is because in one scene, a woman walks by and appears to be holding a cell phone. She's using the same mannerisms that someone on a phone would use, and she also appears to be talking into it. Now obviously cell phones didn't exist in the 1920s, and they wouldn't be invented for almost 50 years after this film was made. So many people took it as a sign that it was a time traveler from the future trying to send us a message. To be honest, if that's true, the time traveler is pretty clever. I mean, they would obviously have knowledge that Chaplin would go on to be one of the most iconic filmmakers in history. So walking into one of his shots with a modern piece of technology is a pretty clever way of telling people that time travel is possible. Again, not saying it's true, just saying smart thinking, possible time traveler, smart thinking. Number 5 is The Angel. This video is of CCTV footage taken in Japan. It appears as if a truck is about to hit a motorbike until, what the fuck just happened? So this mysterious character apparently comes out of nowhere and saves the man who is about to get hit. The truck driver gets out of his vehicle assuming that he has just hit someone and seems very shocked when he realizes he hasn't. The mysterious character quickly walks away from the scene, leaving the truck driver and the motorcyclist extremely confused. There's been a lot of speculation as to whether or not this is real, but even if it is fake, it's very well put together. Number 6 is the Russian cyclist. This video is very short, and the event in question is very quick. However, it is still very interesting. So these two men are talking to each other when a cyclist seemingly appears out of nowhere. Even when the guy talking is moving around, the camera still doesn't pick up the old man. While many people believe it's just a camera angle, that angle will be incredibly difficult to get. Number 7 is the Phantom car. This video is pretty similar to the one we just discussed, except it is a lot harder to explain. Someone recording footage from their dashboard picked up this incident, which shows a car seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Again, people have tried to justify this with camera angles, and that may be a possibility, except the driver in front of the camera reacts to this event as if the car did indeed pop out of nowhere. Number 8 is the man who met himself. Håkan Newkist is a man who claimed he went through a portal that was in his kitchen and met himself. Of course, on the surface, this seems like a crazy story that no one will believe. Well, Håkan realized that nobody will believe him, so he took a video with himself. This could easily just be two people who look alike, except for the fact that they had the exact same tattoos. It may be extremely unlikely, but there are scientific theories that would deem this to be possible. So who knows? Number 9 is the mysterious woman. This footage is similar to the apparent Charlie Chaplin time traveler we had a look at, but there are a few significant differences. This footage was taken in a 1938 movie and shows a group of women walking down the road. The woman in the middle seems to be talking on a cell phone. The difference between this and the Chaplin footage is that we can actually see an object in the woman's hand, unlike the woman in Charlie Chaplin's movie, as we can't exactly make out if she's holding a phone or not. The problem with this footage, however, is that she is walking with a group, and they don't seem to be taking any interest whatsoever into the device that hasn't even been invented yet. Number 10 is the time-traveling thief. This one's a bit of a stretch, but it looks pretty cool, so I'm going to include it. This is some CCTV footage that is taken outside of a shop that is evidently closed. Well, not for this guy here, because he just walks through it. While he's doing this, the timestamp on the CCTV camera changes from 2016 to 2019 and goes back and forth rapidly. When he leaves the shop, it goes back to 2016 and remains stable. The homeless man outside of the shop begins to react to what he has just seen. The biggest flaw in this video for most viewers was the pretty blatant effect that was used when he walked through the door. My biggest problem, however, is it looks like he just stole like an ice cream. Is that an ice cream? Or maybe it's like a sandwich or something? Either way, it's a bit of a weird thing for a time-traveling, teleporting wizard to steal. I mean, if you're gonna steal in the first place and you have those kind of abilities, you might as well take something a little bit better. I mean, come on. While there is a good chance that this video might be fake, it is at least well put together. And that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did, don't forget to hit that like button. Also, if you want to, you can subscribe for future countdowns, crayons, chicken nuggets, Marty and me, just the general, you know, yeah, what the fuck am I talking about? Alright, see ya.
Disturbing conspiracies about kids' cartoons. Number 10. SpongeBob is a radioactive mutant. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Well, according to one conspiracy theory, a group of radioactive mutants. This theory comes from the fact that Bikini Bottom, where SpongeBob SquarePants is set, is named after the real-life coral reef Bikini Atoll, as was confirmed by Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob. Bikini Atoll was a popular site of nuclear arms testing during the 1940s and 1950s, including the Bravo test in 1954, which was 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The animated series could therefore be a commentary on the dangers of nuclear testing, hence the strange collection of creatures at Bikini Bottom. Furthermore, theorists have suggested that Sandy's spacesuit could actually be a protective hazmat suit, and also that Krusty Krab uses radioactive materials to cook their burgers, which is why they can cook underwater. Number 9. The Smurfs are racist anti-Semites.
What?
The Smurfs have been a popular presence on our TV screens since 1981 and existed as a comic book series for more than 2 decades before that. Many people have drawn a fairly obvious parallel between the white pointed hats of the blue creatures and white supremacist group the KKK, but there is a conspiracy theory that delves even deeper into the idea that the Smurfs could be racist. The theory draws on the fact that the main villain of the show, Gargamel, is a dark-haired, large-nosed, money-loving character, similar to the derogatory stereotype of Jewish people. What's more, Gargamel even has a cat called Azrael, which, suspiciously, is the same name as the Jewish Angel of Death. And then there's this ridiculous scene, in which the characters appear to give a Nazi salute. Number 8. Disney is pushing a sexual agenda. The Walt Disney Company has been producing animated family favourites since it was founded in 1923. However, there's a theory that Walt Disney had disturbing intentions behind his filmmaking, which have permeated the company's movies ever since. The theory is that subliminal sexual references have been inserted into Disney movies to corrupt children and encourage promiscuous behaviour. This may sound absolutely crazy, but the theory is drawn from quite a large number of examples, such as the word sex apparently being shown in The Lion King, or a character with what may be an erection appearing in The Little Mermaid. You can even hear a creepy sexual message in Aladdin. So, could Disney really have been pushing a perverted sexual agenda? Number 7. Winnie the Pooh is psychologically disturbed. We all know that Eeyore, the gloomy grey donkey from Winnie the Pooh, was clinically depressed. But what about the other residents of the 100-Acre Wood? An article by the Canadian Medical Association argued that each of the characters from the beloved children's stories has a diagnosable mental condition. Piglet, for example, has generalized anxiety disorder and a stammer. Tigger has ADHD, and Rabbit has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Owl has dyslexia, hence why he often swaps or misses letters when he writes, and Pooh has obsessive fixations, most notably on honey. There's also the theory that Christopher Robin, the only human character in Winnie the Pooh, is schizophrenic, seeing as the characters are all imaginary creations based on his childhood toys. Number 6. The Care Bears are voodoo gods. The Care Bears is a show about adorable teddy bears who...
Nigga said the Care Bears are voodoo gods, man. Got fucking Care Bear, man.
Magical cloud city in the sky. Sounds sickeningly sweet, but could there be darker forces at play? conspiracy theorists have picked up on the similarities between the name Care Bears and Carrefour, an ancient Loire voodoo spirit. But it goes deeper than that. If you look into the kind of terminology that the Care Bears use, there are even more frightening similarities between them and voodoo gods. The characters often refer to each other and the children watching as friends, similar to how the Voodoo Loire are often called friendly spirits or friends by their followers. Furthermore, the bears' tummy symbols that represent their personalities, such as a crescent moon for Bedtime Bear and a rainbow for Cheer Bear, share a worrying resemblance with symbols that represent the various voodoo gods. Number 5. Tom and Jerry is Nazi propaganda.
Nigga said Tom and Jerry is Nazi propaganda. Did you hear this? Oh, and yo, I ain't gonna lie, I'm looking at his facts. His facts is on point though. It seemed to be on point. Like, you ain't lying, nigga. These shit's facts.
A conspiracy about one of the world's longest running cartoons suggests that Tom and Jerry could actually have been a tool of pro-Nazi propaganda. The show began in 1940 and became popular during the height of the Second World War. The choice of character names, therefore, is somewhat suspicious, seeing as Tommy's is slang for British soldiers, and Jerry's is slang for German soldiers. What's most disturbing about this is that Jerry is the good guy, who uses his superior intelligence to defeat Tom's evil schemes. All other cartoons at the time would name their animal characters things like Sniffles and Droopy. Even more curious is that Tom was originally called Jasper, so some theorists have questioned why it needed to be changed. Also, it is worth noting that most British and American shows during this era did overtly include anti-Nazi propaganda, so it's rather weird that Tom and Jerry didn't join in with this campaign. Could they perhaps have been campaigning for the other side? Number 4. The Flintstones are from the future. Although you would have good reason to assume that long-running cartoon The Flintstones is set during the Stone Age, there is an intriguing alternate interpretation. The Flintstone family are living in a post-apocalyptic future.
Come in. You put it for me.
See, I mean, don't say I don't think about it.
You play on these though. I'm chilling, playing the game, watching it, experience, it's everything. Yeah, sure heard from my friends come though.
The idea is that Fred Flintstone is in actual fact a super-evolved human, possessing superhuman strength and speed. He also only has 4 fingers, which ties in with the evolutionary theory that humans will eventually de-evolve their little finger, as it doesn't serve as great a function as the other fingers. And then there's the line in the opening credits describing the Flintstones as the modern Stone Age family. Bedrock society certainly does look to have modern influences, with the characters driving cars and watching TV, so maybe this isn't that ludicrous after all. Number 3. Timmy's on antidepressants. The Fairly Odd Parents is a highly successful animated series about the life of average kid Timmy Turner and his magic little fish which grants his every wish. But could his fish/fairy/pencil godparents be a metaphor for something more sinister? Let's look at Timmy's life for a second. The 10-year-old is pretty much neglected by his parents, tortured by his babysitter, and bullied at school by both his classmates and teacher. His life is, in a word, miserable. Therefore, it's perhaps not all that implausible to believe that Timmy could be depressed. One theory is that Cosmo and Wanda are not magical fairies at all, but antidepressants prescribed to help Timmy deal with his dismal life. When Timmy abuses his godparents' power, he always suffers the repercussions, much like those misusing narcotics would do. Number 2. Dead.
Yo, do you see the text they just did? That kind of makes so much sense. Oh, they about to talk to you about Ed, and Eddie, yo. They call them Dead, Ed, and Ed.
And Eddie. Cartoon Network's Ed, Edd and Eddy, which ran from 1999 to 2009, appears at first to be a harmless series about a group of preteen boys living on a cul-de-sac in the fictional town of Peach Creek. But when you think about it, there's something slightly off about it. Most notably, there's the fact that the characters' world consists entirely of that cul-de-sac, which, bizarrely, doesn't seem to include any adults. A popular theory about the series is that the cul-de-sac is actually purgatory, and the children all died in different eras. The theory even comes complete with suggestions for how each of them could have died. Eddie, for example, drowned in a river in 1939, and character Naz was murdered in 1979. This theory is based on the idea that the characters all dress as if from different time periods, and also references their corpse-like blue-green tongues. Number 1. The Rugrats are dead.
Yo, I never peeped that. I always thought they ate jawbreakers. But look, you think about it, right? Some niggas never could get the jawbreakers. Yo, that makes sense, son. It makes sense to me. They died doing what they love, and they all have different colored tongues, son. Oh shit, open my eyes. Shit, crazy. Yeah, this is real shit. I mean, it's all conspiracy thoughts. So it's like you don't have to. It's not true, but then like he's trying to say like look at it from my point of view, and I'm looking at it from his point of view. Yo, his point of view is telling the truth though. Like, it's 10 disturbing conspiracies about kids cartoon shows. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. Kid next door, it's something wrong with that too, but he probably gonna say something about that. Right now, he on the Rugrats.
Popular Nickelodeon cartoon Rugrats centers around a group of toddlers and their mischievous antics. But maybe this iconic 90s series isn't...
but you think about it though, yo, think about it. Can you imagine? He said Ed and Eddie is really dead. All them niggas is dead. Everybody in that, all the kids is dead. You feel me? They're in a suppository. You know what the suppository is? You know what suppository is? Not really? That's limbo. You know what limbo is? Nah, it's all good. Let me just tell you, limbo is another word for death, but it's not death. It's when like somebody dies, right? But they don't move on. Like they bodies, not their body, but their spirit is still here. It can't move on because of something that's in between. That's limbo. You feel me? Like it's like when you don't go into the next life, but then you're not on the earth no more. You in between. You're limbo. You feel me? So it's basically trying to say Ed, and Eddie, right? The whole cartoon, all them kids is in limbo. All them kids is dead, but they can't move on for some reason. Cause think about it, they never leave the cul-de-sac. Everything they do evolves around the cul-de-sac, right? You don't see their parents. You don't see their parents. That's a fact. And on top of that, they all dress different. All of them dress different, bro. And you see dead wood. The nigga's talking, nigga Johnny talking to Plankton.
Another amazing singles contest. These two never cease to entertain the WWE universe.
You see, like I'm saying, that's kind of smart, yo. I should open my eyes. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never think of it like that, yo. I'm gonna see what the Rugrats talking about. He says what the Rugrats
in different eras. The theory even comes complete with suggestions for how each of them could have died. Eddie, for example, drowned in a river in 1939, and character Naz was murdered in 1979. This theory is based on the idea that the characters all dress as if from different time periods, and also references their corpse-like blue-green tongues. Number 1. The Rugrats are dead. Popular Nickelodeon cartoon Rugrats centers around a group of toddlers and their mischievous antics. But maybe this iconic 90s series isn't quite what it seems. A popular conspiracy theory has arisen from the depths of the internet, suggesting that the toddlers are all figments of Angelica Pickle's demented delusions. This childhood-ruining theory explains that all of the Rugrats, except Angelica, actually died long before the story began. Tommy, for example, was stillborn. This explains why his dad, Stu, spends...
Damn, I'm about to get some good shit. Why are you calling me now, man? What the fuck are you doing? I'm dying to hear what they got to say about Tommy's father.
Both of these competitors have so much resolve, it's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down.
All his time tragically making toys for the son that never lived. The DeVilles ended up having an...
Oh, you get it?
A popular conspiracy theory has arisen from the depths
that's
of the
why
internet,
he make it. That's why he makes toys. He go hard for his toys.
Figments of Angelica Pickle's
because he never had a kid.
Delusions.
Like,
this childhood-ruining theory explains that all of the Rugrats, except Angelica, actually died long before the story began. Tommy, for example, was stillborn. This explains why his dad, Stu, spends all his time tragically making toys for the son that never lived. The DeVilles ended up having an abortion, and, as Angelica never found out whether it would have been a boy or a girl, she conjured up the idea of the twins, Phil and Lil, to help her cope. And everyone's favourite goofball, Chucky, died along with his mother, who succumbed to a terminal illness shortly after Chucky was born, making his dad into the nervous wreck we see on screen. As a coping mechanism for her grief, Angelica has created the baby's personalities, so she can escape from the horrors of reality.
If you found this video interesting, then head over to Dave and John the Homer Factors, where this week we had an episode about Cristiano Ronaldo,
whether you can marry a horse,
and whether or not Russia are planning on wiping out humanity now.
Insanity, mate.
Is it? And make sure you go over and vote Team Dave. I'm only 5 points behind it.
Don't vote for him.
Look at that now in the card.
He's a disgrace.
And we'll see you next time.
Then you lash out if he wins again.
Thank you for tuning in to Raw, the flagship program of WWE. Both of these competitors have so
niggas saying they got clones already of people and shit.
miracle to keep one of them down.
Number 5. Real-life Superman. This guy by no means resembles Clark Kent with his trademark glasses, nor does he don a Superman cape, but he does share something with this famous fiction hero. Filmed in Hong Kong, a man takes a video of a woman having a photo shoot when suddenly a hooded young man comes into view. At first, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual, but the next moment he seems to be trying to gain control of a pulsing bright blue glow emanating from his palms. He continues walking until looking up and realizing he's being filmed. He takes off running, and the cameraman follows, only to lose him mysteriously as he appears to disappear in front of a moving bus.
Oh shit. Everybody seen that shit.
These guys are giving it absolutely everything they've got. They're not holding anything back, and I love it. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
This match has been 100 miles per hour since the opening bell.
Oh, and I don't see any slowing down in the future. This is a great matchup. I'm loving it.
The tension, the drama. This is electric. Look at the back of my arm. Oh, look at the goosebumps.
Dude, that patience, bro. I'm still that we just he beat the fucking geek. Like, you have to control it down yet.
I'm having a hard time figuring out what they're going to do next.
Me too. I've given up even trying to figure out what they're going to do next. I'm just sitting back watching and enjoying.
I got to tell you, these guys are in the best shape I've ever seen them in. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Raw. I'm sure you are just as entertained as we are here at ringside.
Yo, this
Great one-on-one action here tonight. It doesn't get much better than this.
Bobby V-E-T-E, I think it's V.
We may very well be witnessing one of the greatest episodes of Raw in recent memory. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Until looking up and realizing he's being filmed. He takes off running, and the cameraman follows, only to lose him mysteriously as he appears to disappear in front of a moving bus.
What a match! Another amazing singles contest. These two never cease to entertain the WWE universe. You're watching Raw for more than 20 years, the premier program in all sports entertainment. Hey, Joe. Action like this is no wonder Raw's been around as long as it has.
Number 4. Thai girl with mind...
This is electric. Look at the back body. Look at the goosebumps. I love this. Hey, Joe. Too much more damage here.
Number 4. Thai girl with mind control. Unbeknownst to her, a young woman who gets involved in a very public altercation with two men uses her powers to defend herself. The argument escalates when the woman puts her arms out in a shoving motion which throws the two men up the side of a bus. Everyone moves away from her, and even she seems very scared and confused. She uses the same shoving gesture when she turns around and a table turns over, causing items to pour over onto the street. She seems totally unnerved by her own abilities and even collapses in a fit of screaming at the end of the video when even her friend moves away from her in fear of this power. Number 3. Figure with super speed. The black and white film, presumably from a security camera, shows a clear image of a man with groceries walking to his car in a parking garage. Just as he reaches it, a blur of bright light passes by so quickly you cannot make out what it is. The man, startled, stands back and looks around to see every car alarm in the area has gone off.
This match has been 100 miles per hour since the opening bell.
Oh, and I don't see any slowing down in the future. This is a great matchup. I'm loving it.
Number 2. Hooded figure in a...
Thank you for tuning into this episode of Raw. I'm sure you are just as entertained as we are here at ringside. There can only be one top dog here in the WWE.
Number 2. Hooded figure in a grocery store. In this next video, a hooded figure is seen using his powers in a grocery store. In the first footage, she is shown helping a person get something from the top shelf. But just as the woman reaches for something, her back suddenly glows, and she uses some kind of telekinesis power to do it. In the next footage, a little girl was nearly hit by a moving grocery cart, but the hooded figure suddenly uses her telekinesis ability to control the direction of the cart, just by using a shoving gesture with her hand.
Have so much resolve, it's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
Number 1. Teleporter in India. The black and white video, filmed by a traffic camera, shows a giant truck moving into an intersection at high speed. At that exact moment, a man on a rickshaw also enters the space. It appears as if the rickshaw will be hit, just as a mysterious blurred figure zooms into view, and the rickshaw and man seem to disappear with it. The truck's driver comes to a stop and exits his truck, confused over what just happened. The corner of the screen shows the hooded dark figure beside the unharmed man in rickshaw before he or she walks away from the area.
There's no quit in these guys, but unfortunately only one of them can be victorious here tonight. What a match! Gonna have to compartmentalize some of the pain that's been dished out and find a way to forge on. Since January of 1993, Raw's been providing viewers with the absolute best sports entertainment action available. One of these guys is going to walk away with the win here tonight. I just can't imagine one of them also accepting defeat. Look at these two giving it their all. There's absolutely no quit in them tonight. This match has been 100 miles per hour since the opening bell.
Oh, and I don't see any slowing down in the future. This is a great matchup. I'm loving it.
Thank you for tuning in to Raw, the flagship program of WWE. These guys are giving it absolutely everything they've got.
They're not holding anything back, and I love it.
sports entertainment action available. The tension, the drama, this is electric. Look at the back of my arm, Cole. Look at the goosebumps. I love this.
When I'm going to bed, my personal, you know.
Both of these competitors have so much resolve, it's going to take a minor miracle to keep one of them down. Look at these two giving it their all. There's absolutely no quit in them tonight. Taking on some modern offense here. Going to need to start playing a little better defense. I just can't get over the physicality of this match. This has been brutal and very, very painful for these guys. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching. Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
I can turn the TV on or no?
Call your friends, let them know what's going on right now in this awesome match.
You're right about that. Cole, call your one friend.
I'm just scared his voice of my mom. You told me just black. I said, you look good, girl. He said, you lost all our weight.
Keep in mind, this arena floor is very unforgiving, even with the thin layer of padding around the ring. Man, this is one of those matches you just like to sit back and enjoy watching.
Yeah, one of those you never want to see end.
These competitors trying to keep their wits about them.
Well, Cole, it's so important not to lose your cool in a match like this, not to lose your focus. You make a mistake, and I guarantee you, your opponent is going to capitalize on it. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Playing mind games. Yeah, a little intimidation there. Wow, he was quick as a corpse on that one. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Oh, look at the emotion. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. He's too busy bragging and boasting than battling in this matchup. Oh, look at the emotion. 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 Oh, look at the emotion.
He's stalking his opponent from the top. He was one step ahead of that one. He's sending a message. Counter that
Rocking everywhere, y'all. I'll be standing with my own crap clothes. See if I'm ready to start dating. Well, you know, I'm waiting for word on my divorce being filed. I got some really exciting news.
How the fuck you do that?
I'm hoping that we can get this resolved. When I dating, I don't know about this online thing stuff. They say the people on Christian Mingle are crazy murderers. I'm gonna make a phone call and we're gonna start doing some dating. What in the world is it? Hello?
Outside the ring for too long.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, and I can guarantee he'll think twice about doing that again.
Okay. What is it? This is an invitation. Some kind of housewarming party. I'm sure this is Kenya's housewarming manor. Please remember your plus one should be hot, not a vibe. Shady invitation. Shady invitation. Okay. Well, I'm just happy she got a house. Yeah. Love to cook. Oh, what we do know when you go. I said I'm not invited. Well, you're please check your calendar because I will need to date. And you're hot and not a thought. Let me know. I'll let you know. Because I don't want to go in the ditch alone.
Trying to get under his opponent's skin with this one.
Legal counsel for filing for a divorce.
You and Peter? Yeah. Both of these competitors have so much result. It's going to take a miracle to keep one of them down.
He's been in Charlotte, and I'm here in Atlanta. We want to kind of get through this. Pushing to get this as much love as possible.
The tension, the drama. This is electric. Look at the back of my arm, Cole. Look at the goosebumps.
And my intentions to move forward in a different direction. I just want to move on.
What we can do is to try to work out a separate.
Some damage has been dished out, but certainly not enough to assume this one's even close to being over.
Peter and I have never painted a picture that our marriage was perfect. You're not the only one that's frustrated in this relationship. I'm definitely frustrated as well. What is the answer? My breaking point was last year. Are we going to stay together and work it out? Or if it's not working, we're not going to be together. We're going to go our separate ways. Okay. I just felt like, you know, this is it. There is not going to be any real change.
A spouse in Georgia is not entitled to alimony if the separation is caused by adultery or desertion.
Well, I don't want help.
Okay, and I don't know if that's an issue with you and Peter or not.
No, there's been no infidelity.
Great one-on-one action here tonight.
No
it doesn't get much better than this.
It's more me than him.
Did you have a prenuptial agreement?
Yes. The only thing that I really want is the house. The house is actually in my name. So
the smart thing is to work out a separation agreement that addresses the financial assets. Is to file a dissolution of the marriage.
How long does it take? Like once we do that,
it can be done in the next 6 months. The more of the issues that are resolved up front, the quicker it goes.
Thank you for tuning in to Raw.
When we meet, I would like for you to bring any and all documents related to
that should Peter be here? Like I told him we were going to meet, but I'd rather him hear everything from you.
This match has been
I'll be glad to Dr. Peter.
the opening
Okay, thanks for coming in.
Not living together is one thing, but actually sitting down with a lawyer to discuss permanent options to really not be together for real and scary.
These guys giving this sold-out crowd exactly what they came to see. What an incredible match. Raw has been the site of some of the biggest matches on sports entertainment history, and this match is sure not to disappoint.
Coming up next. When I was in high school, I was bullied to no end. I felt like I wanted to commit suicide. So this whole house was the same time. We all just wait. If she's gonna throw stones at me, at least throw the stones from inside your house.
Sunday, Kenya gets grilled by her boyfriend's family.
Would you consider yourself
Man, this has been a great
If this
matchup.
was not that sister, I would chase the hell out of her.
Then the past opens up old wounds for Candy.
He said he wasn't gonna have nothing to do with my baby. They killed me.
The Real Housewives of Atlanta, Sunday at 8, only by Bravo.
If pets were easier to clean up after, more people would adopt. At Bissell, that's important to us. We engineered our new Pet Hair Eraser from the ground up. Not only for pets, it's got an innovative tangle-free brush roll, so hair goes in your tank instead of grabbing around the roller. And powerful edge-to-edge suction, along with a hands-free empty canister that keeps you from touching the yuck. The best part is, we make a donation to the Bissell Pet Foundation for each pet product we sell. The more we clean up, the more pets we have.
Be sure to check out Monday Night War on WWE Network.
Every second. Outstanding performance all year round. Jaguar all-wheel drive. For great offers, visit your local Jaguar retailer during the Unwrap Jaguar sale.
The secret to cleaning power then? Baking soda. Now Arm & Hammer dials up clean all the way to ultra clean with Arm & Hammer plus OxiClean detergent. Arm & Hammer freshness plus OxiClean stain fighters means more cleaning power in every drop. For a full power clean, value detergent can't give you. It blows away more tough stains, leaving your laundry brighter. Arm & Hammer plus OxiClean, the clean you need at a fraction.
Go on with your knocking dead.
Quite confusing.
We'll talk to the therapist about it. Unfortunately,
I still have the audition.
we'll talk to the therapist about it.
I just invited both of them. I mean, that's the song. The game shall come. Together.
In my mind, it's like she's ducking because there's somebody else.
Oh, look how small Sasha looks compared to these bitches.
You know about it. Now do something about it. Upgrade to a new
Nah, Sasha Banks, when she first started out, she was small. Compared to the other wrestler bitches, like she had to like get taller, or they bitches had heels or something.
sure to check out the Monday Night
Enjoy our best offers of the year.
WWE Network.
Sasha Banks is the boss of the WWE, but she hasn't dotted all her I's and crossed all her T's on her tax returns. Something like that. bad. I'm not exactly sure what a boss does. I'm not one of them. I'm D with Much WWE. Hey, go subscribe to my new channel, Conspiratorial Wrestling, and enter our giveaway. And these are the 10 things WWE want you to forget about Sasha Banks. Number 10, she lost in the first women's main event on pay-per-view / first women's Hell in a Cell match in her hometown. Number 9, she hated how women were treated in WWE. I mean, really, who didn't? Trish had to bark like a dog, and Lita had to leave the company with her clothing being sold by crooks. Those are two of the best female wrestlers of all time, though. No big deal. Number 8, she went to a live show for Eddie when he was dead. Oh, come on.
Yo, Big Nate.
This one's just sad. Seriously, why do I have to explain this? Okay, so the television tapings right after Eddie grew...
I need your help. I'm in the game right now, right? I'm playing wrestling, right? And some dude, he don't want to wrestle me fit. He keep like running. We in a forced count interview. Is there any way you could boot him out the match and I can still win this?
I'd have to be in the match with him because I'd have to have a connection to his game system with my game system.
Oh man, because he just toying with me now. He just keep going in and out the barricade.
Bro, I'm telling you. You need to let me get back on that shit for you, and I was gonna just do the easy way. I was gonna get Kane and Abel for you. I was gonna set Kane and Abel up. I was gonna take Kaylee Lennox back out, and I was just gonna make it easy, the easy way for you instead of the hard way. I honestly, man, I don't know why your internet stopped working, man. That had nothing to do with anything I did, I swear.
No, it's up now. This is good. It's up now.
Yeah.
This nigga doing the fuck boy shit right now.
But look, man, I'm telling you, I can put you on, man. I'm telling you, easy as hell. It's a few clicks. All I gotta get is 3 programs: Wireshark, the IP puller, and then the booter.
Every year I need my triple treatment. So wait, is that a hot oven? I didn't get to think about the chance to win an Xbox.
Alright, look, your other boys got some shit going on right now. I gotta go back to that party, alright?
Alright.
Look how slow he is to recover here. That was some serious punishment. And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight. Now, when did you think of that? What a match. What a fight. When you reach this point,
the new number 5, Chanel at Chanel.com.
These days, everyone needs a side hustle.
that these superstars won't go to achieve victory.
Driving an Uber lets you go from earning to working to chilling at the push of a button.
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical.
Earning.
Go, go, go!
Seatbelt.
Not again. Not again.
Hurry, please go!
Okay, get your side hustle. Sign up at uber.com/drive-now. The real inventor of the Ruby sandwich may be debatable, but its great taste is not. At Subway, this authentic classic is stacked with lean corned beef, Bavarian-style sauerkraut, Swiss cheese, and Thousand Island dressing on new freshly baked rye bread. Only at Subway.
It's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
Oh, he heard it.
It's how it looks, it's how it prices.
I'm not fucking controlling.
Sorry, Ariana. Gotta go. Seriously? Verizon limits me and I gotta get home. You're gonna choose navigation over me? Maps, get up here. No, you're gonna get on T-Mobile!
Why pay more for data limits? Introducing T-Mobile One. Unlimited data for everyone. Get 4 lines, just $35 a month. Just me, my beats, unlimited streaming from T-Mobile, and life. Drives me crazy. Where did I even put my phone?
With 40 hours of battery, you can really get into it. Even my mom got a fade now. 3 hours of playback with a 5-minute charge. I like that. Cut the cord, but stay connected. 0 down at T-Mobile.
Branch scale. Walter Davidson is $14 million contract. Beyond that, texture, blurs, course, controls shine. Our most natural, now in more shades than ever. Maybelline's Pigment. Make it happen. Maybelline, New York.
Get the steak without the steakhouse. We're talking juicy, marinated steak, more steak, and queso. Introducing Steakhouse Nachos from Taco Bell. Everything you love about the steakhouse, nothing you don't.
This match has taken so much out of this guy. He's not going to give up. But man, this has been physical. And I think it's obvious there is stopping nothing to win here tonight. What an attack. Good Lord, he's just hell-bent on naming his opponent. There's the cover. Can he do it? I think he's got it. Takes the time. Tenacity. What we're witnessing here. This is unreal. This guy
I am so proud of my son. You know, I didn't want my son in this. One of my sons to be doctor, lawyer, anything, but his talent is so crazy that that's what he wanted to do. To take the next level with prove me wrong.
It has to be King.
You? See in a minute. Unfortunately, he's on a gun charge, and he's facing 2.5 years in jail. So, this is dropping because we got a lot going on.
Continue having a match under these circumstances.
This is
not
I wish he was me. It bothers me a lot too, though. I just try to keep busy. I feel like I could have done better. I needed to wait. I could have been a better role model. Me getting caught with a gun, becoming a felon. Worse, man. It was every bit of 6 months. My eyes done to me. It's very hard for me to look at my son facing the very exact same charges I was facing when I was his age. Even just having the last name gun. This situation is even more stressful because I feel responsible. You can't beat yourself up for the things that I do. What you should feel is proud of. Because I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, period. But music and
what's his pop? Love you. Go to sleep with Tyreek doing.
Right now, this was deserved. I don't want to tell you about that question. That's all good, man. I have your man, Rich Dollars, slipping dollars.
These guys are giving it their all
here
tonight, not just to entertain the fans, but to ultimately walk away with the win.
Rich. Yo, where they at? Where's this at? Yo, try to highlight Tara real quick. Yo, I'm on my way. My man Rich Dollars just told me Andy invited Tara in a meeting to the same party. Oh man, I gotta get there and stop this before this BS hits the fan. Yo, I'll call you later, bro.
Tonight is going down for my homegirl K. Michelle. Welcome to New York, baby girl. I invited a bunch of people, including Tara and Amina, but that was before I knew about this hot mess love triangle going on. Hopefully I don't regret coming in the same room. But what's this? What's this place? This is perfect. This is the hot spot. I was going to throw you no savvy party. I'm ready to get it poppin'. Hello there. Hi, profile.
We're seeing two outstanding athletes looking to prove their dominance in this, but only one can walk out victorious.
Barrow passed away in 2005, the one with the tribute to him. Sasha Banks, she was in attendance for that and had no idea that he passed away until another fan had told her. Oh, I feel so bad for young Sasha. I mean, she went to see her idol live. She had an Eddie sign and everything, and literally he was passed away. He was dead. Number 7, she lost at WrestleMania. Yet another stupid booking decision. The Triple Threat Women's title match to crown the inaugural Women's Champion was won by Charlotte, which, I mean, was alright. She was fine. I mean, I like Charlotte. She's a great heel. But it should have been Sasha. Number 6, she was a part of Triple H's WrestleMania 30 entrance. Yep, there she is. That's Sasha Banks right there. Number 5, she wasn't a planned face. Much like Daniel Bryan before her, the reaction Sasha Banks was getting wasn't planned to be as out there as it was, and WWE had to change booking. And even though, unlike Bryan, Sasha didn't get the WrestleMania victory and, you know, big title win at the end of WrestleMania, which was nice, but Sasha... She did get turned babyface during the lead-up to the Triple Threat match because she was a heel and getting better reactions than literally anyone on the entire roster. Number 4, Team Bad. Beautiful and dangerous. Where and what happened to Tamina, and Naomi is now a glowed-up babyface. All of Team Bad is completely changed or gone from the company, so I'm going to go on a limb and say WWE don't want you remembering that this pretty shitty team was around literally like a year ago. Number 3, her favorite women's wrestler is Akira Hakuda. Sorry if that's mispronounced. I'm pretty stupid. She's not a WWE Women's Wrestler alumni. She was WCW through and through, and then some other company that starts with a G. And you know how Vince views those fools. Ha 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 ha. Number 2, worst feud of the year, 2015. Oh, the Divas Revolution. What went wrong? Oh yeah, everything. TPCP, the aforementioned Team Bad, Team Total Bella, and Team Total Bella had a 3-way women war that was fucking horrible. Seriously, it was awful. Easily deserved the title of the worst feud of 2015. And number 1, she's yet to be the spotlight. That's right, I said it. Sasha Banks has not been in the spotlight yet, like WWE want you thinking she has been. While it's true, she's always been up there when it comes to the main event for women, she's almost never the focus. 2015 saw 2 of the best matches come from Bayley versus Banks down in NXT. It was fantastic, but the story was much more focused on the babyface Bayley. I mean, obviously Banks played a huge role, but who won the matches, who came out on top of the feud, and who worked the best. Even though Sasha did look like a real boss, it was Bayley. It kept going on the main roster too, the whole worst feud of 2015 thing. Then once they split up, Charlotte was in the limelight for most of the time, but wait, wasn't she heel? Well, look at the booking. Well, sure, Charlotte was heel. Well, sure, Sasha's gotten 2 Raw wins for the WWE Women's Championship. Look who won it at WrestleMania, and then that Hell in a Cell main event, first of its kind, hometown, blah. Charlotte did. I mean, Sasha is a guaranteed star of the future, but she's yet to be the centerfold. And those are the 10 things WWE want me to forget about Sasha Banks. What are your thoughts? Tell us in the comments below, and if you like what you saw, check out our other work over at Spacebound Watch Sports and my channel, Conspiratorial Wrestling. Keep yourself updated with my wrestling Twitter, YT Watch WWE, and Conspiracy Wrestling. And Illuma Wrestling. I know I can't do Conspiratorial Wrestling. It's too long, so I did Illuma Wrestling, and I think Conspiracy Wrestling. So, yeah, just go to my channel and it's like in the description. And of course, if you're the boss, like the video, don't subscribe, instead go down into the description, enter our giveaway, and turn on those notifications for more Banks Statement Wrestling content. I'm gonna go take a nap now. I'm not gonna take a nap now. I'm gonna go to fucking sleep now. Thank you all for watching.
Damn, what the fuck? I got no idea.
I'm not sure he can get back to his feet. That's it. He's done. Finisher. This could all be over right now.
There's a new home for delicious steak. Introducing the new Steakhouse Burrito and Steakhouse Nachos from Taco Bell. We're talking a double portion of juicy marinated steak drenched in zesty queso. The new Steakhouse Burrito and Steakhouse Nachos.
Absolutely amazing.
Uh-oh, you could have put that phone on silent. Luckily, JQ's Triton to help clean and protect his teeth, so he can hide his guilt with a convincing grin. That's it, Judy. They'll never know. Triton, cherish your teeth.
Can he do it? Can he dig down deep and run out of this hole? I guess he's done with that move. Yeah, but what's he going to do next?
It's Black Friday all in one Don't miss out. Go to NovaCare.com for more details.
He kicks out. Oh, nicely done. Yeah, real nicely done. I can't believe he's in this. What do you have to do to keep this guy down? And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight. What an attack. Animals to close this match is correct. She's going to be bruised from head to toe before this one's over.
Really fast. I had no pain. I like what I see when I look in the mirror. Thank you, Dr. Jones. I love the results of my surgery.
Don't go another day unhappy with your looks. Call Lexington Plastic Surgeons for a free consultation today or log on to our website at lexingtonplasticsurgeons.com.
When this guy's on, look out.
Oh, what's the deal? This nigga. We got an institute. We got a spear too.
Hey, he just got laid out. It looks like we'll see what pain they can inflict on him.
Came to see you.
And his heartless attack continues.
No, we're not going in.
This is getting tough to watch.
Boy,
there's no way he's going to be able to stand after that. Oh my, get the medics down.
She knows you're here?
No.
She don't know?
No.
So why did you come here? This is that.
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
Man, that's gotta hurt. This is the
Trying
kind
to
of
tell you.
battle like
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight. He's pulling out all the stops tonight.
Well, you're not telling her, so...
I am going
You
to
can
tell
practically
tomorrow.
feel the wear and tear
How many
that's
times?
been throughout this match.
How many times you gonna tell me tomorrow?
The weight may not be big enough, but it's about to happen here. Are you kidding me? This entire arena may not be big enough.
It's been way too long.
He's just hell bent on naming his
And you
opponent.
keep saying tomorrow, and you keep saying it's the last time, and you never just said
I wonder if the referee is too intimidated to do anything.
Looking crazy out here. It's making me look banana.
Madness.
I can't believe you just showed up here because you're trying to hold me back from telling her.
If I don't tell her, you tell her. I'm
Every
going to
time
get up.
there's more and more effort. Not again.
Hey.
Not again.
Amina.
She's
Yo,
going to be
I need
bruised
Amina
from
to fall
head to toe
back
before
on the
this one's
situation.
over.
If Tara's going to find out about that,
I don't think there's any lengths that these
I'm
superstars
telling
won't
you,
go to achieve victory here tonight.
First thing tomorrow.
Watch out. She's going to be bruised from head to toe before
I'm
this
tired of
one's
you
over.
telling me what to do, and the result is nothing. Nothing changing. Nothing happening.
Well, it's not going to be that way.
The WWE, you do what you have to do
Liar.
to get ahead, like in any business.
Tell me this ain't the way I want to find out.
That these superstars
I'm
won't
letting
go
you
to
hold me
achieve
back
victory here tonight. Good Lord, he's just
anymore
hell bent
to
on
protect you
naming his
and to
opponent.
protect her.
You can tell her tomorrow.
This whole thing has gone way too far.
Something like that.
He's my husband, and he's trying to protect the other woman.
She's going to be
I'm
bruised
not
from
having
head to toe
You know
before
I
this
love
one's over.
One more chance, and this is the last one. I'm headed up to here with the lies. If he doesn't tell her, I'm going to decide where and when she finds out. Not him.
Don't do that. Let's make a night of it.
I don't think there's
Get
any
up out of
lengths
one.
that these
I
superstars
don't
won't go to
want to go
achieve
with you.
victory here tonight.
I know.
I promise you, I'm going to tell her tomorrow.
I'm going.
He's just hell bent on naming his opponent.
Oh, this isn't good. And it's just getting worse.
Oh, not again. Not again. Oh, my. Get the medics down here.
Tonight is a close one. I never wanted Tara to find out from nobody but me that I was dealing with me. But after Amina left me, I had to call her Rich Dollars. I feel like I just had to get my mind right. Just things. You know, I had to tell Tara about Amina. I said, no, Mom, we didn't do it. It's messy, man. Yeah, it's messy. Being in this situation now, and dealing with it. I know that wasn't going to be that way forever. What do we do to fix this? There's no fixing it. I've had other indiscretions, so she ain't standing for another. There's no one to blame for this situation but myself. I know it was absolutely wrong for me to cheat on Tara, and after knowing Amina for just 1 year and marry her, that's just kind of crazy. After she finds out about Amina,
No, because you suck.
I don't know.
You did all that to win. You suck.
That's what I have to do in my life is watch Tara and my kids walk away from me. Those are the emotions that I deal with when I think about the situation, but that's something I got to deal with on my own. And I'm You're a creep. You ain't a bad person. I'm a creep, but I ain't a bad person. The indiscretion makes you a creep. The feeling of trying not to hurt nobody and be a good guy in the end doesn't make you a bad person. Tyra and I have our real life issues. I could sit here and blame her for her complaints, but I could honestly tell you that everything that is wrong with me and Tyra is the lose when you straddle the fence. There's that place of indecisiveness that just like you straddle the fence. I'll talk to Tyra tomorrow. I guess I'm gonna have to tell Tyra the truth about Amina. I'm gonna risk everything, come clean, let the chips land where they may. That's just how life is. I made my bed, got mine. My kids and Tyra's heart.
A cell match in her hometown. Number 9, she hated how women were treated in WWE. I mean, really, who didn't? Trish had to bark like a dog.
Over the years, there's been many theories that WWE fans have come up with for certain stories, but some are just downright crazy. I have come up with 10 of the most shocking conspiracy theories that WWE fans have come up with over the years in stories that have been made public. So let's start off with number 10. Number 10, Hulk Hogan's WrestleMania black eye. At WrestleMania 9, Hulk Hogan appeared with a massively noticeable black eye, but this was never explained how it happened. There are actually 2 scenarios that fans have come up with over the years. The first being that Bret Hart was so upset about going to the back and hearing the decision of Hulk getting the title that he just clocked Hogan right there, right before they went on the air. A second scenario is that Randy Savage found out about an affair between Hulk and Miss Elizabeth and cracked Hogan, causing the black eye. However, WWE claimed that the black eye was caused in a jet ski accident days prior to the event, but they just didn't mention it. Number 9, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were plants in WCW. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, 2 legitimate WWE stars who would make the jump over to WCW. With their help, WCW would eventually be the top wrestling company over the years, but due to bad booking and worse management decisions, they would eventually be bought out by the WWF. Many conspiracy theorists believe Vince sent Hall and Nash over to WCW to squeeze money out of their rivals and cause other WCW stars to demand more money from WCW and force them to blow out more money. Although it wouldn't help short term, it would eventually work out over a long period. Now the chances are this didn't actually happen because Vince McMahon wouldn't want to make the company look bad by losing 2 stars to a rival promotion. Number 8, Vince McMahon covered up a murder. In May 1983, the girlfriend of Jimmy Superfly Snuka was found dead. Many years later, in September 2015, Snuka was arrested and was charged with murder and involuntary manslaughter. Snuka gave different stories about what happened that night. One saying that it was an accident and he pushed her and it hit her head. Another claiming she slipped while walking on pavement. Now, this conspiracy suggests that Vince McMahon was sent to speak on behalf of Snuka, who did not break kayfabe and thus played the role of an innocent Icelander who did not speak much English. Now, with this coming to light in 2016, maybe Vince McMahon will be called to trial. Maybe there is truth behind this, and this we'll just have to wait and see. Number 7. Triple H married into the McMahons to take over WWE. It's quite obvious Triple H has a passion for wrestling. You can tell this by how hard he works and how much time he puts into the company, and helping the company seems to be his only goal. A lot of people actually truly believe that Hunter only married Stephanie McMahon so he could cement his power in WWE forever. I think this is very unlikely, and even if it is true, Hunter does win, because he gets to marry Stephanie McMahon anyway, and it's a lot worse people to marry into a business. Number 6. Vince Russo was sent to kill WCW. After the fall of WCW, there were rumours suggesting that Vince Russo was sent by the WWE to destroy WCW and finish it off once and for all. The rumour
can be pretty much understandable considering the amount of bad decisions and poor booking Russo made in WCW. Goldberg, the former WCW star, believes that there are some truths to this rumor, claiming Russo was the plan and was used to throw WCW down the hill in a hurry. Russo claims he actually joined WCW to prove to himself that he can't make it on his own without the guidance of Vince McMahon. And when it comes to his time in WCW, we all know that he couldn't. Number 5. The Undertaker was supposed to win at WrestleMania 30. Almost immediately after Brock Lesnar defeated The Undertaker at WrestleMania 30 to end his undefeated WrestleMania streak, there was theories claiming that Undertaker was supposed to win and Lesnar went into business for himself. Paul Heyman even explained this theory, in which many to believe to be true, claiming Brock beat Undertaker down so bad in the shoe and hooked The Undertaker's leg in a way that he just simply could not kick out. He went on to explain that WWE could not fire Lesnar because the end of his streak and the only thing to do was to go with it, and hooked The Undertaker's leg in a way. There was theories claiming that Undertaker was supposed to win and Lesnar went into business for himself. Paul Heyman even explained this theory, in which many to believe to be true, claiming Brock beat Undertaker down so bad in the shoe and hooked The Undertaker's leg in a way that he just simply could not kick out. He went on to explain that WWE could not fire Lesnar because the end of his streak and the only thing to do was to go with it. He said this is why Lesnar's music didn't hit straight away and Taker collapsed backstage straight after the match. Now Heyman could just be stirring the pot here, but it's certainly interesting as everything he says does make sense. Number 4. Vince McMahon didn't renew this theory, in which many to believe to be true, claiming Brock beat Undertaker down so bad in a shoe and hooked The Undertaker's leg in a way that he just simply could not kick out. He went on to explain that WWE could not fire Lesnar because the end of his streak and the only thing to do was to go with it. He said this is why Lesnar's music didn't hit straight away and Taker collapsed backstage straight after the match. Now Heyman could just be stirring the pot here, but it's certainly interesting as everything he says does make sense. Number 4. Vince McMahon didn't renew Randy Savage's contract because he had an affair with an underage Stephanie McMahon. One of the biggest rumours in the world of wrestling on the internet over the years is that Macho Man Randy Savage had an affair with an underage Stephanie McMahon. It is said that Vince McMahon caught word of this and decided not to renew Macho Man's contract, claiming that the two could not reach a mutual agreement. It is unknown if anything did actually happen between the two. However, Vince did hold a grudge over Savage for years, so it's plausible that this did actually happen. Savage did end up joining the WWE Hall of Fame in 2015 though. Number 3. There was 2 Ultimate Warriors. The Ultimate Warrior was one of the most recognised stars of the late 80s up until he left television in 1991. He would make his return to WWE at WrestleMania 8, but fans were shocked about how different he looked. He was less muscular and had shorter hair. Due to the huge difference in how he looked, fans actually speculated that it was a completely different Ultimate Warrior and that Vince McMahon brought in a lookalike to cash in on the Warrior name and that the original had died. There are people who still think this, but it was always the same Warrior, although he would sadly pass away in 2014. Number 2. The Montreal Screwjob was at work. It's not actually known what happened heading into the match. We do know Bret Hart was WWF Champion and was heading to WCW. He refused to drop the WWF title to Shawn Michaels in Canada, but was willing to drop the title the next night on Raw. It would eventually lead to Bret being legitimately screwed out of the title. Conspiracy theorists believe Bret Hart was actually in on the whole thing and it was used to elevate everyone involved. And it does sort of make sense. considering Bret was the most talked about wrestler at the time. However, it's very unlikely that Bret was in on the whole thing due to his shock and his disgust after the match. If it was all staged, then Bret deserved an Oscar for that performance. Number 1. Kevin Sullivan murdered Chris Benoit and his family. This conspiracy is certainly one of the most creepiest ones of them all. This cites all the way back to when Nancy Benoit had a relationship with Kevin Sullivan. Conspiracy theorists believe that Sullivan is a Satanist who killed Benoit and his family because he blamed Benoit for breaking up his marriage. They claim it was all set up and Sullivan made it look like a double murder homicide to get himself off the hook. However, I don't believe there to be any truth to this story, but there are a lot of facts that can be used to back this theory up, and due to how long it is, I recommend you go give it a read. The link to the full theory is in the description down below.
Why all of a sudden does he pop up now, and now it's like, yay. Mystic is Steven's godmother, and she basically has seen the entire history between me and Saigon. So, you know, I can see why she's not super excited to see me and Saigon together. But I really think Saigon has changed. In the beginning, no, he wasn't there, right? But now it's like, maybe we can see after that relationship. You know, the family, I know this is what you really wanted, but the reason it's never been there for you. His father doesn't like him.
Top 10 shocking cancer moments of it.
At least try to see if this family could work. I know how you feel, and trust me, you ain't gonna like this one either. The other day, Saigon asked me for a DNA test. What did you say? I said, hell no. He's saying that I didn't want him to do this, and that possibly is because another man was there. He is the reason he wasn't around. Right. But, you know, what do I do? Do I just let him take the test, or should I just, like, tell him go it? Like, honestly, you should do the DNA, because you know what? Once you take the power away from somebody, there's nothing left. I proved it's your son, so now what? I don't know, I just think it's messed up. It is. I'm sad for you, but I think you should take it. I don't want to take this test, but Mystic has some good points. I know we need to start this relationship from scratch. So, if this is the way to earn Saigon's trust, I'll do it. I love you, I'm here for you, I want the best for you and your son. I just don't see this ending well. Last time I saw Peter outside
I've always liked The Undertaker. Well, not quite. We won't go into that right now. He's arguably the greatest character in wrestling history, and no one could have pulled it off like Mark Calloway did. At the right age and the right time, you perfectly believed he was an undead zombie roaming the earth. Given how his persona has evolved over the years, however, Taker did get, well, a little dark from time to time, and got involved with things he really shouldn't have had, including trying to kill people. Yep, straight up kill people. So, I'm Simon from What Culture, and this is 10 times The Undertaker attempted murder in the WWE. Yep. 10. Paul Bearer. There's no two ways about this one. It wasn't even attempted. The Undertaker straight up killed Paul Bearer when he drowned his once manager in a vat of concrete. I'm deadly serious. Some context for you. It was 2004's Great American Bash, and the dead man was taking on the Dudley Boys with the bizarre stipulation that Paul Bearer would be locked in a glass crypt. If Taker lost, that'd be it. Bearer would be fobbed off. What's even stranger, however, is that the Undertaker actually won the match, but then just decided he would murder his friend anyway. He pulled the lever, and we watched a man get fake murdered on TV. Amazingly, though, WWE later said that Paul had actually been saved after the cameras were turned off. Yeah, right. Number 9, the Big Boss Man. At WrestleMania 15, The Undertaker hanged the Big Boss Man. Yep, he tied a noose to the top of the Hell in a Cell, got someone to raise it, and as that happened, the life was choked out of the policeman's body. He even closed his eyes and his dead carcass started to slowly swing from side to side. Grief. Aside from being massively controversial, he was just left to believe that the Big Boss Man was dead. It wasn't until later that, once again, WWE let everyone know he had survived. But how that was possible within the realms of the storyline is anyone's guess. The man was strung up and left to suffocate. Madness. Number 8, Muhammad Hassan. At the Great American Bash 2005, which is now an event that has to be synonymous with The Undertaker killing off wrestlers, the Phenom powerbombed Muhammad Hassan into oblivion, and we never saw him again. The reason for this behind the scenes was that the Hussein character was of such bad taste it had to go, which he most definitely did. But rather than just write him off TV, WWE had Mean Mark go out there and pulverise him through the stage. Given that he literally vanished after this, you have to go with the idea that he was murdered, which would make sense. He got hurled onto concrete from a great height. Anyone would be lucky to survive that. Number 7, Edge. Forget Edge's neck issues. In 2008, The Undertaker burned him alive. Just think of that. Even the concept is nuts, but it actually happened. On television, in front of the world. But yes, at the end of the Hell in a Cell match, Takes chokeslammed Edge off a ladder and through the ring canvas. Now that's bad enough, but Mark clearly wasn't happy with this, so he used his evil powers to make a ball of fire engulf where Edge was. No one could survive that, and even Jim Ross screamed, Edge has been sent straight to hell, which he had done, because he was dead. Number 6, Stephanie McMahon. Well, we all remember this. During the height of the Attitude Era, where we got weird, almost devil-like Undertaker, he got well into sacrificing people. His biggest target was one Stephanie McMahon. While he never got to go through with it, the dead man still got pretty far in his attempts, even stringing Steph up to an Undertaker logo cross. To say it was a bit uncomfortable is an understatement, especially because part 2 of the plan was a dark marriage. Thankfully, Stone Cold Steve Austin was on hand to save the day, although he then got strung up too. So no one was safe. Number 5, Mick Foley, obviously. It's one of the most famous scenes in wrestling history, and whether you look at it in real or kayfabe terms, Mick Foley could have been killed. You can't chuck a man off a 16-foot high cell through a table and not think that maybe, just maybe, this could end in death. It was the same for the second plunge Mankind took too, arguably far worse than the first. His contorted body as he hits the canvas is horrible to watch. I would literally break in half if that happened to me. My legs would just attach themselves from my upper body and that would be that. How Foley not only walked away but came back in the main event at the King of the Ring 1998 is anyone's guess. Number 4, Vince McMahon. The concept of the buried alive match is weird because it essentially means try to murder your opponent and win. You can't bury someone alive in a nice way. It's horrendous. Genuinely horrendous. At Survivor Series 2003 though, Biker Taker found himself in such a contest against Vince McMahon and did his utmost to plunge the chairman of the board 6 feet under. He almost did it too until Kane showed up and turned the tables. The bout ended when The Undertaker himself was buried. As we all know, you can't kill what's already dead. So when he reappeared a few months down the line, thankfully in his original gimmick, all was right with the world again. So that was nice. Number 3, Rikishi. Put The Undertaker in a Hell in a Cell match and he will desperately find ways to throw people off of it, as he did again at Armageddon 2000. Rikishi was just minding his own business at the top of the cage when Taker decided he would shove the Samoan off the top. He didn't have to do that, he wanted to. And the only takeaway is that he needed death. Luckily for Rikishi, someone had driven a truck with a load of hay in the trunk to ringside, which was exceptionally handy and never really explained. But it did save the matter. Number 2, Kane. Like The Undertaker has tried to kill Kane loads. He tried to kill him when they were children and Taker set fire to the funeral home they lived in. Then he tried to set him alight in the first ever Inferno match, and he tried to bury him alive all those times. Since day one, the Big Red Machine has been a target for his older brother, and it's frankly a mystery he's still alive. How he survived for this long is anyone's guess. Number 1, his parents. Remember that time Kane chokeslammed The Undertaker through their dead parents' coffins? That was a great moment, wasn't it? Didn't pro wrestling used to be better back then? In the realms of The Undertaker's character, though, he did indeed kill his parents in a house fire. He even admitted to it when he had gone all dark and evil as the leader of the Ministry of Darkness. And that is some reveal. And they didn't go to jail. I mean, something should have happened, right? Or at least a quick phone call to the police. They probably had an unclosed criminal file. They've sewn that one right up. As it's wrestling, though, all this did was make The Undertaker well cool. Which is so weird, I think we'll just end the video there. Know of any other people The Undertaker is trying to kill? Weird question to ask. Let us know in the comments below, and then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Then follow me on Twitter at SimonMiller316. I'm Simon from What Culture, and Undertaker, please don't kill me.
You might just have nothing left to give, guys. You know, given how many times he's gone to his finisher, you'd think he'd be in better shape right here. Man, I can't believe these guys are even still competing. What a match. Nobody controls the pace of a match quite like this guy. He's in a world of trouble. Much more of this, and I doubt he'll be able to continue. This is not where he wants to be at this point in this match. Hold on. You have to think one of these times he goes for his finisher, it'll actually finish this thing, right? Oh, man. This guy doesn't know that matches are won inside the ring. Right? Come on. Get in there.
Unleash your inner maker. Make creativity happen with Michael.
And the action kills with. That should do it. Wow. Please tell me not the only one who's felt really big.
I'm Adam from What Culture.
Wrestling fans get away with almost anything at wrestling events. They can say whatever they want, but the one thing that is completely unacceptable are fans who attack wrestlers. Unfortunately, this has happened quite a few times, and here are 10 times where wrestlers got attacked by fans. Raven, WCW Thunder. Possibly the first time where a fan got away with an attack on a wrestler without getting attacked himself, this fan must have had a bowl of Lucky Charms that morning. While the disturbed Raven was cutting a promo on Thunder, a fan jumped the barricade and pulled Raven out of the ring by his hair. Raven was thrown to the outside but popped up soon after and watched security tackle that sad sack to the ground. Raven then got back to the ring and continued his promo like the pro that he is. Randy Orton, SmackDown Live event. Geez guys, I know a lot of people don't like Randy Orton, but you have to be a big asshole to actually give him a low blow. At a live event in South Africa, Orton was victory posing on the second rope when a fan comes in from behind and low blows him off the rope. Security pulled him away before Orton can retaliate, but Big E also wanted a piece of the fan too. Now that would have been a real story. Stone Cold and Triple H, live event. Despite any beefs wrestlers may have with each other, the boys can always count on each other to protect the other out there in the ring. At a live event in Germany, Triple H was facing off against Stone Cold when a fan rushed the ring to attack Austin. Upon seeing him, the game leapt to his feet, took the fan to Suplex City, and wailed on him into oblivion, while security took their sweet time to get the fan out. The NWO, Bash at the Beach 1996. When Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall turned the wrestling business on its head with the NWO, the effects were numerous. While they later turned out to be cool, most fans were initially outraged that Hogan turned his back on the fans. This leads us to Bash at the Beach 1996, where a particularly out-of-shape fan tries to rush the ring with 3 muscle-bound giants. He can't even slide under the rope before Hall and Nash stomp him into next week. Sabu, New Japan Pro Wrestling. The headdress next week. Sabu, New Japan Pro Wrestling.
There's no other way to put it. This one-on-one match is going to be a struggle in every sense of the word. Neither man looks like they are remotely entertaining the idea of backing down. This is going to be good. Well, that'll be a lot of attitude because look at the size of the tears. The time for talk is over and done with. Let's give the people what they came for. 2 warriors, 2 superstars, 2 immense talents. I love it. And one last thing. These so-called laid-back fans of Santa Clara are anything but. They're fired here tonight.
You didn't have to hear it or see for yourself. Well, he told
It's
me
safe to say he underwent special training to put on. He's got some fight left in him. You know, you can never count this guy out, Cole.
And the only reason he could give me is that we aren't getting along. Even if he said to her, well, we're on bad terms. So what? Still no. So what?
Action outside.
There's 2 types of cycle. There's the one that just didn't know because she's stupid, and there's the other one that just don't care. And it's like cycle with you. I met her with you and Peter. You guys were hand in hand. You got off the stage, and you saying she's an artist that we love, that we play. How
Get him back into the ring now.
I do feel terribly
Well, moves like that at this stage are not to win any match. They refuse to send a message. Yeah, I think these guys really showboating now.
But you love him. I know, I do. You always want to think that things are going to work out in your favor when you're in love. It's big. It's not toughness to the beginning. It's just like sharing something that I love. Gotta love him. So for him to like share that, something that's so sweet and special to me.
I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight.
And
I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
And that means I'm making up alone.
You can practically feel the wear and tear that's been done throughout this match. I don't think there's any lengths that these superstars won't go to achieve victory here tonight. He may be in the best physical condition I've ever seen him in.
Maybe he even gets beat.
He's going to be bruised from head to toe. This is intense. It's like you're trying to force mind over matter and hoping that his body, specifically his leg, won't fall on now.
Well, it's a part of the struggle when you're in that ring that sometimes your mind says one thing, but your body does another. Oh, nowhere.
He missed that one. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage for swings like that, but keep doing it. If Breeze may give him a couple.
And on that journey,
This match has taken so much out of this guy.
There's a real special
He's not going to give up.
me and
But man, this
been
has
a very
been
long time since I felt that
shot
way.
landed.
And put the cherry on top.
He's making a statement here with this attack.
Sexy as hell. I know you like Chipotle, but I'm bringing here somewhere a little bit different, sexy.
I'm telling you, if you didn't suffer from internal injuries before, you are now. I mean, good. If he gets this up, this could be over quick.
Why are you blushing? I like the way so much, and that's the scary part.
Oh, and he gets cracked again with that steel chair.
How's that for an assault? Now you have to stay on top of your opponent so your weapons tactic doesn't.
I know, like, I haven't felt like this in a long time.
Did you hear that? I just thought I didn't feel it.
You know, I've never dated a girl. I know you told me.
He's just hell bent on naming his
What do
opponent.
you feel about it, though? Like, I don't feel like running away from you. Because our
Nobody
friendship is
controls
so,
the
like,
pace of a match
it just
quite
clicks.
like this
Like,
guy.
I've never, like, had a girl confess their love like this. I've
The
never been on a
steel
date with
chair
a girl.
shots continue.
There's never been a candle. Well, there you go. That's why I wanted to bring you instead of Chipotle. I love Chipotle, though. We should go there after. We'll go there another time.
Well, I've never seen him do that
I have
before.
different feelings for you, so, you know.
He needs to dig
So,
way down deep
we
if
can
he
see
wants
where
to
it
keep
goes.
going now.
I don't know. But you have to promise me something. We have to remain friends no matter what. No matter what. You promise? It's understandable that things have to been. I'm hoping that with time, I can win her over. I have no idea where this is going or where it's heading, but right now, I'm so down for this ride. It will ultimately end up somewhere good, even if it is friendship.
Can he do it? He's got it.
Yo, Fluffy. Yo, go to Tyrese room.
I want you to work. I got one of those. I'd be proud of you.
The headdress that Sabu wears to the ring isn't the same as some pointless cap that an MMA fighter would wear to the cage. It means a lot to him. Unfortunately, it didn't mean anything to a Japanese fan who grabbed it off his head. At a New Japan show, Sabu's headdress was yanked off his head and Sabu leapt into the crowd to wail on the fan for a good 5 seconds. And to top it off, he didn't even get it back. Eddie Guerrero, Monday Night Raw. Of all matches for fans to get involved in, a ladder match seems the most dangerous. Well, one fan in Edmonton, Canada really didn't want Guerrero to win back his championship and pushed Eddie off the ladder. Being the smooth criminal that he is though, Latino Heat landed on his feet, spun around and got off a punch and kick before security carried away the crazy Canuck. CM Punk, Monday Night Raw. In most of these attacks, it's rare that a wrestler will actually get a clean shot off on a fan, but that's exactly what happened here with the best in the world. After running into the crowd to avoid Ryback, Punk got a little too close and started getting shoved around by some fans. After one shot to the head though, Punk couldn't take it anymore and bashed the fan behind him. Unfortunately, he hit the wrong guy, and it was a bad situation for WWE. Randy Savage, WCW Nitro. Randy Macho Man Savage wasn't exactly the most common rational wrestler to ever come around in the business. So why did a fan think it was a good idea to attack him? As Savage is in the Nitro ring putting lipstick on Kevin Nash, it's best not to ask. A fan quickly leaps into the ring and tries to tackle Savage. That proves to be a colossal error, as Savage takes him down and pummels him until security takes him away. Linda McMahon, Monday Night Raw. On WWE television, Linda McMahon has usually been the voice of reason in the McMahon family. So out of all the McMahons, why would she be the one to almost be attacked by a fan? On an episode of Raw on the road to WrestleMania 2000, Linda came out on stage only to have a fan try and rush her. Luckily, Triple H was close enough to tackle the fan down before he could get close. Nice job, game, scoring brownie points with your future mother-in-law. Chris Jericho, Victoria, British Columbia. In the age of cool heels, Y2J's heel run from 2008 to 2010 should be studied by any pro...
Do you understand that Peter has a family? Did you not know that? You can't tell me that you have no idea.
An episode of Raw on the road to WrestleMania 2000, Linda came out on stage only to have a fan try and rush her. Luckily, Triple H was close enough to tackle the fan down before he could get close. Nice job, game, scoring brownie points with your future mother-in-law. Chris Jericho, Victoria, British Columbia. In the age of cool heels, Y2J's heel run from 2008 to 2010 should be studied by any pro wrestler as a perfect example of how to get fans to hate you. While he received critical praise, it also got scary one night in British Columbia. In Jericho's third autobiography, he tells a story where the mob of fans wrecked his car in the parking lot of the arena. They damaged his car, and Jericho had to fight back after being spat on and shoved. Those stupid idiots are all on the list. And that's it for our list. Did we miss any fan incidents that you remember? Let us know in the comment section, and don't forget to like the video, share it, and subscribe to the Sportster for more awesome videos. Until next time.
Fluffy, go on Tyrese show, man.
Wrestling is a business full of huge egos, so countless real battles have taken place that weren't scripted. Here are 10 of the most memorable shoot fights in wrestling. 10 wrestling matches that turned into real fights. Steven Regal versus Goldberg. William Regal is one of the toughest guys to ever step foot in a ring, but this encounter took place in WCW, when he was Steven Regal. This was the first challenge for the undefeated Goldberg, who couldn't work a decent match, and the veteran Regal decided to test him out. Goldberg was lost throughout the 6-minute encounter, and whether it was planned or not, this one was definitely a shoot fight between a grizzled veteran and an upstart rookie. Perry Saturn versus Mike Bell. This match is best known for the punishment Saturn received, as he...
About to start the Nature's Bounty Hair, Skin, and Nails Challenge. So 30 days my future self will thank me for pay. I become a model? Start the challenge today and notice more beautiful hair, skin, and nails for your money back.
Get the steak without the steakhouse. We're talking juicy, marinated steak, more steak, and queso. Introducing Steakhouse Nachos from Taco Bell. Everything you love about the steakhouse. Nothing you don't.
Brush away frizz with Conair's new smoothing hot brush. Diamond-infused ceramic tips smell of and straight. Advanced ionic conditioning reduces brand shine.
He's starting to sweat now. With these two guys, we all knew this was going to be an all-out battle. And it looked to me like neither of these guys are showing signs of pulling away here. Well said, Johnny. Now's the time for one of these guys to take hold of this match.
It's time to snap for the second time now. It's time to let go.
Imagine a world where instead of rushing by, we gain thanks for what we already have. At TJ Maxx, Buckles, and HomeGoods, we are closed on Thanksgiving. Comes first. Bring back the holidays. Or that 3 weeks vacation.
Well, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of trying, Michael. I'd say that's more embarrassing than anything else.
3 weeks.
Okay.
He's starting to stumble here. He looks incredibly motivated, though. Don't expect him to be down for long.
Award-winning range of strongbow hard
Michael,
side.
this might
I
very
know
well be
about
where
that
one of these
award,
guys
just like I
goes
know
away
about
from
your
here.
trophy.
That's what argue that. I'd say this one could go either way.
Too much space in the basement. You crossed the line. Strongbow. How about dominoes tonight?
Don't bother.
He's splitting the attack here. Oh, man.
Luckily, we love pizza so much we've added delicious salads, so no one can beat O Pizza Night. Try one with a medium 2-topping pizza for $5.99 each.
Thanksgiving weekend. Save a little room.
Michael, this could be the opening
To binge on this, it's showtime. It's Throwback Thanksgiving. A feast of your favorite
So what you doing right now?
films. 4 full days of total indulgence.
You gotta copy your copy the superstar you're trying to do that with. But I'm about to get off and be back on like 10 minutes. Take a nap or something.
All Thanksgiving weekend long. On VH1.
Alright, I'll see you in a little bit.